Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wonderful people. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, good evening. How are you? How are you? How are you? Great to see you, great to have you. Welcome to this wonderful conversation we are about to have just now. Hii mtapenda. This one you're going to love. This one will nice you. This one will really nice you up. This one will really psych you up. It's another good Friday. And welcome to Mtembei Live. As usual, I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. Tuko na great show lined up for you. Hii wadau, hii mtapenda. This one you will like it. This one itawa nice too sana. And above all, thank you for tuning in. I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and this is Mtembei Live. This is your show. Show umekuja kupenda. Show umekuja kuingojea pindi tu inapotimu masaa ya saa 4 unajiunga nasi na tunakuwa na show kali. Asante sana. Let me know where you're watching me from. Asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwa wale wamejiunga na show. Like hii video mahali unaitazamia. Zaidi ya yote ni juze unaitazama ukiwa wapi. Nina show fiti. As I promised you, Jana, and after we came back, we have a great show lined up for you. And this one you must enjoy. This one you will like. Oh, this one, oh, it's a good one. Thank you so much. We are live from here in Tembei TV, and we are glad that you made time for us. Asante sana kwa kuchukua muda wako kutazama hii video, kuchukua muda wako kulike hii video, kuchukua muda wako kuwa miongoni mwa Mtembei family ambao kila saa 4 wanajiunga nami na kuwa na show moja murwa safi kabisa. Karibuni sana wadau. This is your show. This is your host, and we are about to have a great conversation. I have great guys coming in to discuss some of the things that are making headlines today. Zaidi ya yote ni juzi unatazama ukiwa wapi. Let me know where you're watching me from. Watu wa USA karibuni, watu wa Canada karibuni kwa hii show, watu wa London karibuni watu wa UK in short karibuni kwa hii video na kwa hii show. Hii ni show yenyu, show mmekuja kupenda. Asante sana kwa kufanya hii show kuwa show kubwa, show kali, show ambao huwa mnaitegea pindi tu inapofika saa 4 karibu sana, thank you for joining me. Now, we based this conversation from yesterday. It's a continuation. Now, there's something Martha Karua said, and it's what informs our discussion today. And she said this, that kwa hii finance bill, kuna vitu zimetupwa hapo ndani, hidden, that's the word she used, hidden, na itakuwa ndio njia moja wapo William Ruto na serikali ya Kenya kwanza tumia kupora mali ya wananchi. Wameipa kizungu kubwa, majina makali, majina matamu, lakini therein lies the enemy that bedevils Kenya for so long. The enemy and the ghost of what? Corruption. Yeah, you heard me right. Leo tunadiscuss hiyo mada ambayo wengi inawapa tumbo joto, lakini hapa kwa hii show hatuogopi, tunafanya kila kitu, tunadiscuss kila jambo ambayo inakuaffect wewe kama mwananchi. And as I promised you, this one, this one you're going to like. Thank you so much. I see many meshaanza kutuma ujumbe. Naona James Mutuku ametuma ujumbe wake. Karibu sana. Zabron Ongaro unaniambia uko maeneo ya Kisii County. Karibu kwa hii show. Anderson Paul, I see you. Karibu sana kwa hii show. Thank you so much for joining me. Gitich Gili from Kericho, karibu sana kwa show. Judy Mware, asante, unanitazama ukiwa maeneo ya USA. Unasema I love your show. Asante sana Judy. Namuona jamaa anajiita Kopman akondani from Netherlands. Karibu sana. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona Ruth Njoroge. Anasema ako Saudi Emirates. Karibu sana Ruth Njoroge. Namuona Julius Maleya ananiambia uko ndani. Kezia Awino from Githurai 45. Watu wa Githu vipi? Na wasee ambao wametoka Githurai, habari zenyu jioni hii ya leo. Namuona Raha Posan akondani, asante sana. Alex Chogona akondani from Nairobi Makadara, karibu sana. Josfat Kiplagat unaniambia uko ndani. Nani mwingine? Nani mwingine? Tuma tu ujumbe hapo nijue unatazama ukiwa wapi, kama jinsi ambavyo Kipngetich Cheriot ananiambia ako maeneo ya Bomet, karibu. Michael Onyango unaniambia uko Sugoi area. Watu wa Sugoi karibuni. Namuona Jafeth ni Jafeth Jafeth Kerubo ako ndani. Zinaingia mbio mbio ujumbe zinaingia kibao mbio mbio, na pia likes zinaingia mingi. Asante sana kwa kulike hii video hapo kwa YouTube, hapo kwa Facebook. Asanteni tu sana. Na show moja kali, show moja fiti, show this one you will love. Let's begin by yesterday. I'll bring it mpaka mahali tumefika leo, lakini zaidi yote today we tackle the big thing, corruption. Kila siku hiki tu ina happen Sometimes tunanyamazia tu, tunaifungia jicho. It ina happen daily, every single day. Kuna blows napotea, hata kama ni chwani. Chwani ni 50 hata kama ni 50 lakini ijaenda kwa njia ambayo ni rasmi, bado hiyo ni do. Walianza kuiba mamia, wakatoka kwa mamia wakaenda kwa maelfu. Tukagraduate, tukaenda kwa mamilioni. Now we still in terms of billions of shillings. Kuna jamaa siku moja alitweet akasema ya kwamba Kenya kwanza hawana biashara ya kupigana na corruption. Hiyo ilitikisa wengi. Wengi hawakubambika na hiyo story, because if a government can admit it's not in the business of fighting corruption, si mimi ni wao. Okay, nani mwingine hapa? Namuona Kelvin Chemboi ako ndani, namuona Isa Bongo ako ndani, Sebastian Kongo ako ndani, Viola Jerono ako ndani, Martin Ingoka asanti sana na kuona, namuona Dickson Samboke ako ndani, namuona Isaya Mbogo ako ndani, Peter Okoth Mac Odero na kuona, Captain Keep uko ndani. Sawa. Namuona Mwinyi Shi Juma ako ndani sana ya show, karibu sana. David Ambani from Busia, vipi kaka, karibu sana kwa show. Nitakuonyesha jinsi ya kuingia kwa show sasa hivi, lakini kwanza si niwakumbushe jana tulifanya nini. Tulisikiza the one and only Martha Karua. This is what they had to say jana.
And force its agenda on the people. That is what Ruto and his Kenya Kwanza followers did with the passage of the Finance Bill 2023. They ignored the wishes of the majority of Kenyans, and this signals the era of dictatorship. We ask Kenyans to beware. We say pole to the millions of Kenyans who are struggling to come to terms with this harsh reality. We know many of you think this is a nightmare that will probably fizzle out. Unfortunately, it is here with us and here to stay unless we act now. Because we are not helpless, we can act. The Ruto regime ensured that the wishes of the people were ignored. Instead, they retained punitive taxes on fuel, on housing, on turnover, on salaries, among others. This is like showing the people of Kenya the contempt card. The people can lament, plead, pray, and even picket to be listened to and still be ignored. This has never been seen in our country before. In the run-up to the voting on the finance bill, various polls showed that more than 90% of Kenyans rejected the finance bill. This kind of dictatorship is new. This budget is selfishly tailored to ensure Ruto and his cronies are living large and they eat well, where a majority are suffering. They are getting subsidies to import cooking oil, maize, sugar, rice among others, as we saw in the media expose recently, and this is all at the expense of vulnerable Kenyans. In this finance bill, the regime's corruption is properly budgeted for. Money for the regime's cronies is hidden in the provisions like fertilizer subsidy, national agricultural and rural inclusivity, national agricultural value chain development, Kenya serious enhancement, whatever that means, emergency locust response, and small-scale irrigation and value addition, among others. What we are saying is that if these provisions are genuine, agriculture being a devolved function, these monies would be devolved to the county, but not left at the center with lofty-sounding words just to be siphoned by the corruption cartels.
Okay. Hapo ndio tunaguzia. Ametaja mambo kadhaa. Sijui kama umesikiza, nitarudisha nyuma kidogo tu because there is where I got the juice. Ya kwamba kuna majina kizungu bana, kizungu kali, kizungu moto ambayo imetumika kwa finance bill. As Mother Karua describes it, and therein lies the demon. Therein lies the ghost that always disturbs us, the ghost of corruption. Sijui kama umesikia. Amesema kuna vitu kadhaa zimetajwa hapo ndani. As much as agriculture is a devolved unit ama function, kuna mambo mengi wameweka hapo ndani. Agriculture amesema fertilizer, na sijui kama mnakumbuka story ya fertilizer, nitawachezea tu sasa hivi venye mambo imefanyika kwa hiyo story ya fertilizer. Now kidogo Mother Karua naye anasema kwa hiyo bill kuna mavitu vingi zimetajwa huko ndani, huko ndani, because wanasemanga hivi the details ama shetani yako katika details. Ukifuata sana hapo ndio utapata mahali issues zimejificha. Now Mother Karua says this, that in the financial bill, the things that will hurt us so much ni zile pesa zitaporwa, zitakuliwa nao walaji. Na Ruto amekuwa smart, ni kuiba na njia ya utaalamu, njia ya akili kidogo, as he normally says. Yeah, and Mother Karua says these words. Listen in carefully.
Properly budgeted for. Money in the media expose recently, and this is all at the expense of vulnerable Kenyans. In this finance bill, the regime's corruption is properly budgeted for.
Kama kuna kitu wamebudget round hii, si mimi, msini quote visivyo. Me, I'm just playing what is happening. Now, she says very well that kama kuna pesa zitapotea na hii financial bill. Why? Kwa sababu uko ndani wameweka majina mingi. Kizungu, Alex Media atanisaidia na kizungu akiingia. Lakini hapo ndani ndo wameficha vituko. Hapo ndani ndo wameficha vitu ambavyo vitaporwa. Right? We have been here before. Have we normalized corruption mpaka sasa siku hizi wanaiba tu peupe, ama itaibia peupe na there is nothing we can do? But here tumtembei, we can speak about it and probably we might be heard. Asante sana kwa kunijoin. Wadau wamejaja kwa studio. Sijawaingisha bado lakini wamejaja, na waona nyuma ya studio, na waona Paulo Gunako ndani, na waona brother Benson ambaye pia kona studio yake, mfuate hapo YouTube. Ako na station. Asante brother Benson, na muona Captain pia. Lakini kabla sijawaweka, sikiza kidogo aina ya corruption ambazo zimejificha kwa hii financial bill, because hapo ndani pesa zitaporwa. Already tumeona vile mafuta imefanywa. I'll be playing a clip on venye mafuta ya kupikia create billionaires already. Fertilizer create billionaires already. Kemsa unaona vile wanatufanya. Sasa ndio hii financial bill. Sikiza kule ndani kuna nini. Ukielewa hii kizungu, tuma hapo kwa comment section, tujaribu kusaidia wasikilizaji wetu. Lakini this is what Mother Karua is trying to raise through Azimio, and this informs our debate tonight. Asante sana Wakenya.
They are getting subsidies to import cooking oil, maize, sugar, rise among others, as we saw in the media expose recently, and this is all at the expense of vulnerable Kenyans. In this finance bill, the regime's corruption is properly budgeted for. Money for the regime's cronies is hidden in the provisions like fertilizer subsidy, national agricultural and rural inclusivity, national agricultural value chain development, Kenya serious enhancement, whatever that means, emergency locust response, and small-scale irrigation and value addition, among others. What we are saying is that if these provisions are genuine, agriculture being a devolved function, these monies would be devolved to the county, but not left at the center with lofty-sounding words just to be siphoned by the corruption cartels. Where there has been inflation, we must now prepare for hyperinflation. With the new raft of taxes approved yesterday, especially the fuel tax, we must prepare that even the little that remained of our monies will simply vanish. To our MPs who fought gallantly for the people in these times of difficulty, we salute you and we celebrate you. We believe Kenyans do too. We celebrate the fact that whereas the regime had said not even a comma would be removed from the bill, our MPs, while pushing for the millions of Kenyans, were able to force the regime to accept not one, not two, but several amendments.
Okay. Nitacheza hizi videos tukiendelea, nina videos kibao. Tutajaribu kuangalia aina nyingi za corruption ambazo zimehappen hii nchi. So, hii ni ile show ambayo umekaribishwa tu sana. Asante sana wewe ambaye una comment. Namuona Alex Madede amecomment ananiambia niko maeneo unaniambia uko ndani. Karibu sana kwa show. Namuona jamaa anajiita Zabron Ogaro ako ndani ya show. Samuel Mwagangi ako ndani. Karibu sana. Peter Othiambo na kuona. Grace Mission Kerry, I see you. Asante sana. Unasema hello and good evening to you. Namuona Vivian Otieno, unaniambia uko maeneo ya Nairobi County. Karibu sana. Brun Kips uko ndani, unasema Azimio orphans still crying. Wana Kenya Kwanza, karibuni kwa hii show. Wana Azimio, karibuni kwa hii show. Hapa tuegemei pande yoyote. Hapa tuna discuss issues. Hapa ni wanaume na wanadada wanajingisha, wanajitosa na wanajaribu kung'amua mambo yalivyo. Asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu. Polo, kuna habari ya leo? Brother Benson vipi? Kazungu Kahindi, habari ya leo. Na jamaa anajiita Sharombe. Huyu namjua kama David Dambani, lakini leo amebadilisha jina, but ni sawa tu. David Dambani from Busia County. Captain akiwa maeneo ya Taki. Aha, zaidi ya yote karibuni sana. Watu wamejaja hapa nakwambia. Wacha nianze na jamaa anaitwa Polo Guna. Polo Guna, maoni yako ni vipi? Unakubaliana na Karua ya kwamba kule ndani ya hii financial bill, hapo ndipo ufisadi umejificha, especially kwa hii regime ambayo ilisema vita ya corruption kwao si priority sana, maneno yao. Maoni yako ni vipi brother Paul Oguna? Wacha uwe wa kwanza kutufungulia show.
Wacha nisalimie watu wote. Habari yako kila moja?
Tuko salama, asante sana.
Kuna mtu mic yake iko on, naona nasikia echo.
Endelea tu, nitatengeneza.
Okay, asante sana. Bwana Jex, ukisikia Tamata Karua naongea, na nimeona ile bunge wa Kitui pia aliongea, wale wabunge wa Kitui. Na wakasema ya kwamba Wakenya Mungu ndio anawapunish. Alisema Ruto ni punishment kutoka kwa Mungu. Na wenye wajakubali Ruto ni punishment, Ukisoma Biblia kila wakati wanadamu walipofanya makosa, sana sana Waisraeli walipofanya makosa, Mungu alikuwa anaachilia viongozi wabaya.
Sasa sisi tumefanya makosa gani bwana? Hii pesa itakayoibiwa ni pesa ya Wakenya. makosa ni gani?
Usifikirie Mungu anapenda ukabila. Usifikirie Mungu anapenda vijana wadogo wenye hata wajaoa wakitukana Raila, wakiongea vibaya kuhusu wenye wameheshimika. Soma Biblia, soma kutoka kitabu cha Isaiah 3:1-11.
Okay.
Utaona Mungu amechukia sana vijana ambao wanatukana watu wazima na watu ambao wanapenda ukabila.
Okay.
Sasa ukiona Mungu
kwa mada, wacha kidogo tu nikutoe kwa maandiko na kanisa na kila kitu, tukuje kwa mada. Moja, ukisikiza jinsi Martha Karua ameongea, because hiyo ndio mada ambayo tuna discuss leo. Anasema kule ndani ya hiyo finance bill, hapo ndani ndo wame budget corruption. In any case wanasema ya kwamba kule ndani kama jinsi wame subsidize fertilizer, na tumeona fertilizer inaporwa, inaenda na badilisho gunia ambazo ni za GOK, inawekwa gunia ambazo zina majina tofauti, zinauzwa. Unajua hizo gunia za fertilizer zilikuja kupitia ushuru ambao tunatozwa sisi kama Wakenya. So hapo ndani according to Martha Karua, hapo ndipo tumeweka corruption. Sasa hizo ndio vitu tunataka tudiscuss.
Ndio nakwambia. Kuna siku niliwaambia katika hii channel ya kwamba nimeshuku Moses Kuria na mambo ya kwenda Bahrain kule penye alikuwa anaenda. Kule katika Uarabuni na Eastern Europe.
Okay.
Na nilikwambia hii mambo ya Moses Kuria kuna sababu yake, na umeona hiyo trip ya Moses Kuria iko budgeted ndani ya hii finance bill.
Okay.
Sasa unaona je, tukiweka hii finance bill kwa forensic audit, utapata ya kwamba kuna more than 60 billion ambayo imewekwa hapo ni ya kuporwa tu.
Okay.
Ule Wambui wa Kasarani lazima alipo pesa yake, ule anaitanga Wambui wa Ruto. Akina Moses Kuria, ukisikia Moses Kuria anasema ati wao pia wataandamana kwa sababu Raila amesema wataandamana, ujue ya kwamba kuna kitu wana defend, na hawataki Wakenya wajue ya kwamba hii finance bill iko na mchezo ndani yake. Kitu ambacho mimi ningeomba Wakenya, okay, tunaenda maandamano, mimi ninajitayarisha na nimejua nitaenda maandamano kwa sababu hii finance bill ndio imewekwa, tunaibiwa live kutoka kwa hii finance bill. Na kama sisi kama Wakenya, kama voters, kama watu ambao tuna sauti yao, tutaenda kwa barabara, na ninajua ya kwamba hata askari pia wataenda kwa barabara kwa sababu hii kitu imeshika kila mtu. Askari pia wataandamana na sisi. Kwa sababu so that to defend what belongs to us. Unaona je, hii sio mchezo bwana, tusichukue kitu kama mchezo. Kwa sababu hii hata kama viongozi wanakuanga wabaya, wewe kwa mbaya to this extent. Yes, waje nikwambie ukweli. Leo nilienda kufanya kwa boma nyingine na kwa jirani hapo nikapata boma ambao huyo mama ako kwa hospitali na watoto wake wamekufa wote, na kijana mwenye amebaki kwa hiyo boma ni kijana mmoja ako high school, na huyo kijana alikuwa amefukuzwa shule, amemaliza like 3 weeks akiwa nyumbani. Just nililia machozi, Wakenya wanapitia lingumu. Kama labda si tuko tamu kwa watu wa chuoni, Wakenya wanapitia lingumu. Serikali ambayo iko na utu ndani yake, serikali ambayo ilichaguliwa na watu, wanafaa kuangalia ya kwamba Wakenya wako na lingumu, wapunguze maisha, wapunguze gharama, sio kuenda kutengeneza pesa. Na tuliambiwa these people are dealers. Kari Kujilo alituambia kwamba these people are dealers. Sasa hii tunaona kweli hawa ni dealers. Kama wanachukua budget, ya taifa, badala ya kufinya zile ambazo wamewekea zile voted na ministries ndio waibeibe kidogo, wanaweka budget, wana budget ya corruption ndani ya budget, wanaweka finance bill, wanaingiza corruption ndani to a tune of almost 60 billion.
Sawa, shikilia hapo Uguna kidogo, sababu nina watu wengi, kaka zako na dada zako hapa, nataka kusikia kila mmoja mbio. Brother Benson, vipi habari yako kaka? Na asante sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwetu. Na kaka, nikuulize, unaona kama ni kweli madai ya Martha Karua ya kwamba kuna uwezekano kule ndani ya financial bill tumebudgetia pia corruption?
Inaweza kuwa ni kweli. Na pia inaweza kuwa ni uongo. Kwa sababu unajua uongozi wa Kenya pande zote mbili hawajakuwa wa kweli, kwa sababu utapata kila mtu atasema kitu ambacho itakuwa inaridhia ama inaridhisha wafuasi wao. Hatujapata wale wa Kenya wa ukweli ambao wanaweza zungumza kwa ajili ya Kenya, ambao wanaweka shida za Wakenya mbele alafu wanasema ukweli. Unajua. Na tungekuwa na uongozi ambayo inasema ukweli ya watu wa Kenya. The leaders who put Kenya first and they speak the truth, then we would have been at a good place. You know, the problem we have in Kenya is usually self-interest.
Okay.
Yeah, it's usually self-interest. When we go to, let's say we want to talk on the part of the government, the government will tell you how this bill is good and is going to stabilize the economy.
Okay.
Giving you all sorts of reasons, even some of them cannot convince even somebody of even a class 1 knows very well that this is not something that is going to make sense to me. But they will keep on saying it. In the pretext that they achieve what they want, stealing those monies. Yeah, you know. The same time, when now you come to opposition, they will also cite their reasons why they feel this bill is not the right bill.
Okay.
So we are torn apart as Kenyans. But if at all we had leaders who cares about Kenya, the life right now in Kenya is expensive. The cost of living is expensive.
Okay.
Why then, as a country, the leaders in opposition, the leaders in government, let us come together and find a mutual ground whereby everybody, we are going to agree on an issue that is going to benefit Kenyans, yeah, which is not happening.
Okay.
Yeah, because, for instance, if it was in my case, when it comes to housing, I don't agree in housing because there are some questions that I need to be answered. What is the criteria that you're going to use to give people this housing?
Okay.
That is one. Secondly, you are working, your money is being deducted, you know, and how are you going to recover this money just in case something happens? Umekufa, how are you going to recover this money?
Okay.
Yeah? So the house levy, it could have been like a retirement benefit, yeah, whereby it goes to NSSF. Then if it goes to NSSF, the government will buy a plot, then they build the houses. So the only Kenyans who are willing to get those houses can get them.
Okay.
So at the entire time when you are retiring, you get all your benefit if you don't buy the house.
Okay.
And that is a one way in which government can raise the revenue, because they want to raise revenue. Yeah. Okay. Another thing they're saying, it's going to create employment. How long is this employment going to be? So you want to tell me, like all our young men and women, the only thing that they can do is mjengo. There's no any other employment opportunities that the government can provide for them. That's how I might be not reasoning well. Yeah.
Okay,
those are the
nitakujibu hiyo swali ya mwisho umeniuliza tu saa hizi kwa sababu leo Rigathi Gachagua alipokuwa akihudhuria mahafala wa JKUAT I think Jomo Kenyatta I think wakigraduate, alisema akona report mbaya kwao, hakuna kazi. So the truthful man leo aliongea. I'll be playing that video for you. Lakini asante sana wewe ambaye pia unatuma ujumbe. Brother Benson, I'll be coming to you as well. Just kidogo tunataka kusikiza hawa jamaa wote. Lakini pia nataka nishukuru wale ambao wanatuma ujumbe. Kama Peter Othiambo, asante, naona maoni yako. Moha Hussein, I see you. Wilberforce Jakait, I see you. Geoffrey Ruto na kuona. David Hamala, sorry, na kuona. Unasema twende kazi. Alex Media ako ndani. Wacha nikuje kwa mwanadada Stella. Stella vipi? Natumai umeshinda salama. Sijui kama umesikiza clip ya Martha Karua, na of course nilicheza jana na leo nimerudia kidogo, especially ile part nitaka to discuss. Anasema kule ndani kwa financial bill, hapo ndio serikali imeficha vitu ambavyo ama pesa ambayo itapotea. Kulingana na wewe, do you think tumefika hadi level tuna budgetia corruption sasa? Sasa corruption tumeifanya inakuwa ni kitu tuna budgetia, tunaiwekea majina ambayo ni kizungu tu, lakini in actual sense ni wizi tu. Maoni yako ni yapi Stella?
Hi Jake, sasa.
Hi, I'm good.
So now, the thing is here, Mimi, the only thing I can believe that Martha Karua is saying, it's the truth. Hii pesa yote inaokotwa. The government is not trying to be honest with us.
Okay.
Wangetuambia inaenda kwa project gani na project gani, who is supposed to be the custodian of this money, who are the oversight guys, who are the PPPs. You see, now we are hiding. I believe Martha Karua is true, and I believe we are financing for corruption.
So kulingana na wewe, it is true, we could be financing corruption. Now, kama mwananchi, what can we do? Honestly, because I think this demon called corruption, itatumaliza bwana. If what Oguna is saying and my brother Benson, and of course what we hear from the media and what the exposés come out and reveal, a lot of billions, not millions, a lot of shillings go to wastage. And hii pesa itakatwa wewe na mimi in all forms. In fact, gharama ya maisha haipungui anytime soon. Lakini tutapumbazwa tu kama jinsi brother Benson anasema, tutapumbazwa na maneno. Sasa mwananchi atafanya nini? Kwa sababu how do we see through the lie? Either in the financial bill or through what the opposition is saying. How do you see through the lie and able to call out that this is a lie? And this is where thieving is happening, and this is what Kenyans should do. Stella?
Okay, you can see through the lie on two things. If these people are honest, wangetuambia. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, Stella amefanya ile kitu na internet. Lakini David Ambani ambaye leo anajiita
number one.
Aha.
Let watuambie. Let me fix my internet.
Yeah, refresh it and then come back. Namuona
Let me just fix my internet.
I think it's the internet. Please refresh and come back.
Okay.
David Ambane ambaye leo anajiita Navengu Sherombe. Vipi kaka, habari ya leo? Asha mic yako kaka. Okay. Nakwambia hizi stories zinakuwa tricky. Mike, iguze tu mara moja kaka, itakuwa sawa. Okay. Ambani anapongangana kuwasha Mike, wacha nije kwaka Captain. Captain vipi, habari ya leo?
Poa sana bwana.
Ai kaka, umejaja bwana. Nakwambia tangu jifiche huko nyuma ya studio hadi umeongeza mashavu, kofia umepata.
Hapa hakuna mashavu. Bwana. Nini kijana? Sisi ndio wenye kusema kwa hii serikali.
Wewe ndio dynasty wa hii maeneo, lakini zaidi ya yote
Unaona
maoni yako
unaona, kabla unifikie nimewamsima kwanza network yote haonekani.
aha, okay.
Sasa wacha nikwambie Jex, habari zenu kwanza, lakini akina Polo Guna, brother Benson, Ben Tyrus ameingia pale, Stella Kawira Kwangare tabi.
Tuko salama, endelea. Maoni yako ni yapi? Unakubaliana kwamba tunaweza kuwa tumebudgetia corruption ya kwamba as much as the financial bill ilipita with all the force ambayo ilitumika, hapo ndani kuna vitu ambavyo vimewekwa tu majina ya kizungu, lakini ni mbinu tu mojawapo ya serikali kuporea wananchi, ama it is budgeted corruption as Karua rightfully put it.
Mimi Jex, nataka niseme hivi. Siwezi ongea nikifuatilia mtu ana hata MC hata moja pale kwa. Hatutaongelea mambo hata na MP na nini. Kama finance bill iko na shida, sisi wananchi wa Kenya na watu wenye wamesoma tutafuatilia na tutaangalia.
Okay.
Na president na wale wabunge wote tuliwatuma kule kupitisha bill, tutawauliza. Yeye mwenye anakuja kutuambia hapa, mtupigia karata hapa, ana hata mbunge mmoja mwenye alimtuma pale aenda apitishe ama apinge. Ukiangalia wale wabunge wote wa
Azimio kidogo tu Captain, ili tusipoteze mada. Yeye kuwa na mbunge ama asiwe na mbunge, yeye ni mwanasheria, yeye amefuzu kuwa lawyer, actually she's a senior counsel. Of course ana uelevu ama ujuzi wa kuwa bungeni, amepitia hizi stories zote. So anaweza kuwa hana mbunge, lakini yeye ni kiongozi. Anaweza kuwa hana ofisi, lakini yeye ni kiongozi. Sasa ikiwa tutazima kila mtu kwa sababu hana MCA, hana MP, lakini anaongea saa zingine ukweli, unaona kama tutakuwa tunafanya justice?
Jex, Mother Karua ana represent watu milioni ngapi Kenya hii? Wa Kenya ni wangapi? Nani na nani wamemtuma kwa? Hakuna. Yeye mmegawana position hata kwa hii serikali. Hata opposition hana position yote. Nikusukuma baba pale, anasukuma baba, at least aone baba amefuna kitu, ndio inamia hapo. Na wao hata ndio wanafanya hii serikali inakuwa kiwete, kwa sababu wanasukuma serikali sana. Baba peke yake, hata tungekuwa baba peke yake, saa hii Kenya ingekuwa London. Hata ingekuwa ipige London. Kenyans are very clever people. You see the way they are listening. Don't even they are listening here until wanajihurumia. Where are we?
Okay.
Because the problems you have in Kenya is not because of me, of UDA, or not because of somebody here of Azimio, but it is the problems created by our leaders by themselves.
Okay.
You understand? So mukisema Ruto has hidden taxes in the finance bill, siwezi support mimi kwa upande ya Mother Karua, but mimi nikisoma bill kuna sehemu zingine yenyewe kuna mambo hayendi poa. Lakini sio tu kwa sababu nasema hivyo kwa sababu Mother Karua amesema, hapana. Kuna watu walikuja wakatudanganya
kidogo tu Captain, I think from your end kuna echo. Watu wana complain hapa nyuma ya studio. Either umefungua apps mbili, moja itabidi umeimute ili ache kugive feedback, alafu ubakishe StreamYard peke yake. Mute moja ili kuache kuwa na echo. As anafanya hivyo, ninamuona Kennedy ako ndani, Kennedy Otieno amejaja, Ben Tires ako ndani. Karibu sana kaka, good to see you. Unaendelea vipi? Okay, sawa, naona Ben Otieno Kennedy ashawasha hadi mic. Otieno Kennedy, habari ya leo?
Nzuri.
Aha, za kushinda kaka, uko vipi?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru.
Aha, nimecheza clip hapa. Sijui kama umesikiza, lakini tunazingatia ya kwamba kuna uwezekano kwa hii financial bill tumebudgetia hadi corruption. Or rather we have ways ambavyo tumeandika tu kizungu na maneno hapo ndani ya kumpora mwananchi. Wewe unakubaliana na semi kama hizo?
Anyway, sijakubaliana nao, lakini wacha tu, kwa sababu leo ni mgeni, wacha nisikize, tutachangia.
Sawa sawa, karibu sana mgeni, tunafurahia sana wewe kwa miongoni mwetu. Zaidi ya yote, fuata show, na wewe pia ambaye unajiunga nasi kama vile Otieno Kennedy ako ndani. Asante sana kwa kuwa pamoja nami. Namuona nani hapa, Margaret Ndegwa ako ndani, unasema sometimes we feel pain when a mother call his son a thief. We, sawa. Kuna jamaa hapa ameingia, rafiki yangu pia anaitwa Godfrey Mboro ako ndani na brother Benson na wengi ambao mmejaja. Karibuni sana. Thank you for being part. Namuona pia hapa Ali Ahmed ako ndani ya show. Ambani, sasa maiki yako iko sawa. Maoni yako vipi? Unakubaliana na matamshi? Uko sawa? Dakika moja tu. Aya, Ambani endelea kabla sijamrejelea
mimi nitasema namna hii.
Aha.
Kitu ya kwanza nalaumu bunge. Bunge imeoza na imeoza maradufu, na inatakana isafishwe na ile sabuni inaitwa jik, sijui sabuni ile ya maji, kwa maana ufisadi ilitokea pale bungeni wakati ya finance bill, kwa sababu tayari Mutieti aliwaonga wale wabunge. Once akionga hao wabunge pesa waweke kwa mfuko, sasa hao ndio wana create ya kwamba avenue ya nini, ya ufisadi. So bunge yetu imeoza na kuoza na kuoza. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. Ya pili, nakuja kulaumu kiongozi yangu Raila Amolo Odinga, kwa maana alikubali watu kuning'inia kwa koti yao kama kupe. Baada ya kupita uchaguzi, wamepata nafasi ya kwenda kununuliwa kwa bunge. Ndio Wakenya wanapata hii shida ya ufisadi. Alafu ya pili, viongozi wetu
Jax unmute.
Sorry, pole wadau. Aha, naona watu wamejaja. Namuona brother Mburu anafanywa mapambo ili akiingia studio awe ameshine. Nakwambia zile mambo watu najionea hapa kwa Mtembei ni mengi, lakini ni sawa. Namuona Remusi Egona kondani, asante sana. James Osoro pia kondani, na wengine wengi. Unaweza participate kupitia comment, na zaidi ya yote unaweza ingia kwa show. Kuna mtu anaweza kuingia kwa show, ni vipi? It's not difficult, wacha nikuonyeshe. Hapo kwa comment pia mimi nakutumia ujumbe. Ujumbe inaingia kupitia Mtembei Live, Mtembei Official, Mtembei Facebook, Mtembei YouTube. Na any of those unaguza moja. Hiyo moja ambayo unaguza inakupeleka moja. Ukiguza tu inakupeleka moja kwa moja hadi place inaitwa StreamYard. Ukifika hapo StreamYard, unawasha mic, unawasha kamera, alafu unajikuta uko kwa studio. Okay. Captain, kabla sijakukata kwa sababu ya echo, hebu nikusikize sasa. Ulikuwa unasema jambo?
Nafikiri hiyo iko bado iko, labda nitengeneza.
Okay, sawa. Tengeneza alafu urejee. I think ni kwa sababu umeshare kwa YouTube, kwa Facebook, na kuona umeshare hapa live So hiyo Facebook yako mute ili ibaki, itasikika tu behind the scenes Mute tu hiyo Facebook, ubakishe tu StreamYard peke yake. Asante sana. Aha. Nije kwake nani sasa? Nije kwake Stella. Stella, sasa uko sawa au uko umemaliza pia wewe? Stella, are you ready now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. What were you saying before your internet misbehaved?
I think we are having.
Okay. Ni Friday, kila mtu ako mtandaoni, so kajam kako. Kuna kajam online. Watu wanang'ang'ana kuingia, I tell you. Naona tu hapa ujumbe za watu waking'ang'ana kuingia, na of course pia wale wameingia wanang'ang'ana kusikizwa. But zaidi yote tuta sail through, sijali. We shall sail through. Okay. James Osoro, habari ya leo James? James Osoro, habari ya leo?
Niko salama ndugu. Vipi kaka?
Niko salama, nafurahi sana na kushukuru kwa kuwa wewe uko miongoni mwetu.
Nakupata ndugu.
Aha. Maoni yako ni yapi? Umesikiza jinsi Martha Karua ameeleza katika ujumbe wake kwamba kwa hii finance bill kuna uwezekano wamebudgetia hadi corruption. Maoni yako ni yapi? Unakubaliana na yeye ama unaona kama ni uongo?
Hii ni uongo kabisa bana. Hao watu wanatucheza jameni. Hii ni kutucheza kabisa. Hii ni kututanganya sisi kama wa Kenya. Na mimi mwenyewe najua hakuna nyumba. Hakuna nyumba itajengwa. Hii ni kututanganya kabisa.
Wewe unaamini hakuna nyumba itajengwa? Unaamini ya kwamba kuna uongo mwingi ambao umefichwa kwa hii finance bill? Hivyo basi inamaanisha unakubaliana na Martha Karua?
Kabisa, niko nyuma yake.
Naye Martha Karua katika tu sehemu hizo amesema hapo mwisho ya kwamba wananchi siku ya Jumanne watakusanyika pale Kamukunji baada ya wabunge kuwafeli. Wananchi wameitwa. Wewe unaona kama wananchi watakubali mwito na kujumuika pale Kamukunji?
Mimi mwenyewe hiyo juzi sasa niko huko.
Wewe mwenyewe tayari usha book space?
Nisha book bwana, nataka nifike mapema.
Sawa kaka. Aha.
Ukweli sisi kama ni wananchi tunaumia sana. Huyu msaya anatanganya kabisa, kuna kitu atafanya. Sasa itapita tukikaza, lakini tunajikaza pia, wanachukua pesa yetu. Sasa nimeona haina maana hata kufanya nini. Ama tutoroke Kenya.
Kuna wakati mmoja William Ruto alisema yeye ndiye atakuwa yule ambaye ataweza kupigana na corruption. Wewe unaona kama ana uwezo wa kukabiliana na corruption? Iwapo siku tu chache tumeona kisa baada ya kingine cha ufisadi ikiibuka. Unaona kama William Ruto is the person mwenye atangangana na kushindana na corruption?
Hakuna kungangana na kushinda. Hii tu ni kuchukua pesa yetu kabisa.
Okay.
Hata ukiangalia hii maneno ya NSSF, yani anachukua pesa yako bure, ujui kama utaipata ama vile kina anakula pesa yetu bure. Unaona? Hiyo ni kutucheza kabisa. Hakuna kitu mzaya anatusaidia kabisa. Huko nje watu sisi wenyewe tunaumia mbaya. Nile tu kama tungekuwa na uwezo wa kupata yeye tu address maisha yetu tuko nayo. Lakini shida ni ile tu hatuwezi mfikia. Unaona?
Sasa nikuulize, pesa ni nyingi zinakatwa. Of course zitakatwa kupitia housing levy, zitakatwa kupitia NHIF, NSSF, PAYE na all forms of taxes. Now, wewe kama raia, unafeel vipi unapoona ubadilifu ama pesa zikiporwa kupitia corruption na matumizi tu mabaya ya serikali? Wewe kama mwananchi, maoni yako na what do you feel? Una feel aje ukiona, because ni pesa yako inayoporwa. Inayoporwa si pesa nyingine tofauti, ni pesa yako.
Enyewe nauma. Na ni ngumu, na itakuwa ngumu sana because yeye mjamaa mahali hapa hatuwezi mpoa hata tukiweka maandamano aina gani. Sasa kitu mimi naona tufanye tu ni tunafumilia, tuongoje tamuisha, alafu 2027 tujipange bana. Unaona hata wakati alikuwa anatafuta kura, alikuwa anasema vizuri bottom up. Sasa siku hizi imekuwa yani chuna jini.
Sasa ni top down
top down bana, angalia.
Aha, okay. Lakini nakusikia ukisema utavumilia miaka 5.
Sasa
unaona kama nchi ita survive, because miaka 5 ya kuvumilia ni muda mrefu sana. If itakuwa inaporwa shilingi baada ya ingine. Na anza na William Ruto, haikuanza na Uhuru Kenyatta, lakini mwananchi atafaidika lini? Ni lini tutakasirika sana na ufisadi hadi kwamba iwe uchungu wakati unakatwa pesa, wakati ambapo mshahara wako unakatwa, alafu usikie mtu amepora hiyo mali ama amepora hizo pesa? Ni lini mwananchi atasikia uchungu ya kwamba itamuuma sana hadi aseme lazima, as much as we are fighting for every other thing, corruption also should be a priority? Unaona ni itafikia hapo lini? Kwa sababu sijui kama kuvumilia itatusaidia.
Lakini enyewe itabidi tuvumilie, maanake hakuna kitu tutafanya. Unaona? Hata ukisema tufanye maandamano tuende State House, tumtoe, itakuwa ngumu sana. Ukienda huko na tukienda huko kama sisi tumtoe, watatupiga hata marisasi, itakuwa vibaya. Hata ukiangalia sasa hii uchumi iko mbaya. Watu wengine sasa hii bwana wanalia njaa, wengine wamelala njaa. Hata kuna mali naishi sasa hivi. Wengine wanagombana hapana. Sasa wanagombana hakuna kitu. Mtoto analia, mtoto anafikiria baba ataleta kitu, hakuna kitu. Sasa maisha yamefikia hapo, sasa itabidi tuchikaze, lakini pia Mungu hako.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Mungu wako sawa. Maoni mazuri. Tuachie Mungu basi. Now that yametushinda sisi, tuachie Mungu. Yeah. Kweli kabisa. Lakini zaidi ya yote wacha nimsikize Captain. Captain vipi? Maoni yako yapi?
Sijui kama wanasikika vizuri ama iko na echo tena.
Nitajaribu kumute hadi yangu. Wewe endelea tu. Nitakusikiza.
Okay. Ukisikia vile watu wameanza kuongea na wamechoka. Hasa ataongoza hiyo miaka 5 na wasipojipanga 2027 tunawafurutia chini pia. Lakini sisi tuko hapa kuwasaidia, kuambia hasa la wananchi wanalia sana bana. Angalia vitu zile inawezekana, saidia wananchi upande ya kurudisha chini maisha. Naona. Hii maandamano, hii mambo ya umesema ina Kamukunji. Hiyo Jex, hiyo sio Kamukunji ya kwanza. Tumekuwa na Kamukunji mingi. Mara hata tunaambiwa we have the hot news. Tunakuja kutangaza kitu ya maana sana. Lakini baadaye hakuna kitu ya maana tunaambiwa. Ni kuandamana tu, mara kutoka sijui Jakarta mpaka wapi, mara baba yuko, mara hako. Amechoka tu. Ni kupigia tu karata hivi, unaona mwaka ndio inaisha. Next year tena tunaanza kipindi kingine. Hasa la kujaribu kufix inji irudi vizuri. Yes, dunia itasonga. Lakini kama kuna mambo mengine kama sijui finance bill iko na sijui hidden taxes, na mwenye anasema kutuma mbunge wake kupinga, we are wrong. Hiyo ndiye anadanganya wananchi. Ule ulisikia president akisema huyu anapinga, huyu ndiye anataka kumuona. Yeye kwanza Martha Karua ana mtu anapinga ana mtu ana support. Ako kivyake. Hata akiwa Azimio, wakati anakuja hapo mbele kuongea, anajiongea akijisimamia yeye peke yake mwenyewe. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja anamsupport. Hakuna hata mbunge mmoja, hakuna MC anaweza ambiwa simama na yeye aseme mimi ni wa chama fulani. Yeye anajibeba peke yake na mambo yake. So hiyo mambo ya Martha Karua hiyo haiwezi tu serikali hiyo. Serikali iendelee na agenda ya wananchi vile ilisema wakati wa campaign, ifanye hivyo. Isije ikafanya vitu zingine hawakusema wakati wa campaign. Hapo naye sisi pia tutakosana na hao na tutaingia barabara na tukutane sasa na wale wa Azimio. Na sisi hatuweki sufuria kwa kichwa. Sisi tunakuja kama tumejipanga vizuri. Na tutaenda mpaka hiyo State House. Hatuendi Serena hapo hatuturudi. Tunaingia State House ndani na tuulize maswali.
Captain, asante sana kwa maoni yako. Naona Mburu ameng'ara, amekunywa maji, sauti iko laini, uso inapendeza, ako gangari na ako tayari kuchangia. Mburu, do you agree that we can...
earphones na shati?
Shati iko sawa, kila kitu ako tayari kwa show. Mburu, do you agree that we can budget for corruption?
Yes, Jake. How are you?
We are well. Karibu sana kwa show.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say some of the statements that are made by our leaders are unfortunate statements. Because in law we say that he who arranges should prove.
Okay.
So when our leaders just speak recklessly, without substantiating what they are saying and why they are saying it, to me it's very unfortunate, and it is trying to polarize the nation. It is also trying to decampaign the government and making the people of Kenya not to trust their own government. So when you say that corruption has been factored in the finance bill, you should be able to tell Kenyans in which way. Because Kenyans today are educated. Kenyans today are more informed than we used to be before. So when leaders just talk without substantiating what they are saying and telling Kenyans why they are saying what they are saying, it defeats logic why they are leaders in the first place. So the fact that Mother Karua is in opposition does not give her the moral authority to oppose everything without basis. I normally tell people, being in opposition does not mean that you have to oppose everything. It means you correct the government where the government goes wrong. And that is why, Jakes, you have seen the members of parliament. And I would like Kenyans to know why we have the members of parliament. The members of parliament are representatives of the people, elected by the people, given the authority by the people to check the acts and the bills and the laws of Kenya to ensure that Kenyans get the best. And you saw even the members of ODM or the Azimio Brigade. The fact that many of them failed to turn up during the debate of the finance bill tells you they don't agree to a greater extent with their leaders. They know what the leaders are doing. They are not motivated by goodwill. And that is why they said, we don't want to embarrass them. We don't want to be seen like we are fighting or we are against Raila-Odinga. So they opted not to go to vote. So many leaders are not with those who are criticizing a good bill. I can tell you, because Jakes, you know, last time I was here, we went through the bill. And I can tell you, as somebody who has led the bill, this is one of the best bills that Kenya has ever had since independence. And the fact that I have heard somebody saying that it's a lie, we are not going to have houses. What makes you feel so? Because if Kenyans have contributed, and Kenyans are going to contribute for the houses to be built, then what will make anybody think that the government is not going to build the house? Because if they don't do so, then we will want to know where did our money go. So I don't see any reason why people are criticizing this bill, and it's okay to criticize, but criticize factually, not just talking anyhow the way the Raila-Odinga has been doing and Mother Karua, and they are not giving us the best option. Okay, the bill is not good. What do you propose as the better option? They don't have. So I can tell Kenyans, and last time I was here, we went through the bill, we led some of the crowds. There are so many people, those that are criticizing, are not telling Kenyans that what the government of William Ruto is doing is to try to stabilize the economy, is to try and make Kenya dependent on itself, not dependent on other people. Just if we keep on relying on everything we do, including the recurrent expenditure, that we have to borrow money from outside to pay our own workers, it's unfortunate. It means as a government, as a people, we are going to become slaves of the lender. And that is why the president said, no, it is not prudent for us to be borrowing money to pay our workers. It is not prudent for us to borrow money to share among the counties. And he is telling Kenyans, can we try to pay taxes so that we can cater for our basic needs? If we have to borrow from outside, then we borrow for infrastructure, permanent infrastructure. That is wisdom. So anybody saying that this bill is bad, I'm like, is this person well informed? Under which basis is this person saying the bill is not good? That is what I can say for now. It's for me, I like that bill because I have read the bill, I have taken my time, and I have seen there are so many good things in that bill. Thank you.
Okay, Mboro, one moment before. I love what you have said. And one of the things that has been well captured in this finance bill is the issue of fertilizer, which Martha Karua has rightfully quoted. And therein she has mentioned that, of course, as much as we subsidize production, hapo ndani kuna wizi ambao una happen. I want to play a clip. Maybe that will also inform our viewers and you as well more of what we are trying to argue here in the panel. But I as well see Mickey in the house. Karibu sana my brother, Stella, Captain, and many watching. Na zaidi ya yote wale ambao mna comment. Bear with us even as we play this clip. Tusikize tu because leo nitawachosha na video na zaidi ya yote na story tu mingi as we try to make sense of this issue of corruption.
Nairobi have unearthed a warehouse where subsidized fertilizer and emergency relief food was being repackaged for sale. Nairobi Police Commander Adamson Bungei says police who were on a normal patrol got information that a member of the public, I beg your pardon, of unusual activities at a go-down along Nanyuki Road in Lunga Lunga, Nairobi. Bungei says on storming the go-down, they found 200 bags of maize, 1,360 bags of rice, all relief food, and 50,000 bags of subsidized fertilizer, which were being repackaged. During the raid, 4 workers were arrested and are expected to help police in investigations.
To go to do our search within the same facility, we were able to recover as well relief food. This is maize. First of all, the fertilizer is actually numbering up to 50,000 bags. And the 50,000 bags is going for 4,640 in the local market. If you do the sum calculation, you can get a figure on that. But we are yet to find out exactly why they're doing the repackaging of the same, which is contrary to the regulation of the business in the market. And secondly, again, as I've said, we've been able to recover relief food with that is in the content of rice, maize, and other local stuff or food. That again is being repackaged. We are wondering in this case, who could be doing this? That the food meant for the Kenyans elsewhere, somebody is doing a repackage here. We believe that very soon we shall unravel.
Now, Mboro, you rightfully said that we cannot budget for corruption. Now, if you do your math, that is fertilizer that was meant to go to farmers at a cost of around 3,500, right? Now, yes, those are 50,000 bags, right? Now, if you do your maths, do you know how much money that was lost? That was 175 million.
Can I ask you a question?
Just one moment before you ask me a question. 175 million lost, or rather stolen. This is what was only captured by police. I'm sure a lot of such went unnoticed. We know of the sugar issue. It got its way into the market. We know of the oil issue. I'll be playing that clip just in a few moments. But already, those are instances happening on things that the government is saying has budgeted for, or rather has subsidized or has placed money into such issues. When money is lost, that is our money. The 175 million, that's a lot of money. It's something shy of 200 million, which can do a lot. It can help buy drugs if that money was recovered and used in the right way. Now answer me. Can we budget? Can this budget as well have factored in corruption in it?
Who is answering now? Mburu.
Now, Mboro is the one answering before I come to you, Captain. Mboro, what do you think? Can we have budgeted corruption? I've given you an example. Mboro seems not to be hearing me. Let me first come to Mickey. Mickey, what do you think? From the video I've played and from the questions I'm asking, can we have corruption being budgeted for in the pretext that it is a good bill, as Mboro is saying, that it is something that is good, beneficial? Of course, something good can be packaged, but in there to feature ukora. Do you think that this financial bill, hapo ndani kuna mambo mengi yamefichwa?
Okay, Jax, vipi bwana?
Niko salama, umepotea lakini karibu.
Asante sana, nimekuja bwana.
Aha.
Today I want to totally disagree with Mburu. I don't know where Mburu is living or where he recently at. But the situation on the ground is totally different with what he's trying to say. But I will also support the financial bill that was passed the other day. It's about to be signed. It's going to be a heavy burden for common man. And it is going to sell because for now we don't have any power. Power in the legislature, which we have run out of people. Wabunge wengi umejua wamenunuliwa na wabunge ndio walikuwa sauti ya wananchi wa kawaida. So the financial bill wameweka juu. And it's just a sense of for corruption. Ukiangalia hapo nyuma kuna skandal ya sukari yenye inafuatiliwa hata haipatikani mali inaendelea. Naona. So hii gava aina ni ya mzuri kwa wananchi. Sina kitu kingine nataka kuongelea sana. Because tukianza mwanzo, Azimio walikuwa na wabunge wengi wenye walikuwa wanaweza leta tofauti kwa bunge, lakini nikaa wengi wamelegea upande wa UDA kwa sababu ya pesa ama ni vipi. Tukiangalia hii bill yenye inapitishwa, walikuwa twice the total number of Azimio MP who passed the bill. Sasa hapa tunashangaa wabunge wa Azimio wameenda wapi? Imekuwa ni pesa imekuwa tamu zaidi wakaegelea upande wa UDA ama ni vipi? Kwa ukweli maisha si rahisi, ngumu kidogo, lakini naonekana maybe Mburu hayuko kwa ground, maybe ako nje kidogo, ndio maana anaweza ongea venye anaongea. But kwa ukweli hii finance bill yenye imepewa na watu wa UDA haina nia mzuri kwa wananchi. Alafu kitu ya kwanza, unaona hii the house levy, you know, initially it was house levy, then they became and changed it to house tax. So if it was levy, there's a way you can ask the government, but if it's tax, there's no you can go and ask the government because it is a tax. So they can decide to build or not to build. Unaona, na sijui mbona walichange hiyo from levy to tax.
Okay, maswali mazuri sana Miki, and zaidi yote wacha nikuulize hivi. As much as unakubaliana na Martha Karua na jinsi anavyosema tumebudgetia corruption, mwananchi atafanya nini? Kwa sababu wabunge tuliowatarajia, jinsi unavyosema, walitufanyia ile kitu walipiga kura, wengine hata wenye tulidhani watapinga waliunga. Sasa mwananchi amepewa mwito wa kujitokeza siku ya Jumanne aelekee maeneo ya Kamukunji. Unaona kama hiyo itakuwa moja ya msaada ama suluhisho ya this challenge, because we cannot now hatuwezi sasa rely on the MPs. So hiyo njia ya Kamukunji unaona kama itasaidia, and of course itasaidia kuhelp kupigana na vita of course kama hii ya corruption.
Unajua wananchi wamepewa nafasi nzuri, lakini hawatakuelezea, hawatakuja kwa maandamano, hawatakuja kwa mkutano. Wameshapewa uoga. They have been creating even back then the Minister of National Security, what's the name of this guy? Kindiki. They don't even allow people to do peaceful demonstration. So hiyo imepea wananchi uoga sana, na watu wengi hawatahudhuria. Kila mtu atakuwa tu kwa nyumba, unaona. Watavumilia, wanavumilia, wanajaribu kumpatia Ruto naye mkaa anaweza kufanya.
So kulingana na wewe unaona mwananchi atavumilia haya yote na hata jitokeza hata Kamukunji. Of course mimi najua watatokea, lakini mwisho wa siku wakiitwa maandamano, unaona kama Kenya nzima, because mara zilizopita hakukuwa na mvuto Kenya nzima. Hii mara unaona kama msukumo wa hii financial bill itaguza Wakenya wengi kujitokeza.
Wengi watatokelezea.
Okay.
Wengi watatokelezea. So wacha tuvumilie hii kitu rumble red.
Okay.
Na there are 2-3 steps ahead.
Okay.
There's less we can do now. Ramba kabisa. Acha tukubali.
Itabidi tumekubali. Sawa, asante sana. Naja kwako tu saa hizi. Captain, unadai vipi?
Just a minute.
Okay.
And if people are not very careful, this is going to be a system. Even Ruto can retire and give it to the person who is in this president now. So people have to be very, very careful. Very, very careful.
Okay. Ambani, kabla sijacheza video ingine na Captain, maoni yenu ni yapi? Sijawasikia vizuri, lakini acha nianze na nani? Acha nianze na Ambani. Ambani, maoni yako yalikuwa yapi? Unakubaliana na haya yote ambayo yamekuwa yakisemwa, especially ya kwamba tunaweza pangia corruption, na hii corruption ndio itakuwa one of the biggest scams or rather issues ambazo zitajichipuka tu? Nimecheza clip moja jinsi fertilizer ambayo imeletwa na serikali, ambayo imeletwa kama a subsidized product. One, already government imeincur a cost. Pesa zetu inaporwa, na huyo mtu anayepora I'm sure hanunui, anapora bila kununua, right? Anaipeleka kwa warehouse, anabadilisha mikoba ama mifuko ambayo imepakiwa yale fertilizer, anaweka kwa mifuko tofauti. Tukipiga hesabu, hiyo ilikuwa only 50,000 bags ambayo ilipatikana. Hiyo ni around 175 million. Pesa zetu. Maoni yako ni yapi? Wewe una feel aje nikikueleza story kama hiyo?
Nilikuwa naanza namna hii mwanzo, lakini network ilikuwa na shida. Kitu ile naweza sema ni kwamba kitu ya kwanza tunalaumu bunge. Wabunge wale tunawachagua wale wabunge walafi. Walafi wanaweza hata kuongwa na peni mbili ili wakauza wa Kenya. Hata nimeona kuna mbunge mmoja amejaribu ile corruption imemkamata, amejaribu kupatia serikali muda ya madakika kidogo wapunguze bei ya mafuta. Na alikuwa ni mtu ya Kenya Kwanza. Sasa hiyo ufisadi imeanza kuwagonga. Wakati na wagonga anapatia serikali madakika wakuwa wamepunguza bei ya mafuta. Na wakati walikuwa wanapitiza finance bill walikuwa wamelala. Walikuwa wamelala usingizi. Umeona? So hii corruption hii ni wale wabunge tu na wale viongozi wetu wakubwa, wale wakubwa ndio wanapromote hiyo ufisadi. Kwa maana ufisadi inaanza juu ikiteremka chini. Unaona ndugu yangu? So hii ufisadi hii hata ya mbolea imeingia kwa unga, imeingia kwa mafuta. Hii ni viongozi, si mwananchi wa chini wa pesa kidogo yule anafanya hiyo biashara ya milioni hiyo unasema. Hii ni watu wakubwa wale katika serikali. Na wanaona mwananchi mwananchi ni mjinga. Hata wakati walikuwa wanachukua hii serikali, walikuwa wanachukua hii serikali kwa kujipiga kifua. Wakasema liwe liwalo. Hii finance bill itapita bila kupingwa. Na mwanzo ya kiburi ni fedha. Na mtu wakati anafanya corruption anapata fedha nyingi, ndiye anakuwa na kiburi. Hata anaona Wakenya hawana akili. Wakenya ni wajinga. Sasa ile kitu itawatoa katika usingizi yao, hiyo itakuwa ni vijana. Kwa maana nimeona kiongozi mmoja alikuwa katika graduation ceremony kule Jomo Kenyatta, akaambia wanafunzi kule wale wana graduate ya kwamba hakuna kazi. Na yeye ndiye katika serikali, yeye ndiye atakana atengeneze policy ili vijana wetu wale wanatoka shuleni wapate kazi. Hapana kuwasusha moyo, kuambia ya kwamba ati nyinyi hakuna kazi. Unaona ndugu yangu? So hii serikali wakati walichukua wakifikiria kwamba wataweza kuendesha serikali. Na badala ya kuendesha serikali, wanaendesha serikali kama kampuni. Kwa maana wengine wanasema ya kwamba serikali hii ni kampuni. Sasa hii kampuni ndio wanaweza kupora. Unajua kampuni ndio unapora. So wamesahau ya kwamba Kenya ni nchi ya watu wengi. Unaona ndugu yangu? Sasa that's why wanapora kupora. So hiyo ufisadi ndugu yangu itaendelea tu. Itaendelea. Ni Wakenya wenyewe wapinge nini? Wapinge hii ufisadi. Na kupinga hii ufisadi watafanya namna gani? Ni kuenda maandamano kuamsha kwa hiyo usingizi.
Sorry. Maandamano ndio tutaenda na najua tutajaja. Tukishaenda maandamano, wewe unaona kama Ruto atatikiswa kwa sababu Karua anasema ukisikiza kwa speech yake ya kwamba hii serikali ambayo haitishwi hadi na maandamano.
Wacha nikuelezee ndugu yangu. Unajua Ruto ni mtu ya pangana mingi, lakini tena ni muoga.
Okay.
Ni muoga. Ni mtu ya panganga mingi, kupanga maneno hapa na pale, lakini ni mtu muoga. Sasa wakati wananchi wataingia barabarani, hawa wataamuka kwa ile usingizi yao ile hapono. Hiyo usingizi hiyo wamechukua Kenya kukua kama kampuni.
Okay.
Na sasa wajui kuendesha nchi. Wanaendesha kampuni. So wanafikiria Kenya ni kampuni ile wanaendesha. So wataamushwa kwa hiyo usingizi.
Okay. Aha, semi nzuri. Semi nzuri. Ninao watu wengi ambao wako kwa studio. Wengi wameingia kama sauti peke yake. That's why tuko hivi. Lakini ukiingia kwa show, washa kamera iwe rahisi. kwako wewe kujiona kwa panel. Zaidi ya yote, wewe ambao unataka kuingia kwa studio ni rahisi sana. Link ambao nimekutumia hapo, link inajiita Mtembei TV, Mtembei Official, Mtembei YouTube, Mtembei Facebook. Hiyo ndio link unatumia. Unaguza hiyo link, inakutuma StreamYard. Ukiingia StreamYard unafanya vitu tu vitatu actually. Unawasha kamera, hiyo app iko na kamera yake. Lazima simu yako iwe na kamera of course hapo juu. Ama kama ni laptop iwe na kamera. And then uwashe mic, iko na mic. So lazima simu yako iwe na mic nzuri ama laptop iwe na mic nzuri. And then zaidi ya yote andika jina, right? Unaweza jiita Captain, ingawa sidhani ni jina lake rasmi. Unaweza jiita huyu jamaa. Leo amejiita jina ngumu. Anajiita Navengo Sherembo.
Shirombe.
Shirembe. Shirombe. Na
Shirombe.
Shirombe, hiyo inamaanisha nini kwanza? Because mimi nakujua kama David Ambani.
Sasa David Ambani anatoka Kisa, sehemu inaitwa Shirombe.
Okay.
Shirombe Ibushibungo. Ndiye anajiita na Bungo.
Nakwambia hapa Mtembei watu naona maajabu, lakini zaidi ya yote show lazima iendelee. Dadangu Nancy yako nyuma ya studio, lakini najua ananisikiza rasmi. Zaidi ya yote wacha tuendelee. Captain, swali tu nimekuuliza rahisi. Tumeona fertilizer ikipakiwa tena. Of course I'm sure haikuibiwa tu na raia kama mimi na wewe. Kuna mtu anajua serikali kazi yenye inafanya. Wakati hii fertilizer ilikuja, jinsi ya kuitoa mahali imeletwa rasmi na serikali na kuifurusha hadi kwa hiyo private warehouse, kubadilisha hizo mifuko. Tuliona hata sukari kiporwa na kuiweka kwa mifuko ingine tofauti. Itakuja kwa soko, tutaona ikiwa na majina tofauti. Hiyo ni mbinu moja ya ufisadi. Serikali inaweza kuwa haijui hizi story zote, because ukisikiza hiyo story ni raia aliyechipua hizo story. Maoni yako ni yapi? Because pesa ni nyingi ambazo zinatumika hata kufund hizi projects hizo za fertilizer, hii ya sukari, mchele, kwa sababu zilikuwa hata zimetolewa gazette notice, tukasema hata zisilipiwe tax. Hivyo basi kwanza tulipoteza pesa hapo. 2, ilipofika nchini ikaporwa. So pesa ya kuinunua bado hata tujarudisha, imeporwa. Mwananchi aliyefaa kulipa shilingi 3,500 hakuilipa, iliporwa. Anaipora haendi kuuza kama GOK, ataibadilisha jina ili pesa zimkujie yeye, na of course atapandisha pia gharama. Kulingana na huyo askari alikuwa anasema itakuwa around 4600, right? Lakini Mkenya ashapoteza pesa kupitia tax ambayo ilikataa kukatwa, pia kuporwa kwa hizi mifuko. Lakini cha msingi ni pesa ambazo zilitumika ni pesa za umma. Maoni yako ni yapi? Hata kama tuna support government, kibaya kitu kibaya.
Unataka niongezee nini ingine Jex, na umemaliza vizuri? Umemaliza vizuri. Unafikiri atumia wangechukua hii serikali kitu ile wangefanya ingekuwa rahisi? Wewe mwenyewe saa hizi unaongea na bado unalia Mumia sugar iliisha, lakini ukienda supermarket una sukari ya Mumia, si ndio? So hii makatel sawa, ndio wanajuana na serikali, and in one way or another these cartels, they are the same people who funded the campaigns of maybe the government or the opposition side. I see. So right now wanakuwa rewarded, some of them wanakuwa rewarded wanakuwa rewarded na way, unaona, ambapo sasa unaona kama sasa mtu anaitwa Adamson Bungei. Sasa who is the appointing authority of Adamson Bungei? Wewe unajua mwenyewe, hata usiseme. Na ndiye ameenda kutafuta hiyo sukari, fertilizer, unga, mchele, hizo zote. But hapa katikati by Monday tutakuwa na issue ingine. hiyo barabara hapo industrial area go down itakuwa imeisha.
Okay.
We'll have introduced another issue.
Lakini sasa tutakuwa tuna move forward each time because sakata za corruption zinakujanga tu. It seems there is nothing we do as a country. Yet ni do yako inapotea bro. Si kitu ingine naporo, si pesa yao, pesa yetu. Right? Mwananchi itamuuma lini ifike wakati atasema ya kwamba imetosha, ya kwamba pesa zetu ambazo zinakatwa kwa sababu mgao huu wa fedha ambao umepita itakuja kuongeza tax, right? So more money will be deducted from us. Maybe tungefanyia kitu, tungesomeshea watoto vizuri, tungeenda tungestarehe tu, Nancy angenipeleka out, vitu kama hizo. Lakini hizi pesa zinaenda zinaporwa. Mwananchi ataumia ni lini atafika asikie uchungu? Wewe unaona vipi?
Unajua sasa hii ilikuwa imported hii, hata haijarudishwa pesa yake.
Okay.
Lakini kuna kiti inanunuliwa 1.1 million. Lakini we are trying to be blind here. We don't want even to discuss on that.
Tulidiscuss jana lakini ni sawa.
But the same video you are playing right now was for yesterday.
Of course tunaendelea, zote tutazicheza zote, or rather zote ni ufisadi. Whether ni mtu alinunua kiti cha milioni 1.1, bado hiyo ni wizi ya mali ya umma. Na nitacheza clip nyingine ambayo niliona kiongozi fulani amekalia kiti kama hiyo.
Lakini haikuwa milioni 1 hiyo.
Hizo viti ziko. Nitakuonyesha kiongozi mmoja amekalia kiti ambayo ni similar to that one, and then tutajaribu kuuliza kama hapo ndani kuna wizi, lakini tuendelee na what we are discussing at the moment.
Anyway, what I know is corruption in Kenya is on a different level.
Okay.
We need to call ourselves a meeting personally, not as a group like this. Even you in your family, where ijiite mkutana na watoto wako, ukimwita Umma Center huko atakuitisha pesa ya sweet. Where will the corruption have started?
So corruption imeanzia mbali, okay?
Imeanzia mbali, so we don't have to come here as if they are the previous governments. We didn't have the corruption in any way. We are reflecting the government of William Ruto as if it is a government that has fallen down from heaven, that it is not supposed to have any corruption in any way.
Okay.
And I'm not supporting corruption in the government of Kenya Kwanza when I say that. But you are attacking this government as if we are dying tomorrow because of this government. No.
Okay. Nancy, habari ya leo. Good to see you. Umejificha. Naona umebadilika sana. Umekuwa mweupe vizuri, maridadi sana. Nywele pia imezidi kuwa ndefu. Tunashukuru Mungu amekulinda. Habari ya leo.
Oh, how are you?
We are good. Great to have you.
Thank you.
Now we are discussing something that was mentioned yesterday. We were unable to cover it, so I brought it today. We are discussing on how corruption can be budgeted for. Of course, we based it from a clip that was raised by Martha Karua, that therein in the financial budget, that things have been mentioned therein, and there have been money has been appropriated to it. And of course, like for instance, the financial bill has said we will continue funding the fertilizer. I played a clip of some bags being stolen, and the money in question here was around 175 million of what was recovered. But that was what was recovered. I'm sure in Kenya, some things go unnoticed. Now, the big question we're asking, could this government as well be funding, or rather could it also be budgeting corruption, and it is only using sweet language, nice English to cover it?
There is one thing that I always struggle when people who are in power tell us that the cartels have captured some kind of procurement, whatever it is. But for me, corruption in Kenya goes deep, as Captain said. It starts with me and you. Because if you go to a government office and you're asked for a bribe, you're quickly to pay as long as you get the service you're looking for. So for me, we can only hold our leaders accountable if we start saying no to corruption from the grassroots. Because they say that in Kikuyu, they say mutiroga wo ririawe munini. So for me, us as citizens of Kenya, for us to arrest
how do you interpret that in simple English?
As in you correct it, even when a child is growing up, if you don't correct them when they're young, it will never work. So for us, we need to start in the grassroots. That if I go to the passport office and a civil servant asks me for money, I would categorically say no. So that we start instilling, as we start demanding as a Kenya society. Why is it an echo?
I don't. Yet everyone is muted apart from you, including myself. Let me do this. Continue. I'll log out myself, then log in. Maybe probably it could be my side. Let me try.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So for me, I think that it starts with us. It's gonna start with the Kenyan society, so that even when we try to recall, we can recall the MPs and start holding them accountable. Because I watched a clip about a certain seat and my heart broke. I was very disappointed. I saw some MPs sitting on a seat and trying it, swiveling round and going and thinking that they're doing something good. And I wondered, what kind of leaders that have we elected? I think the leaders in our country are a reflection of us as a society. Because if we wanted good leaders, we should have selected better leaders than the ones that are there. And also the whole of the civil servant, even though Uhuru left and Ruto brought he became the president, nominated his own cabinet, nominated his own PSs, but the whole of the civil servant, the whole tree that was there is still corrupt. So unless we say that, because what affects the performance of an institution is the people who hold the back office. So if the back office is still corrupt, no matter what Ruto does, I don't think he needs the support of everyone to be able to stop our corruption. Even when I listened to Moses Kuria regarding the oil scandal, again, I was disheartened because he's trying, and his attack on the media. We gave ourselves a very progressive constitution 2010, but I think we need civic education so that Kenyans can really know their rights and how we can hold these guys accountable. Because what's going on, to me, it's been going on for too many years and Kenyans have been silent. I don't think it's only Ruto's government. I think it's all previous administrations have pilfered funds and stolen from us. But because we also are happy to bribe a police officer or bribe a passport guy or go to the hospital, and to me, the whole gravy train is corrupt from the citizens. So it's an emotive topic. The Kenyans need to get together and make politicians understand it's our money and we will demand our right to know what they're doing with the money. But Kenya is a corrupt society, unfortunately. So yeah, it's a sad one, this one. Jake, are you back?
Jake, are you going to nafikiri Roda ataendelea from there?
Roda, endelea.
Najua anaitangwa aje. Captain ameweza kunichokoza. Labda mlisema unataka kuona macho ine. Leo sina macho ine leo. What is the topic?
Sasa mambo ya siasa umeanza kukasirika. Usalamie watu kwanza ndio tukuonyeshe kitu.
Tulisema tunataka kuona macho ine. Leo sina macho ine. Tulisema uliweza kunitukana.
Hiyo ilikuwa siasa bwana ya siku. Unaona kama Nancy yeye ameongea both sides. We are not good both sides. Even the previous governments, we were not good.
Me nitaongea about elections. Everything I focus about election because tukikuwa na, mimi nataka election yetu inakuwa nini, free fair. Ule amewin. That's when we start in our country. That's what I'm starting because I know TDJ is talking about corruption, but me I'm focused with with the election, because still election is a corruption. To steal election is a corruption. Of course, there's a corruption, kind of like what happened with the Moses Kuria. But we know what happened in elections day, and we have been quiet. So I'm always look at both sides. Of course, corruption is not good. We know. Anyway, I don't focus with the government was there before me. I focus with this government because I'm looking this government. I don't focus with the past. Even the Bible says we don't focus with the past. We look forward. So me, I focus with this regime, how they are doing, because I don't see their own work, what they are doing. Mimi sioni vile wanafanyanga hii serikali. I don't see any fruits. Kwa sababu still watu wanalia, watu wanateseka. Kwa sababu they have never delivered for the Kenya people to get a fruit. That's the topic.
Rhoda, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Because I think you're in diaspora, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
In diaspora, yeah.
Yeah.
The country where you are, so are people struggling with the cost of living, or it's all hunky-dory where you are?
To be honest to you, this is COVID came, people have been struggling with the cost of living. That's true. We have been struggling with the cost of food here are very expensive. Yeah. But still, even if people are struggling with the cost of living, I'm thankful because here nobody sleep with the food. Here, even where you are, we have a money called social welfare. Social welfare is a money make everybody have food in the table. Nobody sleep without food at the table. So the government, they can do something to make everybody have food in the table, like the way they remove the money from subsidy. Even here we have, even where we have a subsidy. Subsidy is why when you go to supermarket, like when you go to buy like potatoes, is a half price. Sometimes they usually have when I go to the supermarket, I'm always look the half price. Like they have we call it a rabat. We call it half price. For example, they can have a fruit cheap, potatoes cheap. Me, I'm always look where they are more cheap. Even sometimes they sell meat more cheap. But the government were doing that. The government was there. They were putting subsidy. Everybody can afford.
But do you? So we've always said we can't compare Kenya with diaspora for some reason, because and I know our economy is a very young economy where we did not have a social security in place, and this is what the government in Kenya is trying to do with the housing levy or the housing tax that now they've called it a tax. But every country starts from somewhere, so the suffering in Kenya is being felt more. Because even when there was no inflation, when there was no global inflation, Kenyans were still struggling because, for one, lack of jobs. The lack of jobs has not started with Ruto. The lack of food security has not started with Ruto. The lack of hospital care has not started with Ruto. All these things are things that have been there and entrenched for a very long time. What we need to do is, as Kenyans, we need to critically look at what's causing the pain. People in Kenya will feel it more than me and you, who are in system that were already established and has social security measures in place. So people in Kenya, because there is no cushioning, there is no protection that was there for them, the pain will be more. But the government now is trying to fix what was wrong. What can be done to achieve more for Kenyan people? And I can tell you, for me, I think Kenyans we need austerity measures to take ourselves out of the debt that we're in. And it's only when we start living within our means, Kenya will stop feeling how Kenyans are feeling at the moment. And I understand we can't compare any economy because economy work differently, but I think Kenyans feel more pain because the structural problems have always existed. And that's what I've always said, if our country will go further, it's us citizens holding these politicians into place. Like, for example, I watched Senate, I think 2 days ago, when the deputy governor of, is it Siaya? Is it correct? Is that correct?
Yes,
When he was,
yeah.
when he was blowing a whistle on corruption, and what broke my heart was to see Moses Kajwang in Senate. He was not part of the 11-member panel, but he came as a friend of the Senate, and he was there because they're trying to protect Orengo. If there is corruption, whether it's whoever, they should be called out, and people of Siaya should actually come out and support the deputy governor of Siaya, because he's saying, I've earned so much money in my life within the private sector. I came to the public sector to provide a service and to give my service, but I cannot stand there when someone else is stealing money. What they were doing, they're withdrawing petty cash and beating the law, because if you withdraw above $1 million, you need to provide evidence of why you're withdrawing. But how can you justify withdrawing 6-7 million using one person in a day? So to me, these are the people in Kenyan society that we need to speak about if we're going to arrest corruption. And for me, I expected to see demonstrations in Siaya, but I never saw any of that. In fact, I saw trumped up charges of impeachment for the deputy governor, instead of people of Siaya demanding for their right, for their money. So they budget corruption from the word go. So we have corruption in the central government, and we have corruption in county. So unless us citizens know what is our right, so I was disappointed to see nothing happen in Siaya. But if Raila Odinga tomorrow comes and calls maandamano, Siaya will be on fire. So to me, Kenyans, we need to find our priorities right.
Yeah, but the case of the governor of Australia, still they want to impeach him in the Senate. So for us, when the Odinga he wants to do demonstration, he wants to do demonstration for our rights, because Kenyan people, they're under oppression, and the justice and our democracy. I think that's the point of Odinga want to do demonstration, because this government, they're not doing the right thing. For example, like the way they are doing this bill is not in the constitution. They have to respect our constitution, and even most of the people I've talked with them from different county, like for example the county I come from, they are telling me that they don't agree with this apartment. So for me, it's better they help people who are struggling with the food, with the jobless. Some people, we need to focus with people who cannot able to take care of themselves than to build the house. And of course, I cannot compare here and Kenya. Here we have 9 million living in this country, and Kenya we have 42 tribes. We must focus with the 42 tribes. I believe my country, and I'll not let anybody put me down. I believe my country, we have a lot of food, and we are a rich country, and I believe the government have a responsibility to feed every Kenyan citizen, to find food in the table, and to have a good health care and hospital. I remember when I was a young girl, we usually have a good health care. And I remember the hospital we had is more open in my county. And I remember when you go to that hospital, you could get even with those days we are using injections. I remember that hospital is the man who died, he was a member of parliament in Kiamba. And Jegawa Karume, everybody knows Jegawa Karume, and there's more help him to build that hospital. And you could go that hospital, not everything, I didn't like everything with Moi, not everything I like him, but at least when you go to the hospital, you could get medication. Moi was trying for the best. When the children, he was not bad because he was a dictator, but he was doing for the best. So for me, I don't believe that. I believe my country, and I'll not let anybody put me down. And Africa is going very far. We have a mall centers. We have and this Western country, they feel jealous for Africa when Africa development they don't want, and that's why I'm against, because their country, they want their country, they want them to live good life, their own people to live good life, their own people to sleep well, they take care of the people who have a demand, they do good things. But in our country, who take care of the woman, widow woman, who take care of the widow woman, who take care of the demand woman? We are fighting for our tribe to have the same equal, the same opportunity and democracy.
Rhoda, I hear you, and your points are placed. We need that in our society. But the question I want to ask you, since many years ago, we have, during the Moi era, we had 24 finance bills, right? Kibaki came, we had 10 finance bills. Uhuru Kenyatta came, we had 10 finance bills. Ruto has come, we have 1 finance bill because it's the first year. This was the most discussed, huge public participation in the history of Kenya. If what you're telling me, and you want me to believe that Raila interests are in the right place to try and help us identify corruption when the government is budgeting for corruption within the finance budget, he would have whipped his MPs for all of them to be in parliament, helping us Kenyans identify the budgeted corruption. What we saw is them walking out because the interest they were looking for during when we had these truths and they wanted to talk, they never achieved what they wanted. So they also never brought a counter proposal in parliament saying, this is your finance bill. Us as opposition, this is our proposal. We had 86 amendments that were brought to parliament by Kenya Kwanza. They debated all of them. We had Azimio missing in action. So how can you really tell me that Azimio interest is for the Kenyan people? Because they never, although Kenya Kwanza had the numbers, but they had an opportunity to make us identify the budgeted corruption by debating it in parliament. And then for us, when we go back to the ballot, we hold these MPs accountable. That never happened. All we saw was a political and backstabbing and wanting Kenya Kwanza to fail. Is that why we send them? Is that why they're opposition? Come on. In fact, I don't know what to think about opposition in Kenya anymore.
Okay, beautiful questions. Let me see. Can I have Lala answering that? But Lala, karibu sana kwa show. I see Pascal Akondani, karibu sana. Nancy Roda, dada Roda Akondani, captain. Na wengi ambao mnatuma ujumbe, asanteni sana. We always appreciate your feedback. Asante tu sana. Like the video and continue watching. Let us make this thing happen. Lala, Nancy asked so many valid questions. And today we are talking about budgeted corruption. That's what we are trying to make sense of, because we have seen money being stolen in so many dimensions, including buying a seat.
I think Jakes, I'll have to disconnect you because now you are Jakes. Because
yes.
Chira and Nancy were discussing, and they have not concluded.
I know.
But now you are coming in with your corruption to disconnect the thing. Okay, let corruption to continue.
My issue was I want everyone not to stay too long without speaking, because if we go
you know, Jakes, we've been here for long, but these women, they come maybe once and they disappear. Give them time, because we've been requesting for a long time. Let's have them here also to tell us their view.
If the gentleman will allow, who am I? The gentleman,
I
are you
think
ready?
they are okay, because for me, I don't
just
see
one moment, Captain. Just one moment. It's a democracy. By nodding your head, do you agree these two ladies continue? And then we'll listen. But of course, I'll be definitely interjecting Apakule, Lala, Pascal, Charo, David, and Captain. Do you agree? By a nod of your head or a denial, do you agree that Rhoda be the one to answer? Okay, Pascal's vote is in. Alala, your vote.
But I also didn't mind. I didn't mind other people commenting as well what they think.
Let me say this. First of all, hello to all of you.
Hello to you, Lala.
When Nancy was presenting, arguing for her position, and I just couldn't hold myself to answer Nancy, because of the inconsistency in the argument for Kenya Kwanza, when all she's doing is covering for the holes that are within her proposal. So cognitively, I'm having issues understanding the frame of thinking of Nancy, because when we talk about building houses, we talk about job creation, we talk about a proposal that's supposed to change the dynamics in the country, and all we have is this so-called housing, a major proposal, when there are so many unfilled or unfulfilled housing proposals in the past that has not seen the light of the day, or that wait to be given some little life, and then you bring a proposal that is clearly inconsistent with the Constitution, as well as inconsistent the way that it is almost
Lala, can I ask
impossible
Jake
to
1
be
minute?
able to
Jake,
bring to fruition.
the echo is really bad. I don't know whether others can hear the echo.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah, but the background is very much echo. There is too much echo at the background.
Yeah, somebody cross mic because we can understand this communication can work. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, somebody can go in and I'll come back in. Somebody go ahead.
No, you're fine now.
Lala, you are okay. Lala, you are good. I think the problem could be me. I'm not sure, but
you're
go
okay.
ahead, Lala. You are okay.
Reverend Rara, you are okay. Somebody was putting the mic. Reverend Rara, you are okay. You're fine. Everything is fine. We understand you. I could not hear but you're fine. You make your point. Okay.
So Nancy, I think it's always good to step back and look at the facts on the ground and speak from facts rather than an emotional reaction based on your political affiliation. Let us be sober, look at the economy, look at what can save our economy at this moment. Let's depoliticize an economic issues and look at what is it that can save our people at this moment, because we are in danger, in a bad situation. And the so-called housing scheme is really a ripoff. When you think about building houses for Kenyans, is that a priority at the moment? It may be a good idea, a great idea. The question is, what will it do to change the economic status of our nation at the moment when our young people are unemployed? Okay, they're looking for something to do. Okay, hospitals are just there by names. People go there, they got no medication. And you're telling us that the priority now is building Kenya houses instead of looking at what it is that will catapult the nation. I'll give you an example. I just come from Kenya, and I went also to Uganda to see what they are doing on the other side. And this is what shocked me. I went to what they call Uganda Research Institute. And the goal for that institute is very simple, that in Uganda, every spare part of anything will be made in Uganda. In other words, they don't have to go outside to look for Boeing spare part and others, because they have created an industrial research institute. They took me around that institute to see what they are trying to do. They are attracting young men and young women, good scientists, from all the universities. I talked to a bunch of some of those students, good scientists, and they are empowering them. bringing in people to work with them to create a group of Ugandans that will be able to answer the economic questions of Uganda. And look at what we are doing. First of all, it was a wheelbarrow, looking for wheelbarrows, when people are in a different setting altogether. And now they're talking of building houses, which is coherent and inconsistent to be able to help us when our neighbors are focusing into the future. And this is run by a friend of mine who's a professor here in the US, an industrial engineer, and was able to attract that kind of attention from different parts of the world. And yet, here we are, the Kwanzaa government telling us of building houses when actually that's what we need. It is pathetic. It's sad. We need to focus on what will help our economy. And of course, yes, we are concerned about corruption, which is the big, issue here, because what we see in the housing is part of the corruption. And look at what's going on right now. Look at those gasoline, the kind of vehicles they're using out there. They're going shopping and traveling and doing all these things. When actually the real hustler, they change them, now they're in Mwizi. The hustler, they are now we have problems. So to hear Nancy, talk gloriously of Kenya Kwanzaa, what he's planning to do, a proposal and all that, is hogwash. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make economic sense. It doesn't make a political sense. It doesn't make any type of sense. So I'll stop there and maybe Nancy can answer.
Lara, can I answer you?
Can I comment something about the housing thing which Mr. Lala was talking about? Mm-hmm. That is a good thing. It is a good thing. In most developed countries, the housing thing, it is there. But what those governments are doing, they provide tenders to private sectors, to housing associations. They build those houses. Then they take those houses to the government to give them to those people who cannot afford. And then if you rent that, and remember, the government is going to be rented. You are going to rent that house, and government, what it will do, is going to be paying for that. And after a certain time of duration, you are allowed now, if you can support yourself, to buy that house from the association cheaper. That is how they do it. And also, while they are paying that rent for you, what they do, they do support their citizens. Those who are not working, because there are those people who are working and those who are not working. So what they do is, for those who are not working, the government will make sure that they'll pay for that rent. They'll give you money, of which Baba was talking about, Raila was talking about, the 6,000 monthly social fund, that it helps for those people who cannot afford to buy food. So they'll be given the house, then they'll be given the money. Some other countries, like here in UK, they do it in every Friday or on every Thursday. So they'll pay for your rent and they'll give you money to buy food and some other essential commodities. When you get job now, because you've been living in that house, the government or the Borough Council withdraws from paying that rent for you. Now you start paying the rent yourself. And after a certain period of time, that housing association, for example, if you have lived in there and you for 3 years, then you are allowed now to buy that house cheap, of which if you go to a mortgage lender, then they'll give you a mortgage to help you pay that house. cheap. So the housing thing is not bad, but it is the government to come up with a system whereby they are going to build those houses, not to tax the people who are jobless without even giving them support.
But
Okay.
Pascal, let me
Yes,
answer
Nancy.
because I was on this show when we discussed about the housing thing, and we had very many suggestions. To me, the idea, as Pascal said, very brilliant idea, but the timing is wrong, and I did say that. And also, the government, Kenya Kwanza government, has failed. I feel the reason why many Kenyans have refused the housing levy is because they never embedded the framework of how it's going to be delivered. They went to the money first. You cannot start with the money without telling people how the regulatory will be, the structural positioning of it. So for me, if they, in fact, I was for, we drop the housing levy, they go back to the drawing board, because we all agree, majority of Kenyans believe it's our duty and responsibility, which is even in our constitution, 43, that says the human right for basic sanitation, a good place to live. Good idea. But you can't have your legal frame, you can't have the money before the legal framework. Kenyans would have understood better if they were told about the legal framework, how the whole thing will work, how the whole process will be implemented. Then the government brings a proposal saying this is how much we need. But it's a good idea. The timing was wrong. The way it was done was wrong. Now I go to Lala. Lala, you said
already you are answering yourself. So why do you speak for it?
because
Why do you propose it when it is wrong?
No,
And then now you are talking is
no,
be
because that is
consistent.
the work.
Be
That is the work.
consistent.
No, the
Go
things
ahead.
that
Go ahead.
Kenya Kwanza is doing that is
But
right.
Lala, you should relax. You will be answered. They gave you time to talk.
Relaxing.
Give her
Thank you.
time
Thank
also
you.
to talk.
There are things.
No,
there are
but
things.
go ahead. Mm-hmm.
The things that are in the finance bill that are good. The things that opposition, and what you say that I was glorifying Kenya Kwanza. There is no at one point in my discussion I glorified Kenya Kwanza. In fact, I talked more of Azimio. But because people who are on the other side, when criticism, no matter how constructive it is given, you see someone being biased and being a Kenya Kwanza person. What I said is, we have 3 days where the finance bill was debated. And in fact, I want to thank President Ruto when he said he's moving the discussion from tribal discussion, political party, to issues. Currently, this is the one many Kenyans did not even know the government has finance bill. This is the first finance bill that we've had public participation at 82% in Kenya history. It's never been seen. So for me, what Lara would say to you, I will critique what is right and I will critique what is wrong. The housing levy for me, even the change from 3% to 1.5 is incoherent. Lack of a structural legal framework was wrong. They need to go back to the drawing board. But the people who would have supported us to get this thing off the finance bill was the opposition. But what they did a walkout. So I'm not sure when you say that I'm glorifying Kenya Kwanza and I'm excited about it. No, for me.
Nancy, hold on. Be consistent. Look at the whole argument from the beginning.
Nick,
the
can we say
government
something?
was, in other words, they didn't want any discussion, any arguments. First of all, the way they presented the whole thing. So don't look at things from the end. Go to the beginning. What was the government proposal from day one? And I think if you're looking at it from more holistic, then we can have a better argument here.
No,
rather
but
than coming
Lara,
to
let
the
me ask
end.
you.
Lala, I'll support Nancy. Let me answer Lala. You know, the thing is, the members of Azmio simply walked out because they knew exactly they were on the losing side. So there was no way that they were going to have a proper debate.
Consistency comes from day one. You can't come towards the end. That's when you want to open up a discussion when everything has been closed.
But you walked
from day
out.
one. Look at things consistently, my brother. When did they open up through argument? It was something to be thrown on the throat of Kenyans. They decided long time ago. So to come here to raise an argument that this is supposed to be an open discussion here, we can discuss it. No, they already made up their mind long time ago. Be consistent. Look at things from the beginning and follow logically to the end. So why would they even jump in, start discussing when already things have been set that way?
No,
People
Lara,
have
I
been
think
threatened within Ruto's party. They have been threatened not to support it. So
no.
it's as if all of a sudden now they have seen the light. Now we can talk, discuss it, and debate. Debate what? When already it's been flawed from the beginning, inconsistent from the beginning. Any Kenyan can tell you that.
So, Lara, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but the thing is, walking out wasn't a solution. They had to fight back because for them fighting back, it was going to give a good positive vibe, to the Kenya, to the people who they were representing, the people who are representing them.
Things have been set that way. Fighting
they should have fought back. They should have fought back for that. But for them to walk out,
that's
then
why I want to be consistent, logical. Think logically. Follow things from the beginning to the end.
Can I say something?
Be logical.
What logic is there when you walk out? What logic is there when you walk out? Is that logical? That's losing.
Can I say something?
For the best thing for them to do was to fight back.
Let us go where Nancy was speaking. Nancy was saying about the CIA government that is full of thieves. And unless we address that, and we go addressing the financial, it's past. I mean, it's over. Why are you fighting over something that is over? And in Southeast Asia, they have done that. They have come from ghettos like in Kibera and made high rises and beautiful homes for the people there. So Nancy was saying very clearly, if the corruption in Siaya was in Uda, all these people like Lala would be pointing out that one, but they're covering it up because it is one of them. Azimio is a useless idea of a party, and it will never go anywhere.
In the West, wherever it is wrong. I'm against corruption.
Can you put your house in order?
That's our moment, Moro. Everybody relax now.
Why is here? Let's talk about the financial deal.
Put your house in order, Jake.
Consistent. You can't be.
Just a moment.
You cannot be consistent at the end when you.
Lala Nyagaka, let's settle kidogo. Fire iko kwa hii show kwa sababu today we have a full house. Sorry, wewe ambao unajaribu kuingia. The panel is full, and it's well balanced. We have Azimio well represented as well as Kenya Kwanza well represented. The blame game continues. Kama kawa. But the elephant in the room, it's still there. Mboro, just one moment. So that niwe fair. Tuko watu zaidi ya 10 na ndio tusikae sana. Nitakuwa nampa mtu dakika 2 zikisha na kuzimia mic so that we can proceed na wengi wachangie. Topic ni corruption yetu. Tumeibudgetia ama vipi? Kwa sababu Martha Karua says we have used good English to describe so many things in the financial bill. Now, and I love what Nancy is raising. Same to Lala and Pascal and many of the panelists. Kila mtu anavuta pande yao. Kwa sababu mwamba ngoma uvuta pande yake. Na kila mtu anadai ya kwamba kila mahali kuna ufisadi. Lakini hakuna mwenye akona na hiyo stamina ya kugonga ndipo. And that's why we are here. And thank you for tuning in. Kenya Rebel, I see you. Pole ni kumeja. I see, you can see tumeja kabisa. Many are trying to come in, but sorry, kumeja tu sana. Black and many of you. Asanteni sana. Mumenikimbisha hapa WhatsApp mkitamani kuingia. Link hata nikikutumia kwa WhatsApp kumeja. Pole. Okay. Can I be fair? 2 minutes each, mbio tukisonga. Okay. Aha. Now let me begin na wale hawajasema chochote, hata hawajaweza hata kunisalamia na kusalamia wengi. Nianze nawe Chalo.
Halo, jambo bwana Jackson, vipi mambo huko?
Salama sana. Uko mzima?
Niko mzima, nimeingia kuchelewa kidogo. Namuona rafiki yangu Pascal. Jambo.
Wamejaja hapa. Karibu sana.
Naona kumechemka. Sitatumia muda mrefu sana. Naona kumechemka. Sitatumia muda mrefu sana. Naongea tu yangu mchache. Wajua, mimi naona katika sisi panelists ambao tuko hapo, wengi wao hatuko kule mashinani. Wengi wao wako huko nje, sijui wapi huko. Sasa ile point of view ukiona kutoka kule nje ni tofauti na wale ambao wanaiona pale nyumbani. Kama mtu kama mimi ambaye niko hapa Mombasa, sasa hivi ile point of view naiona vizuri sana. Kama ni ufisadi haijaanza leo ama kwanza haitaisha. Na wote wale ni wafisadi na ni waongo na hakuna chenye watakusimamia hata kitu kidogo.
Okay.
Tukiingia hii mambo ya financial bill, wewe utaenda kutaka kujengea mtu nyumba ambaye hata hana kazi. Mtu hajui hata atakula nini, hajakula kitu. Kuna mama alikuwa anachemsha mawe hapa Mombasa Mshomoroni. Mama alikuwa anachemsha mawe kwa watoto wagojee waone ni chakula, mawe haikuiva mpaka watoto wakalala. Sasa kuna jirani akawaona nini na nini, kasaidia yule mama akajengewa nyumba. Sasa yako na nyumba yake vizuri tu hapo jirani yangu kwa Mshomoroni. So mambo ya kuwa unasema utalazimisha watu kama hao wa kuchemsha mawe wakupatie pesa uwajengee nyumba, hiyo ni uongo wa wazi. Hiyo ni kitu cha kwanza. Hiyo ni uongo. Hiyo system na program iko kama vile Pascal amesema na kubaliana nayo, lakini hata huko ambako anasema iko huwa hailazimishwi mtu. Kama wewe unafanya kazi, tajiri anapeana nusu ya zile pesa, nusu, na wewe nao unatolewa kidogo, zinawekwa kwa kuna kampuni ambazo zinahusika na mambo ya kujenga nyumba, akaunti unaifunguliwa hapo, unapawa namba, ile namba unampelekea tajiri. Tajiri anatea pesa pale na wewe nawe anakukata pesa kidogo anaweka pale. Halafu ile pesa huwa ni yako, ukitaka wakati wowote unaifunga. Manake mimi personal nimekuwa kwa hiyo. So ikiwa ninaongea hiyo, naongea kitu ambacho unajua. Si ati mtu akulazimishe kulipa pesa ya kujengewa nyumba. Sikia kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo pesa huwa ulazimishiwi kabisa. Ni kama una kazi, mshahara unakatwa kidogo kwa tajiri, anakuwekea naye kidogo. Kama unakatwa 30, tajiri anakuwekea 20, ni 50. Na hiyo pesa huwa ni yako, anytime unaweza ukaenda ukaichukua. So the mistake ya huko Kenya, ile pesa haijulikani kwanza itakuwa kwa akaunti ya nani, haijulikani itakuwa kwa akaunti ya nani. Hata sijui kama utakuwa kuna jina lako pale. Sasa kuna wale ambao sasa hizi wamefikisha miaka 70 ama 60. Wao wakati wapate sawa hiyo nyumba si watakuwa wamekufa. Alafu ile pesa itakuwa kwa nani? Ndio swali nauliza. Kwa hiyo machache.
Dakika mbili zako zimekwamia hapo, kashikilia hapo kidogo. Aha. Swali ya dakika moja kwa Nancy, uliza.
Please let me correct this because sometimes if you're not a payee, if you're not salarized, you do not have a salary pay as you earn in Kenya. Only 3 million Kenyans have a pay slip. Mama Mboga and the rest are not expected to pay to the housing levy. And this is a misinformation that is being peddled by people who have not.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you.
Nancy, as well, the same question in the same breath. How will Mama Mboga benefit from these houses? How will they get them?
Let me answer you. Very simple. This is why, remember last time we had a discussion, I said, it's a good idea. The timing is wrong. If we had a conversation before, who will benefit? Because remember, we have 47 county governments, right? The county government, what Ruto is not telling people, he wants to stop a bit of capitalism and go to socialism in Kenya. Because this was happening in the UK. Now, what Charles said, that he's never had people being taxed for free. I pay a housing levy in the United Kingdom by force, and I'll never get that money. That money is used by the local government through housing association, as Pascal was saying, to build housing for the bottom pile in the society. That's why you see in the Western world, there is no slums. Okay? So the problem with the current proposal is that the implementation and the legal framework for the funding was not done. And I cannot defend Kenya Kwanza for that failure, because that's a failure on their part. But is the idea a good, progressive idea? So they need to go back to the drawing board. But this idea telling people, Timama Mboga, Maskini, Atakato housing levy, it's a big hula baloo, is not true. If you do not have a pay slip and you don't pay as you earn, you will not be paying towards the housing levy.
Okay. Aha. Dunia ina mambo dakika mbili. Kidogo tu. I'll be coming to you, Pascal. Kidogo tu. Dunia ina mambo dakika mbili. Dunia ina mambo. Are you able to come on? Okay. Dunia ina mambo, wacha nikuruke kwa sababu bado haujafungua mic. Lala, naona ukinua mkono.
I'm still with Nancy, my sister here. Nancy,
ngoja bro. Ngoja.
Okay, Lala Dunia amekubali kuwasha mic.
Okay, go ahead.
Dunia endelea.
Ngoja bro. Wait bro. Kitu iko hapa, habari zenu kwanza. Na hope kila mtu iko sawa, kila mtu iko fiti. Kitu niko fiti. Mimi niko direct tu kwa Nancy. Direct, hata siendi mambo mengine. Kwa sababu Nancy mara anapinga bill, mara ana support bill, mara ako neutral. Ni kama sasa ule jamaa
Umejimute kaka, umechangamka sana na Nancy ukajimute. Dunia ina mambo, si yenyewe una mambo. Umejimute. Endelea. Sawa, kabla huyu jamaa awako on mic vizuri.
Nasema hivi
na
Nancy, nasema na kuuliza swali. Una support bill au support bill?
Hata support bill ishapita.
Hang on. No, it's a good question. And this
is
why
nataka kwenda direct hapo, Kwa sababu hii swali sasa itasaidia. Nataka kwenda direct program. Una support bill au support bill? Simple question, yes or no?
I support 80% of the bill, but not the whole bill.
Simple question, yes or no?
I can't give you yes or no because I've answered you. That's my position.
Okay, that's good. Hii 8% ambayo imeongezwa kwa ushuru ya mafuta. Una support au support?
The 8% ya mafuta, to me, the government was already paying, our tax money was already paying for the other 8%. Okay?
Una support au support? Nataka kwenda haraka. Una support au support?
Okay.
I support.
Dunia ina mambo, kuwa mpole tu. Be kind.
No, I support. I support the
8%. Namaliza. Yeah, una support. Good. Namaliza. Bill imeshapita. Hiyo 16% imeshapita. Ni sasa kitu ni past tense. Tupige nduru hapa, tutoe nguo hapa, hatuwezi change kitu. Waacha sasa sisi wenyewe tupitie hiyo pain, sisi wenyewe tusikie hiyo furaha. Unanipata? Kitu ya pili nitakwambia, mambo ya kublame, Azimio wala mambo kublame Kenya Kwanza. MP wako ni nani? MP wako si alipiga yes, au alipiga no? Alisupport bill. So blame MP yako. Ulichagua MP aende kutetea wananchi, au kuchagua MP aende kuangalia Azimio nini? Kwanza. Ya pili, unatuambia hapa hii bill iletwa kwa wananchi. Mimi mwenyewe sijui hata pepa ya bill inakaa aje. Wananchi gani uliletewa? Wao uliletewa nyinyi huko foreigner. Sisi Kenya hapa tu kuona bill.
Me, I have a
Alafu
comment.
unaniambia if 3% ikati mama mboga na 3% imewekwa kwa tax. Madam, give us a break. Sisi tuko Kenya. Give us a break. Sisi tuko Kenya. Bili imeshapita, tupende asitupende, itatuuma, itaturamba. Kama tuweze ongea kweli, afadhali tulale. Ni hayo.
Anaitwa Dunia Ina Mambo. Asante sana kwa dakika zako mbili. Aya, Pascal. Aya, Pascal vipi? Asha mic yako kaka.
Mzuri tu mani panel wenzangu. Okay, nilikuwa nataka kumjulisha Bwana Charo, jambo. Nilikuwa nataka kuongelesha kidogo hiyo Dunia Ina Mambo. In every government there are two bills. Unajua? First bill ni hii ambayo sasa ambao wananchi walikuwa wanaongea.
Okay.
Unasikia? Ambayo sasa kuna vipengele ambavyo vilikuwako vita affect mwananchi wa kawaida hapo ndani. Tukija sasa ya kwanza, hii housing levy. Si kwamba walazimishwe, ilikuwako serikali itokeze na mkakati ya kuwa wanaweza kuonyesha wananchi ni vipi wanaweza kujenga hizo nyumba, alafu kuwaonyesha kwamba hizi ni nyumba tumezijenga and this is how we are going to procure these houses.
Okay.
Unaona? Ikija kwenye hii mambo ya 8% ambao waliongeza kwenye hii mambo ya petrol, ujue it is going to affect the economy of the country. Kwa sababu any single percentage, even if it is going to be a 1% increment, ujue kwamba every single sector in Kenya, it depends on petrol. Kama ni usafiri, kama ni ukulima, kama ni mambo ya viwanda, zote hizo zinategemea hizo. Inategemea hiyo petrol. So the minute there is, even if it is a single percent, 1% increment, ujue ime affect manufacturing, transport, production, of which it is going to affect the economy, the whole economy system of the country.
Okay.
So ilikuwa kwenye hiyo the government ikuje na njia mjadala ya kuwa kwamba okay, this is what we are going to do. Unaona? Pengine iwe itabakisha hapo hiyo mambo ya petrol wasiongeze n%, alafu kwa upande wa housing levy waambie kwamba okay, yoyote yule ambaye anafanya kazi, whoever is in the payslip ambaye anafanya kazi, si kwamba wale ambao kwa kila every Kenyan citizen. It is wrong. It is wrong. And it is not a must.
Okay.
Ile kulazimisha wananchi ndio ni makosa.
Okay. Aya, asante kwa dakika zako mbili. Lala, dakika moja ulikuwa umeinua mkono.
Let somebody step in. Okay. I'll come in later after. Yeah, I'll pass. Let someone.
I think Jex is on phone, and you have asked somebody to step in. Let me step in now because you have given out the position to somebody to step in. I'm not somebody. Lala, one thing that I want to say is you are comparing Kenya with another country whereby when we have KKIA, they have Wilson, like it's an airport like Wilson Airport, and it is called an international one. But Wilson Airport is a local one in our country. We have a country where people are sleeping right now, and Kenyans are busy on the social media here trying to fix the issues affecting our people. Tomorrow morning they'll wake up only to see bananas they have fallen down. Na wanaokota wanaenda kutengeneza matope. Sisi tunapambana na maisha. Kenya is a country to be compared with our colonial master, which is United Kingdom. We need a Kenya
Lala,
that
Lala,
can be
mute your
compared
microphone. The noise
with
is
a
too
country.
much.
We need a country like Kenya to be compared with United States of America, the way my sister here, Rhoda, and many others have been comparing that. That is the country we want. We cannot compare Kenya with somewhere where a president want to die in power. I don't want to mention it. I am not mentioning any country, but I'm mentioning the goodwill of other countries that they have towards the gate of Africa, which is Kenya. That is what I've been waiting you.
Kenya
I've been
is
waiting
rich
you
country.
to answer you, Lala, because if we have to think and tell our government, what can we do to bananas in Kisii and avocados? What can we do to fish in Kisumu? And what can we do to milk in Kithunguri? And what can we do to tea and tea in Nandi and Kericho and tourism in Narok? We exchange the things. But we are here now telling ourselves, finance bill, sijui nilienda Uganda, watu wakaitwa kwa panel, watoto wakasema sijui nini. Those countries like those one have to be compared with countries
Let
like
me tell
Somalia.
you, I can answer you, Captain. You absolutely not. You can compare Kenya and other country because, like me, where I am, sijaiona mtu anakufa na njaa. Absolutely not. Nimefanya research. Kuna mtu amekufa na njaa huku? Hakuna mtu amekufa na njaa. Kwa nini Kenya watu nakufa na njaa? Tunatengeneza nyumba isawe to feed those people wanna die.
I remember
That doesn't make
Nigeria,
any
there.
Unaona kama watu wale watu young, you know, our youth, our future, usicheze na future ya muyuthi. Don't play with our youth, our future. Na tunataka wakae na nchi ina ruled by the law, democracy, watu wanaongea ukweli because about the future. Focus about your mtoto wako ako nayo. You know me, I'm a mother. I don't like liars. Speak the truth. Truth. The things can drive our country. Truth. We know our country, we have a debt right now. We cannot assume we don't have a debt. We have a debt. We have loaned money in China, and we cannot assume in Kibaki regime. Now, it's not only Kenya, most of Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda, they do that. Because we want our country development. We want our children to live a beautiful country. We want we can have offices, technology. You know, I want to go back to my country. I don't want to live here. Many people wanakufia huku kama wajaenda kwa watu wengine wanakufia huku wamekuja 20 years. 30. Akufia huku. Even they have never stepped in their homeland. Wanaongea kama baba mwingine alikufia huko. Kama alikuwa anapigana na Nyao era. Nakwambia, it's not that we are so proud that we live in diaspora. We moved there because we want to help our family member. That's why. But people that try to hide here. We not move because I'm proud to live in Europe. I'm happy. I'm so excited. East or West, home is the best. We are not happy. Come on.
Huyo anaitwa Mama Roda anasema East or West nyumbani kuzuri, lakini zaidi yote kunaye mnyama mkali anaitwa corruption. Lala, ulikuwa unasema kitu.
First of all, I'd like to answer my brother Captain. Captain, I agree with you. We are better than Uganda and all these countries around us. And because we are better, we are supposed to do better. And that's why we bring this mind, these thoughts here to talk about where we ought to go.
Okay.
When we see indicators that are bringing us down, when we see what my sister is talking about as liars, we are lying to ourselves, then we are in a very bad position because reality is that the economy we have can come down in a matter of days. Okay? So it is important for us. The comparison I gave about Uganda is a situation where a Ugandan living in the United States decides to come home and use his brain to see where Uganda ought to go. But here in Kenya, we are literally talking about how great we are instead of, yes, talking about how great we are, but then where do we want to go as a country? When we have policy scheme that this financial bill is loading over our people in the name of giving us an answer to economic challenge, building houses for us, when we do know that it will not have a significant impact on the normal life of Kenya, it will not actually take us where we ought to be, then we must critique that, because we have good brains, good minds that should be able to help us see where we ought to go and where we are going. And that's what I want to say. But thank you for raising that issue. And thank you, Rhoda. And thank you, Nancy, hearing all of you. Let's stop.
Nancy seems to not agree, but 1 minute before I give Mboro his 2 minutes. Yes, Nancy.
Lara, I'll say this to you, and this is my last point that I want to contribute.
Sure.
You do not agree. What I would want to say to you is I at times I feel aggrieved when someone, but anyway, let me not go there. Housing is a key driver of manufacturing and job creation, whether you like it or not. What I've said is idea good, wrong timing, because I think Kenya has more priority. But what I would want you to investigate is whether housing is a key driver of manufacturing, employment, and is not only employment, sustainable employment. Okay? Go and do your research, study. Maybe next week we talk about it, because I think the way people have been, opposition or whoever, even the civil society, have had them. Once the houses are built, where are the jobs going to go, or what's going to happen to these people? Housing is a need that carries on and on generational. And as long as the framework is set up correctly, it will work. I've worked in housing for 25 years. My job is not about to close tomorrow. It carries on perpetually because the structure and infrastructure is there. And that's why I said Kenya Kwanza waliruka kwenda pesa before the legal framework and the structure of delivery and implementation. But that's my answer to you. But housing is a driver of growth, economic growth, employment, and actually sustainable employment.
Okay.
Nancy, never discounted the fact that housing is important. Yes, it is. I agree with you 100%. The question is, when a government raises this issue as the answer for the economic situation, because that's a major undertaking by the government, probably what will define the government of Ruto. This is the major undertaking when we know it won't work. I never said that it's not important. But so it is important for us to be able to critique that. And so for you to project to us, this is the answer for Kenya at this moment, when it's misplaced, in yourself talking about it as a misplaced priority. There are housing finance corporations that should be strengthened. There are systems already within Kenya that needs to be just boosted to help with the housing issue. But this is what this government has done is to give us this big thing as the answer for the economic status of a nation, which we know it is not. So I never disputed the fact that housing is important, but it's a misplaced priority. It's not needed right now. It's a Ponzi scheme. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay. Beautiful. Geoffrey Mboro, your 2 minutes of fame are on.
Thank you, sir. Let me start with the gentleman who has just spoken, Lala. And he has said that the housing project will not have a significant impact on the nation of Kenya. And I don't know under which basis or research he has done to prove that this huge project will not have an impact on the economy of Kenya. When we know that Kenya has or have some of the biggest slums in the world, and the housing project is supposed to try and solve some of these problems. And also somebody said that there is no need of building houses to people who are hungry, to people who do not have job. And I thank my sister, I think Nancy, who informed that person. I think it was Dunia Inamambo, or yeah, it was Charo. Charo said that there is no point of building houses to the people who are hungry or taxing them so that you can build houses for them. And the way Nancy put it was very correct, that if you don't have that structural or job that is well structured, there is no way of being taxed. Nobody is going to tax you if you don't have money. So this bill or this housing project or taxes that are going to be, not even taxes, the deduction that is going to be done is being done to those people who have formal jobs, structured jobs, so that they can help others, the low income earners.
Boro, let me tell you,
who is that? Please, you don't have manners. Who is that? Can you behave and learn how to talk to other people? So, what I was saying is that if you don't have a structured job, you are not going to be taxed. And that is the fact. So, this is a good thing. It is going to create jobs for people who are working in the factories, in the metal industries, the people who are going actually to be doing the actual job of building those houses, they are Kenyans. So it is opening so many avenues for Kenyans to get jobs, those that don't have jobs. And also, in the long run, it is going to show to create a good picture to the whole nation of Kenya. Not only that, and I would like to correct my sister Nancy, where she said that the government had what we can call omission of the legal framework. And I would like to say this: the government does not operate in vacuum. Before such a project reaches where it is now, it has gone through several phases. And this is not an idea of William Ruto or Gachagua or the Kenya Kwanza administration. It started long way from the Jubilee government. It was part of the Jubilee agenda that was not implemented. It is well structured. The legal framework is there. And the people who give money for such projects are not only Kenyans. It is that structure that is taken to financial institutions like the World Bank. They go through it. They see there is no vacuum. And when they see it is a good thing, they release their money. That is why the World Bank, after reading the structure, after seeing the process under which the projects are going to take place, they saw it is a good thing, and already they said they are going to release 50 billion towards that project.
Where did you go to school, found that information, my friend?
Please, my friend.
Go back.
Can you keep quiet because you had your time? Don't ask me about my school because that is irrelevant.
It doesn't
now,
make any
listen
sense.
to me. Listen to me, my friend. If you know what you are doing, please, what you are doing, you have a domineering kind of attitude. You don't have to dominate. Listen to other people. Because it doesn't mean that you have a point because it is you. We also have a point. However agitated you may feel, you have to listen to us. Okay? So don't tell me about my school. That is irrelevant in the debate. Let me finish what I was saying. I didn't interject you when you were talking. Keep quiet. Keep quiet. That is not the way we do the debate.
Go ahead.
That is not the way we do the debate. You keep quiet. Let others finish their statement. So this is what I was saying. There is no any framework problem. It is well articulated. And if you need it, you can ask from the relevant authorities. You'll be in a position to get the framework that is there. That is why other institutions outside Kenya, they have seen it's a prudent idea, it's a good thing, and they are even willing to chip in and give their money towards that project. So I have seen that.
One moment, Boro, because I've given you 2 minutes. I don't want you to finish your time before, because umeguza kila mtu, umeguza Nancy, umeguza Lala. Chalo hata ameshindwa kuweka mkono chini. Now, allow me to give them 1 minute of their time
that's fine.
To respond and ask a question to you, so that when I come back to you, you summarize, then I can have it, guys. Is that okay?
That should be fine.
Let me begin with Chalo. Chalo hata mkono imekataa kwenda chini. Yes, Chalo.
Kabisa. Wajua mimi naona hao watu wanakaa Ulaya ama Amerika wanaona ile picha tofauti. I can just tell you that the thing will be a failure kwa sababu already yesterday or the day before yesterday there was this stadium thing in Eldoret. Kulikuwa nayo stadium thing, and this stadium is like a crazy place of the cow. Na hiyo stadium imeanzwa, how long has it been there? Stadium, hiyo ndio kitu kwanza namwambia. So the thing, we should not see it in Europe or we don't see it in America. We have to face it as in Kenya. For now, the money will be eaten. Hiyo imeenda. I'm telling you. And there will be no houses. Maybe there will be 2, 3, 4 houses. But the second thing, I want to correct somebody there. The biggest slum in the world is in Mumbai, not in Kenya. First of all, you should know it if you don't know it. So the thing is, this thing it will be a failure, and the money will be eaten.
Okay.
Kenyans, we have to be very careful with these tips we vote.
Okay. Beautiful, Chalo. Lala, your 1 minute before we come to Nancy.
It's very hard to argue with my brother, because I don't know where he gets his facts. I don't know where he gets his education, his information. So I have a problem with that. And so I pity that kind of a mindset.
Okay.
I really don't have much argument there, to raise with him. But it is important for Kenyans to really, really read. Let us read. Let us look at other systems. Let us look at where we are. Let us talk from facts and information and cognitive inabilities, rather than just talking for the sake of talking. Because even Mama Mboga, who is on the street, I just got from Kenya 2 days ago. I was in Kenya. I was in Mombasa. I was 3 days ago in Mombasa. I was in Kisumu. I was in Rift Valley. I was all over. And I was in Uganda. So I know what's on the ground. And so for some of us to just follow without critical thinking, actually people on the ground, my brother who's on the ground, seems to have a lot of sense. They know what is going on. And I think it's important for us to really listen and also be truthful and factual. That's what I like to say. Thank you.
Nancy, your minute.
Lara, I have a problem with the way you want to view your arguments. You want to tell us to go and read, do this. It's really demeaning and it's not nice. We have a debate. We respect your opinion, but don't put everybody else's opinion down. It's not right. When I talk about housing, for your information, and this is something I'm not going to repeat again, I talk about it from a point of knowledge, because that's the field where I'm in. Even if I'm not in Kenya, I have a lot of interest in Kenya. I care about Kenya. That's where I come from. That's where I'm going back. And that's why I follow everything that happens. And when Charlo says that it's not going to work because the stadium was started many years ago, I understand. I know the pessimist that most people have. But sometimes when someone extends an olive branch to you and says, let's try this, it's good to give that person a chance. Ruto has never been the president of Kenya. He's the president of Kenya for the 5 years. Now he's almost doing 1 year, 4 years. We have our ballots. We have our vote to vote him out. In 5 years, if all you're saying he's lying, the power is in our hands to go and take him out 2024 or whatever that is the next general election. So for me,
no, but
Boro,
we have to use our brain
Lara,
and
wait,
think.
Lara, wait. We listen to you. We don't
Think. I
interject.
don't know what kind of housing information, what kind of background you have in
Social
housing.
housing.
Housing has been, even in Britain, with the socialistic system, economic socialism.
Can't you control yourself and let others talk also?
And public partnership. So don't lie to us.
Listen.
Lie to us.
Majority of the rich people pay for the disadvantaged. That is what is called a progressive society. People who have subsidize and pay for those that don't. Even people who have high income, they'll never own those houses. It's for people who are in Kibera, the slums, that will get the properties. Some people arguing, oh, I already own a home. Even wherever housing has been done, Singapore, UK, wherever, the rich people own mortgages. They pay millions for their mortgages, but they pay the housing levy that builds for that lower income person, because housing links to poverty, links to health, good sanitation links to health. And if we can eradicate other issues that come up because of housing is a key major need to build a healthy, sustainable community. So what I'm saying to you is, don't tell people to go and read. We respect your opinion. You don't agree with it, but some of us do. So respect it. You can't. And also, Charlo, I understand your pessimism. I know it litigious in Kenya. Politicians have promised us 100 and things that they've never been delivered. But what I'm saying, let's give way for a good idea. It just needs to be tidied up. And maybe in the next 2-3 years, we can have a discussion. But we can't write it off.
2 years of work.
Lala, there's something you are saying, but Ruko mute, I didn't hear you. But before even Nancy goes and I bring in Boro to respond, and Nyagaka, Edgar, and others. Nancy, these two gentlemen, I also tend to listen to them because I want to really get all of you where you're coming from. Lala seems to be of this idea that other countries are doing it, yes, but doing it differently. You rightfully said that the laws are yet to really be polished enough that Kenyans trust the process. As much as Mboro says the system is already working, but P.S. Hinga said that the regulations are yet to be fully polished. Mboro, for your information, that one was said just the other day. So some of these laws are yet to be fully polished, and as Nancy rightfully said, the government seems to have started with the money before putting some very nice framework of the whole idea. But equally, Lala is raising quality points where he says that we could rush into this from a point of not really knowing, then find ourselves hitting the wall, right? Because we rushed, probably because we didn't go into the nitty-gritties, right? Where he says, maybe I'm not getting right, but where he says we need to really read it so that, because therein, in the details, therein lies the issues. As you rightfully said, Nancy and Lala, because you guys are saying the same thing, but in different intonations, is that if the government really does not polish this issue, we will land where Charlo is saying. We will start projects, only do few things, maybe 2-3 houses, and then this thing will be swept under the rug. But already it will be in law, right? It will be in law. This levy will continue. Who will follow up? What laws are there to protect and safeguard that the money we use will not leave shells of unfinished houses? Because we have so many projects, from the stadiums Charlo is talking about and many other things. So the safeguards is what maybe Lala is bringing home, maybe Charlo is bringing home, because you guys, that's what you're talking about. I don't know if that's what Charlo is saying and that's what Lala is saying. I give you a second, Lala, to say something, then I come to Mboro. Is that what you're saying? That's what I seem to be hearing.
I think to an extent you are trying to capture it. What I'm saying here is that here is a group of us who are supposed to be a little bit enlightened, trying to understand where we are as a nation and what is really going on with our economy and what can help our people.
Okay.
And here is a scheme that is put out there that only addresses almost an insignificant number of people, yet the money, we are not even sure how it's going to be handled. And this is supposed to be the answer to the economic state of a nation at the moment.
Okay.
And listening to some of us justifying something that should not be justified. Yes, housing is a need. It's one of the basic needs of every human being. Okay?
Okay.
But Kenya itself already has systems that need to be understood. We learn from them. Housing Finance Corporation is already in there that need to be revamped so that it can handle the housing, because they are more knowledgeable. They know what is really going on. And now a new administration is coming with this thing that nobody seems to know how it's going to work. I agree with my brother Carlo that this is a scheme. This is
but it is also, Lala, it is also what Nancy is saying, that the timing is wrong. You're saying, that's why I'm saying you guys are talking the same way. The timing is wrong because the government seems not really fully prepared to bring out this issue so that Mwananchi is thoroughly informed. Mwananchi is well informed in terms of the laws that are made, who benefits, how he benefits, what are the criteria of getting the houses, and all those things. All those things need to be polished. As Nancy is saying, and as you're equally saying, that's what I'm saying, you guys are doing the same. It's because
the issue with Nancy is that she is propagating it. It's basically is with it at the same time, not with it. So it is very hard to kind of follow her trend of thinking. When it comes
to
Lala.
Jake, wait. This guy, Lara wants me to think like him. I can't think like you. For me, my trail of thought is you can give me an idea. I look at what is good, and then I tell you what needs to be improved. What I've said, the idea of housing, progressive, good idea. Timing is wrong. The legal framework, the implementation process, you can't write something off because you disagree with one part. Even when I bring up my kids, I don't bring them about in one way. I tell them, this is right, this is wrong. So the housing idea, progressive, good idea, we're going somewhere, but I have a problem with implementation, the legal framework, the money going to the consolidated fund. I have problem with all those things, but I cannot write it off just because it has a few wrong issues. It's a good thing that can be worked on to correct it.
You ask a question whether you're for it or not for it. See, somebody asked me.
Life doesn't work like that.
So
Life doesn't work like that.
It's,
yes.
You got to be consistent.
Lala, understand Nancy. Lala, understand Nancy. That housing thing is not bad. But as she is saying, the legal framework is wrong, timing is wrong, and the implementation is wrong. They should have come with a mechanism to the Kenyan citizens to show them, okay, then how it is going to benefit them, who is entitled for that. But for them to come straight away telling the Kenyan citizens that we are going to tax you 15% house levy, and they don't know who is going to, where is that money going to, where, the mechanism there is wrong.
Okay.
That is where the problem is.
Nyagaka, 1 minute before I come to Mboro and Edgar. Nyagaka, your minute?
Yes, thank you very much, Edgar, Nancy, Mburu, and everybody. Thank you very much. The housing project that we're having in Kenya today, it doesn't mean that you have to be there so that you can understand it or you can tour everywhere to understand it. We grew up in it. We understand what that is. And this has passed us, Nancy. So the Lala, he says that this is a bounce scheme. You need to study what the bounce scheme is all about. The guy spent time in jail for bringing bounce scheme. What was debated in parliament is not bounce scheme. You need to study that yourself if you want to call that a bounce scheme. And so that we have to be very clear. Yes, it has mistakes, but it has maybe less than 20% mistakes. But it has more good, and like Nancy has elaborated, it is those that are having money. It is those that are getting paid by the government, by the private companies that get checks that will finance this housing. And then we will have to have the less fortunate apply for this housing. And Jakes, for God's sake, why can't we address the issues that are coming up, like the CIA issue that is very clearly thievery and thieving, and the people like Varara would not like to talk about that. But if it was Uda, a governor, doing what they were doing, then you will have to talk about it. But if you guys want to talk about only the housing project, yes.
Nobody stops you talking about it, my brother. Nobody stops you talking about CIA. You can talk about it.
No. Let me finish what I was saying. Like Nancy was saying,
what I'm asking for is talk from knowledge, not from hearsay. And we talk about all kinds of things, but have facts.
Yeah, we have to address what the guys were saying in parliament today. But you guys, you particularly don't want to hear anything about that because it is not. It is an Asmio government. That's why you're covering it up. But like Nancy was saying about the housing, Jakes, let me finish that. It has mistakes. There are so many other issues that they didn't give us the answers to before they went to parliament. But it has passed with a lot of Asmio MPs, with a lot of UDA MPs, and we are going to see the results of it. And the I hate to repeat it, but if in 4 years this government does not perform, put it out. But as I always say, Guru, this Asmio has nothing to offer but criticize UDA. And you cannot win any elections just by criticizing. You have to win elections by coming up with ideas that are better than those who are there. That's how you can do that. Thank you very much, Jakes.
Anaitwa Nyagaka, mzee mzima, mzee mzito. Mzee mambo yake. Okay. Edgar, mkono yako wacha nipumzishe. Vipi kaka? Mboro, wacha nihurumie tu jamaa, mkono imekuwa juu. Yes, Edgar.
Niko salama and Captain, pokea salamu, my brother. It's been long. Jakes, kwanza kabisa.
Screen bana we.
I don't know hata vile imefanyika, but nafikiri itatoka peke yake.
Okay.
Jakes, there's something that I want to tell the panelists here, especially those who are abroad. Wacha tusijidanganye. Let us not compare Kenya with the Western world. I said here sometimes before that in other countries where they are, we have leaders who respect constitution, leaders who respect their citizens. Unlike in Kenya where tunatusiwa to left, right, and center.
Okay.
Nimekuja nikapata you are talking about this finance bill and more so the housing thing. Yes, I just want to give a brief example.
Sauti kidogo, I am having a challenge hearing you. I don't know if the other panelists wanakusikia. Can you hear him well?
Yeah.
Yeah, raise your voice.
I think I'm clear. So I'm saying I just want to give a good example with already with such other projects such as NHIF. Jakes, we have NHIF which is paid by everybody, including the low-income earners plus those who are not earning anything being paid for. Jakes, this is money that is set aside for the sick. In Kenya today, if you go to the hospital with an NHIF card, If you're not a government employee, Jakes, you'll be turned down. Utambiwa, hakuna dawa, hakuna tiba. There is nothing, absolutely nothing. All that you'll be given ni kitanda. Jakes, if this is money with a well clear structure and ikona specific purpose for treating the sick, unfortunately, this is mali tunaambiwa now, pesa imetumika vibaya. There is no money in the NHIF account. The hospitals cannot get money. Jakes, now with the housing tax, they used to call it levy, but they changed it to tax. A money that goes to consolidated account or fund or something of that sort. Jakes, how sure are we that this is not going to be another scam, Jakes? You know, like someone said here that this is another huge scandal in the making. Najua, the likes of Nancy are comparing us with the UK or with the US because they see how things are being done there. But we are in Kenya. I want Mburu to know that we are in Kenya. We know what is going on. This is the only nation where a project, money is set aside for a certain project, but wananunua towels and handkerchiefs. It's very sad. You are taxing an already bleeding economy, where people have no jobs. For your information, we have KRA recruited over 3,000 youths who are going to collect tax kwa wale mama mboga, Jakes. Tunaweka kichwa. But this is the truth, that there are staffs that were recruited by KRA that are going to start that exercise. This bill goes.
Sorry.
Another thing, Jakes, the increment of VAT from 8 to 16%, additional of 8%. If right now ndio tunaumia,
Jakes, ujamaa ongeza volume.
Yeah, I told him, but anyway.
Am I audible?
To summarize as well. But nakusikia mimi personally nakusikia with a lot of challenges. But sawa tu.
No, I want Captain to get to get me clearly. Captain, are you getting me? So what I'm saying?
No, Edgar, of course, for me, I will not lack questions to ask you. So you have to be audible enough that I can hear you. So that even when I ask you questions, you don't tell me that William Ruto is what? No.
Let me adjust my volume.
I hear you very clear.
Am I now clear?
You are slightly better.
Am I clear from that side?
I think that one is better now.
Yeah, so I'm saying, as I was saying, Jakes, we have seen such kind of mismanagement of funds with the well-clear structure from a corporation such as NHIF, Jakes. And now this is tax that is going to consolidated account where inaweza tumika tu for any other project. Tutajuaje hii pesa imetumika vizuri? And then last question that huwa inanisumbua sana, and I don't know if Kenya Rebel will answer this. Yule mama mboga, kwa sababu sisi wenye payslip ndio wanasema watatukata pesa. Saizi if ukiangalia your pay as you earn, it's actually 10% of not even basic, but of the gross amount that you get. It's 10%, almost 10%. And I said here yesterday that we are taking 42% home. And it pains me when someone who is abroad is saying that government is doing well. Come on, guys. Ni sisi ndio tunaumia, sisi wenye tuko hapa ndani.
Let me tell you.
Wacha nimjibie ile swali yake ya kwanza huyo. Wacha nimjibie swali yake ya kwanza huyo.
Pascal, allow me a second. Edgar.
Give me time. I don't interrupt people. Give me time.
No, Edgar, no.
Give me time.
No, what you said.
Give me time, Nancy.
No.
No, unajua kuna vitu ambavyo unaongea hapo Edgar, ambazo yani kuna ule ukweli lazima watu waongee.
Edgar, give them a minute. Edgar, give them a minute.
I'm concluding.
No, one
No,
Just a
minute,
moment.
Edgar.
Just one moment. Nancy.
No. We will not agree for you. You've attacked us so many times, and no, we need a point of correction.
This is unfair to someone
That
like
is
me.
order
I
in the
always get
debate.
Listen,
That's not what that guy is saying.
everybody listen. Everybody
No.
relax. I'll give everybody a chance. Edgar, I'll give you a chance. You will be heard. But equally, when you raise issues that rub others quite maybe personally, it's also an opportunity for them to be heard as well. So I'll give them an opportunity to maybe ask and respond, and I'll also give you an opportunity to respond as well.
Why
Let me give
can't you
Nancy
complete his argument? It's not completed. You did the same to me.
You remember just Lala moment. You remember even Boro as well. Boro is already pending.
Okay,
Boro is a pending bill. Boro is a pending bill because he was giving his submissions. We interjected. I paused him. Now Edgar has rubbed, just like what Boro did, has rubbed everyone.
I don't know what he talked about. Why can't you finish his talk?
One moment, so that we have order. I'm giving Nancy and Pascal a minute each. Then I go back to Edgar. Then I give Mboro to conclude, and then I can now have a very new, fresh ideas from Kenya Rebel.
Okay.
I think that would be fair, right? I think that would be fair. If it is,
can I ask a question?
Moro always says, just one moment.
Why don't you let him complete his submission?
I will allow him finish. As I've said, I'll allow everyone to finish, and you'll be heard.
I'm just completing with the question, then I let them ask whatever they want to ask.
We are many, and so that we don't take too long with the people wanting to ask a question. Nancy, your minute.
Yeah. So Edgar, Charlo, and those people who are in Kenya who are listening to this debate, I don't want to sound condescending or rude, but it is disrespectful the way you guys keep telling us we are broad. Some of us have got huge investments back home that pay taxes. That when you're paying your housing levy, I'm paying housing levy, regardless of where I'm based. Whatever happens in Kenya, we have huge vested interest, as much as you are with your payslip that you're talking about. So stop being condescending to the diaspora people. It's not right. We come here, we listen to your views, we respect your views. Stop telling us we don't know what we're talking about, because some of us are even contribute to that housing bill that you're arguing about. So please, let's stop these them and us. What we want is a Kenya that is better for me and you and our future generation. We have seen the world from different perspectives, but I can assure you, my most interest is not for abroad to do well, is for Kenya to do well. So that trail of thought is annoying. Please stop. We all have valid points, and we respect your opinion too.
All right.
Okay.
That is noted. And
well said. Pascal, your 30 seconds. Pascal,
that is well said.
Just a moment, everybody.
No,
Pascal, 30 seconds.
Can I complete?
Mine is just to inform Edgar. Mine is just to inform Edgar. Mine is just to inform Edgar. Edgar, you know, you are saying that you don't know where that money is going to go. But what the government is to tell the people, those areas, the associations that the money is going to go, it is those associations that they are going to be chosen by the government who are going to build those houses. And then they'll hand them over to the government to give them to the people. And it is the same associations that they are going to help the Kenyan citizen get the mortgage with a limit of 10%. Of their wages. So if you want to get a mortgage, it is that association, let's say kama ni National Bank of Kenya, ambayo hiyo pesa itakuwa inaenda hapo kwenye hiyo account. So it is that National Bank of Kenya which are going to be allocated the areas kama ni kwa Mkuru kwa Njenga, wanajenga hizo nyumba kwa Mkuru kwa Njenga, and then those residents there ambao wanakata hiyo pesa ama ambao wana save na National Bank wanalipa 10% ya hiyo mortgage. And then the National Bank wana sign agreement for a certain time or for a certain duration. Unaona?
Okay.
Works out at a cheap price.
Okay. Aha. Sawa. Well said, Pascal. Edgar,
Yes,
finish up so that finish up.
I think Pascal has just shed more light on what I wanted to hear. And Pascal, thank you for that. But now my question is this, because you've mentioned something like mortgage or what. But now tell me, how will, because this thing is all peddled on Mama Mboga, the Mutu Boda, someone with no pay slip, someone who can't even afford 2 meals a day. Tell me how they are going to afford these houses.
So that is going to be, okay, listen to me now, how the Mama Mbogas and the Boda people are going to benefit out of it. The government is going to cushion those Mama Mbogas and the Boda people by allowing them to live in those houses, whereby the government is going to help them to pay for the rent until they get into the pay slip. When they get into the pay slip, maybe they might have stayed in those houses for 4 years or 5 years. What the government is going to do, they are going to withdraw from paying the rent, and then that person, because he is now in the pay slip, he will start paying that rent for a certain duration because he's been there like for 4 years. Then the housing association or the National Bank, whereby that Mama Mboga or the Boda guy has done a mortgage assignment with them, he'll be told, okay, then for you to be able to pay for this house, because you've been already paying rent for this house, even if it was the government, but now you've been there for 5 years, we are giving you 4 years and a minimum deposit of 10%. So if the initial cost of that house was 100,000 Kenya shillings, he will pay 50,000 Kenya shillings.
First of all, I come from the diaspora, but some of the things I'm hearing from diaspora that those people send me, I think they're ignorant.
Can I make my submission then? I disappear for some time.
I'm ashamed to be joined by so-called diasporans who don't seem to understand the basics of even math. They need 101 economics to kind of understand even the simplest thing of house building. Even taking out, not even considering whether it's going to be stolen, which of course we know there's nothing to cite to give an example of what we're talking about here, because nothing like that has ever happened. And so,
Mr. Lala, that money is not going to go to the government, for your information. It is not going to go to the government. It is going to go to certain corporates. And then it is those corporates who are going to go to build the houses under tender from the government.
Even in the West, we don't even trust those corporates. There got to be a teamwork. My brother, this is
even hiyo pesa ambayo unasema ni ya NHIF ikiwa collected haiendi kwa government, inaenda to a certain bank. Haiendi kwa nani ya serikali, inaenda kwa bank, and it is that kama ni National Bank, kama ni KCB, inakuwa ina agreement na serikali kwamba okay, then kuna hii pesa iko ya housing association, tujengeni nyumba 1,000 kwa Mkuru kwa Njenga, and then hizo nyumba zikijengwa watu wana apply. Sasa you go with your pay slip and 10% deposit hiyo pesa ambayo inatakana.
The money will be given to you in your pocket because you are the bank, you are the one who's running those banks. Are we going to give it to you?
You are going to sign a mortgage. Do you understand the meaning of a mortgage?
Put your house in
a mortgage that you are going to take. Hiyo ni mkopo.
Utaenda kuchukua mkopo. Huyu Lala atuambie vile serikali wanataka wafanye. Lala, toa solution basi. What do you want the government to do? Tell us.
First of all,
Jex, can I make my submission?
It's wrong. It is irrational. It doesn't make sense. There are
what is the problem?
unajua mpaka hiyo pesa ambayo inakuwa collected, hiyo tax inaenda kwa KRA. Kwa KRA hawaweki hiyo pesa kwa mfuko yao, hiyo pesa wanaweka kwa bank. Unaona, and it is through those banks ambazo watu sasa wanaenda kuchukua mikopo. Hata ukiamua kwamba unakuwa taxed, and every single tax that you pay, it does not go to an individual person. It goes to a corporate. Is it big KSB, National Bank, Standard Bank, whatever, zinaenda huko. Sasa it is the government inaenda sign agreement with that corporate.
Jex, can I finish? Can I finish because I don't have much time? Just finish my submission.
I don't know if it is you who is in a very windy area. Not, I almost said area. Are you in a very windy area?
Aswito.
Are you in a very windy area? If you can.
Are we good now?
Aswito ago kwa windy area.
We are good. Just one moment,
good?
Captain.
No,
Captain,
I'm in my bed. Come on, I'm in my bed.
Can I finish my submission, Jex?
Yeah,
because I want to go.
Please do.
Wacha nijaribu kuongea Kiswahili kidogo kwa sababu najua kuna wengi nitaka pia kusikia tukiongea Kiswahili. Nataka nianzie kwa mwenye aliuguzia NHIF. Okay. There is somebody who touched on NHIF. I can't remember the name. Who was that? Jakes. There is somebody who touched on NHIF.
I think it was Lala.
Yes. No, it was another person. So this person said, what's going on? A lot of noise. So,
go ahead.
Yeah, this person said that NHIF has been scandalous, or it has not been working well. And I want to say this. I have had an experience with so many people who have gone through the process of sickness, and especially those that are critically ill, and they have benefited through NHIF. So if you have not had an experience whereby somebody, a relative or a close friend, has gone through surgery or has these critical sicknesses like cancer and other diseases, you will not know how important is NHIF. I had a scenario whereby somebody, a very close relative to me, had cancer, stage 3. And even before the family decided how much they are going to gather together to take this person to the hospital, the government had already sent the 500,000 that was needed as down payment for this person to start treatment at India Hospital. So what are you telling us when you tell us that NHIF is a failure? It is because maybe you don't have much information about it. Even the bed you are telling us, some people stay in the hospital almost a year, and the government makes sure that through the NHIF that bed is paid for all at that time, which is not equivalent to what you pay. It's okay. You can disagree with me. You have time. Please. Now,
point of correction.
Let me finish. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Point of order, No, let's start for what place you've reached. Before you continue, we want to correct you step by step.
No, I don't have much time, by the way. As I say, and there is somebody's phone which is making a lot of noise. I'm not able to make the submission. Please, yes.
Okay.
Stella,
point of correction.
Stella, just a moment.
Please, you're gonna correct me when I am done. I don't want interjections at this time. You're gonna inform me when I am done. Just note it somewhere. It's okay. I don't fear to be corrected by anybody. Please keep quiet.
Why are you like that? Why are you?
Next, I believe you are able to mute the mic.
One moment. Asito, can I? Can I help you guys?
Captain, I know you people are in Kenya.
Just one
Especially
moment.
Edgar, please put on your mic, put on your camera.
Sorry, Stella, I have a challenge with your mic.
Okay. Can you hear me? Unanisikia?
I can hear you, but there's a sound coming from your end.
Okay.
Did you make a jump in or something?
No, it's okay now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's on a vibration.
Okay, let me just
log out, then log in.
Okay, fine. I'm using Safari.
Oh, okay. Try to log out and log in. There's a challenge with your voice. Ikonaka challenge.
Yes.
Okay. Then
I don't have much time.
Just
I know
just one moment.
Umesema
one moment. You're the one swimming near the sharks.
It's okay, and I'm not afraid of that. Jex, this is how the debate is supposed to be.
Just one moment. You're swimming near the sharks, and that's why Sweeto, Stella, and many are feeling rubbed by that. And
exactly, and that is how the debate is supposed to be. And that is why, Jex.
As well.
Then don't order us around. Then keep quiet. We tell you where you've reached. Can we rectify you?
No. Jex, can you have control over the debate? If somebody is talking, let me finish what I'm saying, then you can talk.
You cannot
just as I do to other people. I don't interject people when they are talking. There is what we call emotional intelligence. I will touch on what you don't like, but you should be in a position to wait. Okay?
Godfrey, you are wrong. You are wrong. When you talk
when you get your time. This is not a shouting match, my sister. It's not a shouting match. Why are you shouting?
No, Godfrey, no. I'm not shouting. I'm just saying you bring
you
5 minutes.
Let us correct you about that. And that is why.
Okay, you give us time to talk.
That's why, Jex, you are supposed to be in a position to control our mics. So that when somebody is making a submission,
you are the one making the whole story. You should learn to listen, bro.
And that is the essence of the debate.
Then we forget.
No. You people keep quiet. You don't have emotional intelligence.
You've been keeping quiet, listening to you people.
I have been quiet for all this time. I remained quiet for 1 year, listening to everybody, and just as their witness. Can you get quiet? No.
We want to.
It's my time to talk now, but you are wasting my time. When your time comes, you don't want me to waste your time. Keep quiet.
You're also wasting my time.
Okay.
As much as you are in Diaspora, I'm also in Diaspora. You're also wasting my time. No, you're also wasting my time. You're also in Diaspora. You're also wasting my time. No, you cannot lecture us for 30 minutes. You expect us to keep quiet.
Let him finish and go.
Listen to you. What's your point, my sister? Say it.
Okay, interesting.
On the side of NHIF, you came in and said that the government has been there for our patient. Yes, it has been there. But of late this year, they have not been there for our patient. Now you fall sick, the hospital tells you to pay. Before you do anything, the NHIF is on the crisis of falling out. It's not as active as last year when Uhuru Raila was in power. Now that Ruto is in power, that NHIF, the money, we don't know where it's going to. Just laugh there, but I'm telling you the real sense of it.
Okay. Are you okay now?
And yet I have
Are you okay now? Can you see it?
You said
are you okay now? Are you happy now?
To India. Was it nice? Are you happy when your brother was able to be taken to India? And some people are dying there in Kenya in hospitals. There's nothing.
Jake, move this thing to motion.
Okay. Now,
Jake, I need to answer one thing.
Now, Jake, let's do this. Let's do this, Jake, sir.
Jake,
Please, and this is a request I'm making.
Let me listen to one person at a go. Stella, what are you saying?
NHIF.
Yes, what are you saying, Stella?
Let me tell you, I need to make Mboro understand NHIF is not how you left it 5 years ago, 10 years ago. There has been scandal with NHIF from way back.
Bravo! God bless you. God bless
Thank
you.
very much. Their CEOs, their chairmen, they are being changed like panties. Sorry, but I'll have to say it. There has been misappropriation of funds in NHIF. Let me tell you, the only time NHIF will come onto you is when you have an insurance cover. The rest of the people who don't have an insurance cover, your NHIF card will not work for you. So, however, he's saying that his relative, he was taken to India, that was a sheer luck for him. But I tell you, like right now, I know someone who has spent almost 200,000 and he wanted his money to be reimbursed back because he has been remitting that money. It has never happened. So let's not come and joke with this thing about NHIF. Please try and
God bless you. God bless you, Stella.
To go and do your research. I believe even Atito, Charo, you saw what happened. What NHIF,
yes,
what they did. They went and picked people. They withdrew their money with no proper structure. Someone was taken from Meru, Kisumu. They are taken to hospitals. Then when they are taken to hospitals, the specialists are paid almost 600 million, 400 million. That's a billion, which is being misappropriated by NHIF. And I'll shock you. They don't use Kenyatta National Hospital or Nairobi. It is small clinics. So don't come and tell us here the shenanigans at how you took someone from India and NHIF covered. Lies and lies and lies. NHIF only comes to you when you are covered by an insurance. Atito, back me up. Charo, back me up. Asito, back me up. Captain, back me up. Am I speaking the truth or am I lying?
Now, can I finish my submission now?
Please,
Captain.
No.
Captain.
You're not going to allow you.
Who are you not to allow me? Who are you?
Just a
No, Buru. Who are you not to allow me?
Buru, relax. Buru, you've been here with me for long. Relax.
Somebody telling me that I should not speak. Who are you?
You are
no, Buru,
who should not?
No,
if you've not.
You see,
Mburu, just listen. Just listen to us, Mburu. Just listen to us.
Okay.
I'm going to talk to you first.
No. As much as you have the right to be listened, you should also be in a position to listen to other people with divergent views.
Can you listen to me, Mburu?
That is what wisdom means. If you say other people should not talk, I'm wondering under which basis.
No, you
under which basis?
Mburu, you have brought up an issue which is irrelevant.
Now, Jex, it was my time to make submission. It is my time to make submission, and I have that right to do it. No, keep quiet. You see, we don't have to have people who are so emotional. There is what we call emotional intelligence. You should be in a position to listen to other people. Why are you so shouting here and listen to others? Now,
I want to talk to Mburu, please.
Okay, Charo.
Now, can you now keep quiet, my sister? You have spoken, we have heard you, and that is the right progress. I gave you my time to talk.
You guys, we are displaying a very bad picture. A very bad picture. We are displaying a very bad picture.
Move to motion.
We are displaying a very bad picture for sure.
Jex, you are not doing your job. Jex, I blame you, Jex.
Listen, Buru, listen
Jex,
to me.
I blame you because you are supposed to
please, can you just listen? For a minute, please, Mburu, listen. For a minute, please listen.
Everybody now listen. Everybody.
No, Jakes, you are not being fair,
Even you,
because
Mboro,
when it is
listen.
my time, other people should talk.
One moment.
Keep quiet.
One moment, everybody. The chair now is speaking.
Keep quiet.
I've listened to you and I've listened to everybody. You guys are the only challenge I'm having. No one wants to listen to the other. Now, Mboro, what these beautiful ladies are asking you and they're telling you, I don't know if you're listening to them, is that you could have succeeded having your uncle going to India. That was good, and we wish him well, despite him having cancer stage 3. Now, they have rightfully as well told you things have changed. A lot is happening. I don't know if you are following the latest happening in NHIF. Because,
I have.
Just one moment, tomorrow. Listen. If I'm avoiding to play those clips because you guys are many and I don't want to keep you waiting and watching many clips. But this is what is happening on the ground. People are being forced to pay despite even having cards. Yeah, simple bills are not being met by the government, or rather by the NHIF. People are even being swindled. They're having fake medical camps, all in the name of using NHIF so as to get money. And as Stella is telling you, 2 hospitals have accrued close to $1 billion. One getting close to 680 million and another one close to 400 and something million. If you add that, it's close to $1 billion. That is going to only 2 facilities that have been exposed. And this is news that happened few days actually ago. Now, when they tell you that a lot has changed, believe them. They could have more information from maybe your previous experience. It might have been good. And I really thank God you had a nice experience with NHIF, but it is not always juicy to everyone. Some people out here are complaining and lamenting. I think that one is in order if I put it that way. I hope now Stella
and I hear you, Jakes.
Their point has come home.
And I hear you, Jakes.
Equally, Mboro is saying, now let me defend you. Now, equally, Mboro is saying
no, I don't need to be defended. Let me just conclude my submission, then I go.
So that we don't go back to that fight. You are
there
saying
is no fight.
that NHIF is working. Now, my question to you, Mboro, that these ladies are asking you, why if NHIF has serious loopholes, why is it that you want them now to trust the housing issue? Because that's how NHIF was brought into this. Yet, we have already a scheme that is going on by the name NHIF that has already serious gaps and loopholes in it. How safe is the housing levy now that it's a tax just like NHIF and NSSIF? How safe is the housing levy? If maybe you can help us, maybe Aswito and Stella will feel relaxed together with Charlo. Go ahead.
You know what, Jake? Jake. This guy.
I want no. Jake, I want us to have. I want us to have a debate, not an argument, and that is where I am having a problem.
The problem is this. Saying. This is what you're saying, Boro. You're saying you want to talk and leave, and that's why they are even not allowing you.
If you want to,
why you want to attack us and then you leave? Why are you attacking us and then you go?
No, Jake.
Why do you want to give us
your private insurance companies and then you come and talk? You want to talk and leave?
Jake, you are not being fair.
Jake, with all due respect, you need
can
to
you let other
people now we are not going to give you for this. We are not going to give you
You see, Jake,
we supported UDA.
That is why we have the control of our minds.
Now I'm supposed to do UDA. And then you're coming us here to tell us that you are okay with
let me finish.
Mboro, finish your submissions.
Please.
You are
now,
protected. Finish your
this is what I was saying. And
yes.
And the other panelists, it is good to have a debate, not an argument.
Exactly.
You have your experience. You have your experience. I have my experience. You have the freedom to express yourself. I have the freedom to express myself. And that is how it should be. And it doesn't matter, or it doesn't mean that your experience is my experience, or how you feel, I should feel the same. And that is why, Jakes, you have the control of our mics. So that you can tell me when to talk. You can tell me when to talk and when to keep quiet. So this is what I wanted to say. This is what I wanted to say. Is this?
Wacha tuendelee na wengine.
Wewe wacha hiyo. Sasa mbona uko na kiherehere hivyo? Respect yourself.
Mboro, come
Respect
on.
yourself.
Mboro, come on.
No. Usidhani wewe ndio uko na haki ya kuongelesha wengine venye unataka. It is wrong. Ukitaka confrontation, as well I am no, please. Wacha nimalize venye nimesema. Jakes, I believe you are able to. I believe you are able. We have been having very organized debate here.
Exactly. Now go
and
to your
that is
point.
how we want to proceed, as we have been doing it.
Exactly.
Now,
go to your point, because if
now,
you don't, I
just wanted to say, I just wanted to say, to touch on that issue of NHIF, that I have seen many people, a huge number of people, benefit from NHIF.
Okay.
There might be investigation because some people think because we are in abroad that we don't have information. I can tell you for sure, Jakes, there is no news in Kenya that escapes our ears. We make sure that we are well informed, because as much as we are far, Kenya is our country. Almost all our people are in Kenya. Our projects are done in Kenya, not in America. So Kenya is a country of interest to the people in abroad. So when you talk to me as if I'm somebody from outside who does not understand what is happening, I can tell you for sure, I might be more informed than some of you here. I have followed the scandal that is happening with NHIF. And the cabinet secretary has talked of the hospitals that have been benefiting hugely from the NHIF coffer, whereby these private hospitals, they have been liaising with some employees in the NHIF department to swindle money. That does not mean that this thing has just started because Ruto is the president. And that is why the investigation is being undertaken, so that we may know when and where the disease scandal started. And that until that conclusion is done, nobody can purport here that we know that is the government of William Ruto which has done this. You will be surprised to know that some of these scandals started a long time ago. And the fact that the cabinet secretary is saying in my department there is a problem, it is a good thing. And she is initiating investigation. She has welcomed the EACC and other investigative departments to do their job. That is a good progress. Jakes, there was something else which was mentioned here about the fertilizer scandal. The fertilizer scandal which was mentioned here, the good thing is that the person who came out to talk about the fertilizer on the TV and the cameras is a police officer. That is the same government of William Ruto, which is talking about these things openly. That means the departments of governance are doing their jobs. That is a good progress. The fact that we have some criminals in the government does not mean that the government is not performing. The fact that the police are the one coming to tell us what they have discovered.
Summarize.
So if the police are coming to tell us that they have arrested some people because they have done some scandals, that is the work of the government. So it is a good thing that the president and the government has allowed the institutions to do their jobs. But I have a problem, and I just want to finish by saying this. However much I feel I have a superior idea, however much I feel that my submission is the best, I should not try to belittle the submissions of other people, or even think that I am the most informed or educated person in the panel. Everybody has his view and has the right to be listened. Your experience is your experience. My experience is my experience. And when we talk, we don't talk to argue. We talk to inform people. That's all what I can say for now.
So do you want to stay there to be informed?
In the health sector, orchestrated by unscrupulous business people only in need of profits, but posing as caring medical service providers. Through innocent patients in need of genuine care, they saw an avenue for money minting, and through a government health insurer intended to sort out medical bills for the poor, this chain of organized private facilities has been seeing public monies meant for stealing. And for the past several months, NTV's investigative desk has been on their tracks, recording the operations, digging out facts and data from the struggling NHIF, and even talking to persons who sadly found themselves on the receiving end of this vicious cartel, and exposes the rot as medical facilities turn medical camps into a cash cow, and as few proprietors of facilities stink in riches as their victims languish in eternal pain. This Sunday, the 18th of June 2023, we'll be bringing to you that special report titled "We Steal, God Heals." Here is a sneak peek.
Kenyatta wamfanyia sanjari baada ya siku 2 akaenda.
Waliletwa usiku saa 4 usiku. Wote ni viwete.
Message huyu hapa. NHIF imeiba and that was it.
Lakini wameandika umepasuliwa.
Anionyesha bali ninapasuliwa.
Probable targets. If that person is registered with an NHIF card,
it's not just about the monies that they have been swindling from the government. Very many people whom they touched have now had their lives changed.
We follow the due process by law. It just points to what we call provider induced fraud.
Akatuambia hiyo hospitali kwanza ni Ruto amefungua.
Now, I've played that.
Be sure to watch that with.
I've played that for a reason. Please, guys, anybody and everybody, try to watch that that video. It is on NTV. It's a nice expose. It's a nice video to watch. Watch it. I'm not marketing NTV, and I just played that for you because as much as we are talking, we still.
Jex, can I ask you a question?
Just one moment. Just more listen, because there's a question I want to ask you.
Yes.
The entire panelist. My question is this: you see, we are talking about corruption in this show. This is a health program called NHIF. If a lot money in terms in excesses of billions has found people who have in smart ways found a way of robbing from the sick. And our question today is, despite all the government is saying, how will it protect its citizen? Because it is one role of the government, whether you support it, oppose it, whatever you do. It's one role of the government to protect its citizen, especially from such. How will this government protect Kenyans who will pay the taxes, whether it's Mamamboga or not, right? How will it protect them that the money they give, the little contributions they make, whether in their thousands or in their tens, how will it protect its people from such practices? Because this is just NHIF. We have not gone to NSSF. Housing will also come. How will we be sure? Because the issue is, and what all these people are saying, trust has been eroded. You cannot blame anyone, Mboro, for not trusting the government. You cannot blame them for not trusting, because it pains them when they see all this happening. I wish you take time, listen to that video, watch it. It might really be interesting to watch. Thank you guys for those who are following up. I had to try to calm these people. These guys are charged We are almost 4 hours in the show and the charge here, the joto hapa ni kali sana. But asante sana wewe ambaye unatufuata, naona dunia ina mambo ako hapo kwa comment section. Gitash, asante sana, long time but karibu sana. Namuona Elizabeth Nyango ako ndani. Asante sana. Aha, R2K Reality TV, Real Talk TV ako ndani. Dennis Ondieki, I see you. I see Vincent Kitaya and many na wengi ambao bado wana watch live. Thank you very, very much. Aha, Kenya Rebel ako backstage, Edgar ako backstage, Pascal ako backstage, Captain Namona ako, Stella na wengine wengi. Asanteni sana panelist.
Okay. You have asked a question. How we are going to trust the government for the other projects? If the government cannot be trusted, if the government cannot be trusted with the NHIF money, one thing we have to ask ourselves, when did these scandals start? Did it start from the...
Does it even matter if it started?
No.
It has not been stopped?
Please, let me finish what I'm saying, Jakes. Because the reason why I'm asking this is because William Ruto government has just, it's right now around eight months and some few days in power.
It's 1 month to 1 year, man.
Yeah, it's almost, and I don't dispute that. But this is still a new government. What the investigation does, it starts from the roots. When did this scandal started? When you can answer that question of when and who are the people involved, that is when now we can say the government is not performing. On the same context, Jakes, if you have a sack of potatoes and 3 of them or 2 of them are rotten, you throw the whole sack of potatoes because there are few of them that are rotten. It is you pick the ones that are rotten and you throw them away. In as much as we are living and we shall continue to have governments, we shall never have a perfect government anywhere in the world without some people who would like to be corrupt or to steal from the government. And what the government does through the institutions that we have given ourselves, those people are investigated, they are dealt with. And on the same context, Jakes, we cannot fully trust the expose from the media. We have to wait until the legal institutions have finished their investigations, and at that point we can say we know exactly what we are talking about. Right now, what we have is just shallow information. We have to wait until the case is concluded, then we can know what are we dealing with. So my experience with the NHIF, yes.
Mimi na huyu sijui ni Mboro, sijui anaitwa nani huyu. Manake mimi sijui kama anaongea nini. Really he's not talking, he doesn't know even what he's talking about. Because if you tell the Kenya Kwanza government, Ruto was in the government before. Why didn't he resign before with Uhuru? Why did he not resign? Give me the question. Why did Ruto resign when he was DP? So he was in the government. And in that government, if we should start with Uhuru's government, then Ruto was inside. And he is cheating. And he's still cheating you. If you are abroad, my friend, I told you I'm in Kenya, but I live abroad over 25 years. I know what is happening. And in Kenya, Kenyans know what is happening. These people are cheating. He last said that he will bring motorbike for battery. First of all, he should build the range where to charge the batteries first, before he starts telling us he'll bring motorbikes. That is a big lie. Maybe he'll bring these e-bikes. E-bikes as well, cycling bicycle with the motor, if you don't know. So if you tell me that NSSF, everything will be charged, which judge will...
So what is your point in all that?
My point is I'm opposing you because there is no government which will catch any thief. Even Waititu, even the killers are still out.
You see, you are not particular, so we don't know what you are talking about. We don't know where we are coming from, where you are heading, where are you going.
I know very sure that you know what I'm talking about.
I don't know.
You know it.
Captain.
Pressing the government, which is to steal.
Okay, Jakes, from the look of things, and even the way Mburu is behaving, I think Mburu is taking us for a joke. Because even the way he's smiling and taking water, some rats are smiling
Can
also.
I tell you why I'm laughing and why I'm smiling?
No,
It's
I don't
because
want to. Don't tell me
as a
that. Don't tell me
panelist,
that.
when
I
you
know it.
are
Don't tell me.
when you are making your submission, make sure that you from your debate you are not suffering from lack of particularity and focus. So when you touch on everything, then we get lost. We don't know what you are talking about. Take a point. Make sure you conclude
Jake,
that point so that at least even if we argue, we can know exactly what you are saying.
I'll suffer from the point and particularity. We're taking as it is.
Right now, Charo, with all due respect,
With all respect,
let me tell you, Jake, allow me to speak, please.
Okay.
I
I have
think
muted
it
all
was
the
my
mic
time.
and only left Captain. Captain, you are saying something.
Shut up
Then
and let us speak, man.
Stella.
I'm trying to tell Mburu that you will smile whether it will be right or wrong, or it will be pain on you, or it will be sweet. We'll have to take it. I'm from the UDA side myself. Everybody knows that. But what I can tell you is that you cannot let our people wause mashamba, walipe bills na tayari wanakatwa mshahara na wanafanya kazi kwa serikali. That is very wrong. Amwezi mwende pale mfungue ma private hospital zenu, muhamishe NHIF, mnapeleka UPA ama sijui UAP insurance, and then UAP insurance ndio inakuwa supplier wa kulipa pesa za insurance hospitali. We cannot allow that. We will not. During the time of Uhuru Kenyatta, I can talk at a point of view whereby one of my brothers was very sick. Mguu ilivunjika, ilifanywa operation mara 3, lakini NHIF ilikuwa inasimamia mpaka 1,600. Hiyo mguu ikatengenezwa Medill Eldoret, na Medill wakashindwa, ikapelekwa Memorial hii ya Moi Teaching and Referral. Lakini sasa saa hizi brother yangu anasema ameshindwa kulipa, NHIF ilikataa. Sasa inabidi tuanze sasa kusumbua mzee ambaye yeye miaka zake zinasonga, atusainie shamba ya huyu kijana mwenye atapatiwa na mzee iende, ndio hii mguu iende operatiwe. Alafu mnakuja hapa kutuambia eti sijui NHIF ni uongo, mnadanganya. Nani wewe kwanza Mburu, wewe uko sijui Minnesota ama sijui ni wapi, kwenye unafikiria kila kitu ni rahisi? Bro,
Captain, a question for you.
No. I'm not even ready to listen to what you are telling me, because this is a matter of life and death. It's a matter of life and death. I cannot agree on that. I can't.
Yes, Stella, go ahead.
Are you seeing? Tell me something else, Mburu. And when tomorrow when you come here, when you are fresh, we will discuss on that. Right now, I can't. I cannot agree with you.
Aye, sawa. We'll come back to all this. We still have time. Yes, Stella.
I need to say this, and I need to tell Mburu, your thinking is draconian and you're not being fair. The thing is, you have to understand that as Kenyans, we are suffering because of this institution where we are remitting money and we're not getting the services. So you're trying to support saying that NHIF, it's a good thing. To me, from last year to this year, it is not making sense to me. The only time I use my NHIF card is when I'm having my insurance card, which when they see, it's something where they feel that they can able to expound money from me. And what I can tell you, Mburu, pray God that your relative in Kenya, or you have a cold relative, body yake itakuja hapa Nairobi, or whatever. I swear you'll understand what we go through. I am telling you, if you have an NHIF card, is just a plastic paper now as I speak. A lot of people, and I know I can attest to people who live like Charo, like Edgar Atito. We have chamas where we save money just in case we have any emergencies where we have to use that money to pay for our medical bills. So don't try and be so draconian saying that NHIF, it is a good thing, it is a good thing. You listen to the ground first. You understand what hardships we are going through. then this is not about a UDA or a Kenya Kwanza problem. It is a Kenyan problem where this thing for NHIF, it starts from the bureaucracy. It starts from up. So it starts from the CEO, it goes down to the final person who is the facility. So the thing is, if I feel that I'm not going to remit my money to NHIF, I'm not obligated. Let my employer or whoever take me to court. What I'll try and I tell them, give me my statement. Even today, Atito, you can attest. Charu, have you ever gone to NHIF ukaambia nisaidieni na statement? What do they tell you? Oh, mashini iliharibika. Kama nani Mboro anaweza kuwa huko US na atoe UHC, he can be shown his statement till we started paying his USC. So let's not be draconian. Understand what we are here in Kenya. We are feeling the heat. You enjoy the services in the US. You can get an ambulance to come and pick you just in case umeumwa na mnyuki. You can get an ambulance kwa sababu umenyongwa na githeri. What about us? So let's not be draconian. The thing is, it is us Kenyans to know what to do in the next thing. Either we decide a mass movement of refusing to pay the NHIF, NSSF, unless each and everyone like has to go to the institution and ask for their statement, like how you go to a bank. Yes, and that is what I'm trying to tell you.
Beautiful.
Pascal, you have to listen to the people what they are saying. Don't come you create UDA party using the term.
This is not why are you muting me?
I'm muting everyone because I want us to be balanced. Pascal, it's your time. Before I come to
let me just inform you, Mr. Mburu. I'm not in Kenya, but what I'm experiencing, I am experiencing the same thing, the same problem to those people who are in Kenya. I'll give you a good example. I had my daughter who had a lump in her breast. Yeah. Last year, but 2021, I took her to Coast General Hospital to operate that, to remove that lump from her boob. It was going to cost me 250,000 Kenya shillings. But because of her mother's NHIF card, I did not pay that money. Right now, as we are talking, there is a friend of mine, my classmate, who is at the same hospital, in the same hospital, Coast General Mombasa, with a broken leg. It is broken 5 times through hizi ajali za bodaboda. Yeah? Inatakikana yeye kufanywa operation ile mguu.
Sorry ili nitukuelewe. Do you mean multiple fractures 5 ama imevunjika mara 5?
Yani imevunjika. Yeah.
Multiple fracture. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to understand.
Inatakikana 350,000, unaona, ile mguu kufanywa kutibiwa. Alivyopeleka kadi yake na bibi yake pale Coast General, ikaambiwa kwamba it is not valid. So he had to come back to the group tumchangie sasa ili yeye apate ile matibabu pale Coast General Hospital Mombasa. So this is something which is happening right now.
Pascal, when you say not valid, what do you mean? Hajalipia ama kadi haichukuliwi sasa?
Kadi haichukuliwi.
Oh, okay.
Yeye anaomba kwamba the card is not valid na analipia.
Okay.
Na pale hospitali ameomba kwamba the kadi zote mbili yake na ya bibi yake they are not valid. Na hajakosa kulipa. The 500 Kenya shillings ile ambayo mnalipa kila mwezi.
Okay.
Jay, let me tell you why these hospitals they are having.
Just one moment, Stella. Just one moment. Yes, Charlo. Just one moment, Stella. Sorry. Yes, Charlo.
Mimi naishi Germany. mpaka sasa hivi ninaongea naishi Germany. Nimekaa hapa Germany over 30 years. Watoto wangu wamezaliwa hapa, hata ni wakubwa wanafanya kazi hapa. Nilienda Kenya juzi holiday, nikajaribu tu kusema wacha nichukue kadi ya bibi yangu, alikuwa nayo bado ya NSSF ya Kenya. Uende nijaribu kufanya tu, kuna malaria, uone kama itafanya kazi. Although niko na private insurance, travel insurance niko nayo, lakini nikaenda na ile tu kutaka kujua. So I went with this card there. What I was told, I told my wife, cancel that card, don't pay anymore. Mpaka stop. Niko na naweza kuleta kwa room, I can show you here. So if you tell me this government is good for such things, my friend, then you are lost in America. You are really lost.
Jake,
Kenya Rebel, I see you go backstage. I hope I can have you as well. But yes, Stella.
Jakes, I wanted to clarify something.
You see what happens, Jake? You see someone like Pascal and Chalo and I know we remit every time, we remit some certain amount to our cards, and also my employer does that. You see, kuko na hiyo top up. Now, the challenge inakuanga hapa. If I go to Nairobi Hospital, if I go to Kenyatta, if I go to any hospital and iko accredited na NHIF, you know what they tell you? We cannot use the card kwa sababu NHIF haijalipa deni yetu. Unaona sasa hapo ndio tunakuanga na shida. Sasa unaona kama nani Charo na ukiona mtu kama Pascal wanaenda kutumia kadi yao. Let me tell you, most likely hiyo kadi zao, it can even cover mpaka dialysis na kila kitu. But the problem is the NHIF organization, it is not paying these hospitals. So inakuja inatu affect sisi wananchi wa Njiko. So that's why I'm saying Nani Mburu should not think that Nini where he is better off. Let me tell you, our universal health, it's being compromised because it's being run by cartels. You can see like a hospital and utaenda maybe kama ni Melchizedek ama niende afya bora clinic. They'll ask for my card and maybe they are not NHIF accredited. Wataniambia wacha tupatie hiyo kadi yako. After a while unaona message umekuja kwa simu yako umekata 400,000 kwa sababu uliumwa na nyuki ama ni umbo ilikuuma. Is that nini? So that's what I'm saying. Our UHC, it's compromised. It's being run by cartels. So, Baro, don't that say at NHIF is good to do whatever. We are seeing the rot here. Even right now, we are getting angry because this finance bill is affecting our payslips. It is affecting even our lives. I'm forced even to cut off my insurance. I try to go to a lower tier so that I'm able to afford for my health insurance and for my family. But you can't come here joking with this thing. I'm telling you, this thing is not a joke. That I'm telling you.
Okay.
Just
try and understand.
Jakes.
Now, Mboro, I give you 2 minutes to respond to these guys.
Good, thank you.
One of the reasons, just listen, kidogo too. One of the reasons I allow them to speak is that you can get a feel, because what you're saying, and I agree with you, NHIF is a good thing, a beautiful thing. But inside that good thing, as Stella, Pascal, Chalo, and others are saying, is that some, can I call them demons? That one, you relate with it. Some demons, especially of what we're discussing today, corruption, have found their hands into this. And now it's no longer as juicy, as sweet, as nice as it sounds. It's good. It's a very good scheme. It's a very good health cover. But unfortunately, many, the many who are very unfortunate are suffering, while every month they remit money to this scheme. So we're not talking about the positive. We can sit here and talk about everything positive. In fact, the show today is basically to call out the wrong, because everything has a good side and we can praise. But as well, when there is something wrong, it's always wise to call it out. And that's what they are trying to do. And you're also equally trying to do the right thing by calling the good side. So that's why I'm trying to get the balance. So
Now,
so go ahead.
Thank you very much. And what I love about you is your understanding. And I wish all the panelists.
No. Captain, come on. Captain, come on. I have allowed you guys to speak. Now allow Mboro to speak. It's only fair.
Mbona unampatia 2 minutes na wewe ukutupea 2 minutes?
Go ahead.
You see, Jakes, that is the kind of understanding I was looking for. And I have not disputed that there are no charges. Actually, even the cabinet secretary is saying there is a problem in the NHIF. Who am I to say everything is okay? I am not saying everything is okay. So, however much you are emotional or the NHIF has not worked for you, you don't have to be emotional with what I say. When I say I have had people or have seen people who have benefited from it. So as much as they are bad people who are corrupt and they are misusing a good scheme or a good thing, does not mean we call it bad. That is what I'm saying. So I'm saying, yes, there are challenges. Yes, there are some areas that need to be fixed, but we have to, all of us agree that having NHIF is a good thing. What we should be talking about is how do we fix the problems that are there? And I have not disputed. We have seen all those corruptions. And does not also mean that those corruptions have not been existing. And that is what I've been saying. It is only through investigations that we shall have a clear picture. Because I normally say in this show, you should not, and this is an aspect of law, you should not only be fair, you should also be seen to be fair. And to be fair is speak on the point of facts. And the facts are, we are yet to receive the report to know, to have the bigger picture of what is happening. And for me, Jakes, if you have listened to me for a long time, I don't just talk. I try to limit myself to what I know. And what I don't know, I try not to talk about it. That is what I gave my point of view and the experience I have had with so many people. And that's my conclusion is NHIF is a good thing. To you, Captain. Captain, you made a statement which I wanted to hear. More clarification. You have said that government officials, they have come up with their hospitals and they're remitting money to those hospitals. Can you mention those government officials if you know them? And then the other thing, those hospitals that are involved in these scandals, because I say, let us deal with facts, not just talking. For me, I tell people, let us talk what we know so that we may inform the people. When you say the government officials have come up with hospitals, they have launched their hospitals, tell us who are those government officials? Do you have any of them? Do you have the evidence to us that? Are those hospitals new or they have been in existence? Because when you tell us they are, government officials' hospitals, please, let us be more informed. Those hospitals, as far as I am concerned, I listened to the cabinet secretary, they have been there. So please let us tell people the truth. And that is what I was saying. So I am not saying there are no corruption. Corruption is there. There are bad things. There are bad experiences. But what we should do, let us tell the government, fix the problem because NHIF is a good thing. And it can help many people. That's all what I'm saying. I have no problem with your view. Don't have a problem with my views. Yeah.
Okay. Kenya Rebel.
Yes. Nimeambiwa niseme hospitali sije siko na nini? Ama
I'm sure hiyo swali ni ngumu lakini ni sawa, but kama uko na jina tu moja niambie nisikie.
Ni ngumu kidogo lakini
badala ni kuache uhangaike na hiyo swali.
Sasa mbona unataka kunikata?
Aya, endelea.
Mbona unataka kunikata?
Nikukuhurumia because najua hauna jina.
Sasa wewe unanihurumia, badala ya uhurumia wa Kenya unahurumia mtu mmoja. Na wa Kenya ni 50 million. Ana huyu jamaa.
Endelea.
Sasa iko hivi mburu. Wacha nikuulize. Hata natumia lugha rahisi tu ya Kikale. Hospitali inaitwa St. Luke adjacent to Moi Teaching and Referral ni nani? Hospitali inaitwa Real Eldoret imejaa.
My friend, that's not how we answer questions.
Hakuna hautaniuliza swali kwa kujibu. I'm answering you what you want. I've answered you. Benye nimefikisha hapo, na hata kina Charo, kina Wangare, Kenya Rebel na Checks wamejua nimejibu nini kwa ile swali uliuliza.
Hakuna kitu umejibu because Wakenya hawajajua chenye unasema.
Kwa sababu wewe mwenyewe unataka kujidanganya ya kwamba sijakujibu. Jidanganye hivyo.
Jibu swali vizuri bwana.
Endelea Jex na mambo mengine. Nishamjibu, anajua mwenye hospitali ya mwenye hiyo hospitali ya St. Luke na Real Eldoret ni nani?
Aya, sawa. Kenya Rebel. Nilikwambia tu utajibu hiyo swali but ni sawa. Kenya Rebel.
Hajajibu kitu. Hakuna kitu amejibu.
Kenya Rebel.
Hey. Leo ni leo Unanisikia Jake?
Nakusikia, hao watu wamenitesa 4 hours but sawa. Tuendelee.
Naona una sweat kama hinga.
Unajua nilisoma comment mahali ati kuna bibi anafanyia wallet ya mtu design ya siaya. Anatesa bwana fulani hapa. Anamtesa design ya siaya. Dogo tu boro, acha
before let me just go. Kenya Rebel unajua atanipatia second moja. Captain, nimekuambia utuambie hospitali moja mpya, nisitumie Kiswahili, ambayo imejengwa katika serikali ya William Samoei Ruto na iko involved na hizo scandal. Just one yenye imejengwa specifically to Sweden Kenyans. The NHIF money. Tuambie ni gani hiyo?
Unataka Mburu, unataka nikuambie 1+1 ni 11 na unajua ni 2?
Wewe bwana, jibu maswali bwana.
Ndio unataka, ndio.
Ulisema you have said government officials wameweka hospitali.
You want me to tell you 1+1 is 11? Well, you know that it's 2.
So, ukisema kitu hakikisha you know what you are saying. As far as I am concerned, after listening to you, you just spoke just for the sake of it. And that is not right. Whatever you say, make sure you
unafikiria wewe Mburu unafikiria penye tuko.
Ukisema kitu hakikisha ni ya ukweli. Ukisema government officials wamekuja wameweka mahospitali ili waibie Wakenya, tuambie ni gani ambayo imejengwa kwa wakati wa serikali tuliyoko nayo, ili tujue kwa hakika huyo anajua nini anasema.
Sahi hapa. Unaona ile meli ya Titanic ilianguka miaka gani?
Kupeleka wapi bwana?
Sikiza na kujibu vizuri, lakini wenye wameenda kutafuta walikuwa wamepost wataenda kuangalia wakaperish. Saa hii tunasema sasa hapa mambo ya hospitali ya NHIF.
Mambo ya hospitali unalipeleka kwa meli.
I'm sure you itakuja hiyo kitu. The thing will come.
Wacha kuchezea Wakenya.
I'm telling you the truth.
Ni baya bwana.
Ni baya. Wewe ndio unachezea Wakenya.
Abia Wakenya ukweli.
Nyinyi ndio mlisema pesa mfukoni, lakini pesa iko wapi sasa? Pesa iko wapi?
Na itakuja bwana. Itakuja ngoja. Wewe utaiona na utakula wakati ukifika. Mikakati iko, mipango iko.
Yesu atarudi tukingoja pesa.
Yesu atarudi tukingoja pesa. Wewe bibi yako akipata mimba anazaa siku hiyo.
Sasa William alituambia mambo ya mimba ama alituambia mambo ya pesa? Yeye alisema pesa alisema mimba. Yeye mwenyewe akutuambia mambo ya mimba, alituambia mambo ya pesa.
You cannot expect, my brother, an economy to grow within a day or a year. It happens through a gradual process. The problem is maybe you had a high expectation, but the people who understand how things are done, they are patient enough to see the result. For us, we don't want the process. Listen to me. Wacha nikupatie example rahisi sana. Unaona mtoto akiingia kwa shule, masomo ni chungu sana wakati unasoma, lakini utasoma hadi ugojee wakati wa mtihani ndio uone matokeo. Wakati William Samoei Ruto anaweka mikakati ya uchumi, amepanga vizuri sana. Tumeona mambo ya taxes venye imepangwa, tumeona venye amepanga venye ata reduce the external debt, tumeona venye ameweka pesa ya subsidies for the production not consumption. Hiyo yote at the end of it will lead to a stable economy. Na hiyo sasa ndio tunasema we are result oriented, not just the process.
When are we expecting that? When?
You have to wait. Sasa wewe unaruka mimi kubeba ni chuku.
Manifesto yenu ya UDA ama Kenya Kwanza abuku tuambia tutangoja.
Wakati sasa wewe umesoma. I am not expecting people who are educated to and I'm not trying to say that I'm educated more than anybody. What I'm saying, sisi ambao tulipata nafasi tukaenda kwa shule, tunastahili kukuwa na maoni tofauti kidogo na wale ambao hawajaenda shule, kwa sababu wao wanaweza dhania things will happen drastically. Lakini wewe unaelewa vizuri sana na ninajua kabisa umesoma. Nikikusikiza, you are a very sharp guy. You should be the one telling Kenyans the truth, that the plans we are having, and what I like Jakes about William Ruto, he is able to hold the bull on its horns. He is not just a populist leader. Some of the decisions he is making are very sensitive, very critical, that even can cost him his re-election. But he is saying, mimi nitafanya the right thing. However much people are going to complain, nitashikilia kabisa, baadaye watakuja kuona matokeo. Kama mambo ya kukata watu pesa sio kitu ya kucheza nayo, but he knows what he is doing. At the end of it, wewe captain utakuwa wa kwanza hapa kufurahia wewe.
Listen, Buru. Listen. No problem. Don't cheat me that I've gone to school. In real sense, I know that I did not go to school. That is what I know. Listen. No. I'm just talking on behalf of that mwananchi anatoka kule ushago. Are you listening to me? Unaona? You cannot take munaambia wananchi Kenya wako na shortage ya wajinga, alafu pale mbele unaenda kufanya Wakenya kwa wajinga.
Sasa captain, ni kazi yako.
Listen to me first. Listen to me. You have to accept the fact that even if I'm in your camp, I'm camping with you in UDA, but anytime I can change.
How can you prove? How can I even prove I'm UDA? We are just in the debate.
You will be told. You don't know that, and you will be told. Okay. When I get somebody like you who is a diehard, I have to deal with you accordingly.
You see, when we are making
enough.
Listen.
Enough. No. Enough. We have listened to you too. Relax, Captain. Relax. We have listened to you too. It has been a true and forth. It has been a true and forth.
Niko na swali moja kidogo. Kwa nini? Swali moja kidogo tutafanya. Nataka kutoka naenda kulala manake kesho narauka. Niko na swali moja tu. Kwa nini?
Lakini kidogo tu kwanza Charo please tafadhali Charo. Usilale usiende maliza kuongea. Kuna swali moja nataka nikuulize ulisema. Tafadhali endelea.
Mimi na swali moja. Sisi wa Kenya huwa shida yetu ni ipi mpaka tunatoka tunakimbia huko Amerika na huko Europe? Kwa nini mtu kama huyu Mboro asibaki pale nyumbani alafu akaona ile reality? Kwa nini yeye yuko Amerika alafu ndo anaongea vile anaongea? Manake kule tunakimbilia kwa sababu green pasture. Kwa nini tusikue pale nyumbani? Kama kungekuwa pale nyumbani pako sawa kweli. Ndio swali nilikuwa nataka kumuuliza Mboro.
Mimi kitu wacha nikujibu vizuri sana kile kitu ambacho watu hawajui ni ya kwamba dunia inakuwa kitu moja siku hizi. Na ndiposa umeona hata wazungu wengi kama mahali sisi tumejenga huko Kenya, all our neighbors ni wazungu huko. Kwa sababu gani? Dunia imeanza kuwa moja. Na kusikue na mtu ambaye ako hapa anakaa ni kama amefugiliwa Kenya kwa kakona fulani. Enjoy the freedom of going anywhere. Mahali popote unaweza faidika kuliko mahali huko, you are free to do it. And that is why even the president amesema vizuri sana wako na mipangilio na nchi zingine. Wakenya waanze kutembea. Maana vyenye tukitoka na huko nje tukipata pesa tunapeleka wapi? Tunajenga uchumi wetu. So it is a good thing, it's not a bad thing. The other thing, ni lazima tukubali ya kwamba Kenya is a growing economy. It has not grown to the level of America. So we have to agree that the standard of living in Kenya is a little bit low as compared to the Western countries. So there is no problem, my friend. Tukitorokea shida kidogo ambayo iko, tunajaribu kusolve the problem. There is a problem, and I agree. There has been a problem with governance, and that one I agree totally. So sijasema ati Kenya iko mzuri sana, especially economically, kuliko nchi zingine. Na kama like now tuseme mtu kama mimi, I was not having a chance ya kusema nitaweza kubadilisha hali ya nchi, na nikipata nafasi ya kutoka na huko nje niende nisaidike, siwezi kaa hapo ati nang'ang'ana na shida yangu na kulala njaa. My friend, what are you telling us?
Sasa ujue kuna wenzako hiyo chance kama hiyo ya green card iliyopata hawana. Sasa vile unapoongea hivyo, hata sijui unaongea hivyo kwa nini. Maana kuna wengine hata hiyo chance ya green card hawana. Nasikia mtu hana hata hiyo chance ya kutoka. Hata ukimwambia kuwa yeye halipi ushuru na umemwongezea bei ya mafuta, umemwongezea bei hata ya nywele, umemwongezea bei ya kila kitu. Sasa umemwambia nini?
Hata sisi bado tunalipa kabisa. Hata sisi bado tunalipa ushuru.
Hata mimi nalipa ushuru Kenya. Nakwambia hata mimi nalipa hapa, nalipa Kenya.
Exactly.
Angalia mtu ambaye pale nyumbani hajui atakula nini, hana kazi, anaongezewa ushuru. Unasema ati housing finance hata lipa, na in the other side ameongezewa mafuta ya taa, ameongezewa paraffin, ameongezewa kila kitu. Sasa si hiyo ndo analipa kwa VAT. Kama yeye angetaka hizo mambo hizo, hao ambao hawana kazi wangeachwa na kuacha, anasema amewacha, lakini huko amewaongeza nyingine. Hiyo sasa story, sisi tuko huku nje hatuoni ile picture nzuri pale nyumbani. Lakini kama tungeona ile picha pale nyumbani vizuri, sidhani kama tungekuja kuongea mambo kama hayo unaongea wewe sasa hivi.
Sasa Charo, nikuulize swali.
Kama hapa duniani unaishi na good health care ni hapa Germany.
Wacha nikuulize swali.
Kujaribu na huko Amerika ikashinda. Kama kuna good health care in the world is only in Germany. And even Obama tried in America, it didn't work. So if you are talking about health care, I can tell you better. If you are talking about housing, I can tell you better. I just keep quiet to listen to the people who speak English very much there, and they don't know anything more than that English. To make you understand. Please, let's get the picture from our people down there in Kenya. Then
Charo,
we can talk.
Charo, I have a question for you.
Yes.
I have a question, and it's not a technical question. It's just a simple question.
Yes.
Kenya right now is hitting 9 trillion in debts. 9 trillion. And the president is asking Kenyans, should we continue to increase the debt that we have? Or should we have a way or a strategy of trying to reduce the debt that we have? Which one is better? Because there is what we can say, this is a better option, and then we can have the other option. So the president is asking, should we continue borrowing to cater for our basic needs? Or should we try to cater for our basic needs? And if we are to borrow, we borrow for other things. Is it a good idea or not a good idea for the country? Not just for the common mwananchi.
So now I want to understand your question. Which question is it? Are you giving me in particular? Which question?
I am dealing with the question of taxes. The question of taxation.
Charo.
Oh?
Charo, wacha nikusaidie.
Wacha nimjibu kwanza, alafu utanisaidia baadaye. Wacha nimjibu alafu utanijibu baadaye. Kwa sababu kuna mambo mengi ambayo yeye anafanya kinyume cha kwanza, kinyume cha sheria. Sheria kwanza. He doesn't follow the law before he starts something. Unaona kulikuwa na food supplement ya Galana Kulalo range. Where is it now? Hiyo kwanza ndio kitu ya kwanza watu walikuwa ni wapate chakula. Kuna hizo mambolea. He told us that the mbolea is one gunia is 2,000. Hiyo gunia inatoka 5,000. Why is it now? Manake hizo ndio vitu za kwanza ambazo walikuwa niambia wananchi. Hunger, good health care, and poverty. I'm telling you, the only country in the world with good health care is only Germany. Even Obama came here and tried in America. So please, what Mr. President is doing is really doing very wrong. And the people from Diaspora, they should see the people, they underneath watu wale wa chini waone. Mbona makanisa yanakuwa mengi kushinda hospitali? Even in the State House there is a big kanisa pale. Na hospitali hazina hata madawa. I was in Kenya, I was counting every village. There's 11 kanisas na hospitali ni moja na haina dawa. Haina hata aspirin. And yet you are sitting in America in your car saying, that is very good there. That is very good. Oh, my friend.
Jaro, just a minute. Just a minute.
Chalo,
yes, I have, and my sister is going to help you.
No. Let me ask you this question. You spoke about our debt ceiling. Sindio?
Yes.
Yesterday when we were here, tulikuwa na mtu alikuwa anaitango CPA Githombi. And I remember even Kenya Kwanza and Mzalendo were there. Let me tell you, Kenya has no debt. We've paid our debt. We owed 6 trillion and that debt was paid. Only remain 4 trillion. So ask yourself, where is Ruto exaggerating 4 times of what he wanted? Then another thing, ask yourself, this loan anasema tuombe, hii loan anasema either we pay or what? Muulize loan ni kulipa project gani ijalipwa? Dongo Kudu, SGR, Express Highway. Ask Kenya, we need to get the information because hata mimi nikiwa kwa nyumba, I know that sijalipa stima, I know I owe. Sijalipa msichana wa kazi, I know I owe. I've not paid rent, I know I owe. But don't come with a blanket explanation saying that we have a debt. Which debt? And ukiangalia, you go to the endo angalia website ya CBK na National Treasury. Let me tell you, we do not have any outstanding debt. The thing is, there is greed in this regime. Don't nod your head. It's okay. It's your process.
You see.
Do not.
Okay, okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, my sister. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
Let me tell you something. Mboro, listen to me. Ask yourself, because you're trying to support Kenya Kwanza, why are they in a hurry getting that amount of money? Why are you in a hurry for housing levy? Alafu tena mmechange imekuwa tax. Ask yourself, why are you in a hurry to fund expensive trips? Why are you in a hurry not paying salaries za civil servant? Tangu all these regimes zenye zimekuwa from Moi, Kibaki, from Uhuru, the country has never been broke. Civil servants were paid on time. Suppliers were paid on time. Wage bill ilikuwa kidogo. Why is it so surprisingly that right now civil servants have not been paid their salaries? Now they are waiting for their March salaries. There is something wrong with this regime which you are trying to support, the Kenya Kwanza. There is either greed or hapa watu wanataka kukula wamalize waende because they know there is a red flag somewhere hawatarudi mara ya pili. The other thing you need to be very clear, we have not refused to pay our taxes. We are going to pay the taxes. The tax enye imeletwa hapa na inatukasirisha ni hii kitu ya housing levy. Ask yourself, why are they putting this housing levy yet tuko na NHC? Yes, me am a salaried whatever. I have no problem hata nikikatwa 6,000 in the national housing. I know I am guaranteed that I'm going to have a house. But getting a housing levy, then you're changing it to be a tax. Alafu mnasema munaiweka in a consolidated fund, which that fund has not been told to us. And then another thing which is most paining us, there is no legal frameworks. Hakuna strategy venye wanakuja. They've not even mentioned the PPPs and whatever. And they're telling me this thing was there in the Uhuru regime. I am not refusing. Alifanya boma yetu. Boma yetu, only the few handful only benefited. The rest, it was taken by cartels. Kuna mtu support hapa. Right now, wako starehe. Hizo nyumba of starehe as we speak right now Mboro. Hakuna mtu amesaidika na hiyo affordable housing. Zishanyakuliwa na cartels. Because kama ningekuwa nimequalify hiyo ningekuwa nimeonekana. But what did Hinga tell us? That we are going with a criteria. Criteria lisema aje inafanywa kama inatakwaje ile kubahatisha. So, hii housing fund enyo wanatuharakishia na hata kama ilikuwa kwa they never came out with the final kutuambia this is how it is. The thing is, Hinga and his team were talking both sides of his mouth. It is a contribution. Waka-argue. Contribution does not make any sense. Ikakuwa levy, it does not make any sense. Kulikuwa na memorandum, almost 178 people who came against it. So that is 88% of Kenyans were against it. But now you have Kuria Nini committee went to Naivasha, wakadanganya, wakaanza kukuja kwa others on the third reading, saying that as Kenya we proposed it okay 1.2 from 2000 ikato 1.5. Unashindwa 1.5 imekuja. Then they said, apana, it is going to go according to your pay slip. If you earn 100,000, una calculate 1.5. Now they're telling us it is a tax. Tell me, are you going to trust the government where your money you as the customer unatoa ipotee? Si hata heri mimi mwenyewe nichukue hiyo pesa, I go and invest somewhere else. So you cannot tell us that no, I've said, let me finish. I've said we have not refused to pay taxes. The thing is, we want to ask ourselves as Kenya, why is Ruto in a hurry to get this money of 9 billion? Ask yourself. There are no funded projects. Hakuna project, niambie project moja yenye Ruto ametuweka tangu ingie as a president. There are no projects. The only projects were left with Uhuru and they're almost getting finished. But the problem is they've not paid these people. So, hauwezi enda kumalizia mtu mwingine kazi yake na hiyo deni imebaki, alafu imetuachia kwa mzigo, alafu unatuongezea mzigo ingine. It doesn't happen like that. And I don't
Sasa,
okay.
Sasa nadhani it's okay.
Okay. Moro, Stella, everyone, one moment. Unajua, let's be fair, Moro always tells me justice at times it's good to be seen to be fair. Kenya Rebel ilikuwa time yake. Yeah, let's give Kenya Rebel and Melchizedek, so that it is a fair match. Yes, Kenya Rebel.
And both of them did not answer my question.
Moro, Kenya Rebel.
Yes, sir. Unanisikia?
Yeah, endelea.
Wacha niwasalimie wote, Stella na kuona Melchizedek, Captain, haya Charo, weya, yey, hey, na Jeffrey, wacha kupotea.
Kwani mimi unioni?
Wewe sikuoni. Wewe siasa yako na watu wanagongana hapa. Anyway,
una tabia ya kutonisalamia lakini ni sawa tu.
Haya, nakusalimia hata wewe Jake.
Uko mzima lakini.
Niko mzima, nimesikia debate hapa. Ni kali kweli. But I wanted to say something that touches on what Jeffrey is saying and Stella na kila mtu. Ruto, I had hopes that he will do things differently when he got to when he became the president. I did vote for him. I did vote for Raila. I thought both of them were both con men. Lakini con man mkubwa ni Raila. But let's go to Ruto. Ruto, he promised to fight corruption. Jeffrey umetuambia we have a debt of 9.7 or something trillion. Well, that's debatable because saizi ukisikia Okiya Omtata na Jimmy Wanjigi and Jake, you can uliangalia hiyo video. There's a video where anaitwa nani? Wacha Okiya Omtata mwingine, this billionaire guy. Jimmy Wanjigi went to he met some parliamentarians and he was proposing his plan, telling him, hey, we don't owe anybody. These are odious debts. And the messed up part is they were actually laughing. It was like it was funny to them, which they didn't even take it serious. But anyway, this is where I say I don't have hope for Ruto. Ruto told us that he's raising these taxes mpaka tulipe ushuru so that we don't have to borrow. That's what he said. I'm nadanganya. Sinalituambia tata raise the reason why we are paying this ushuru because he doesn't want to borrow. Already in his budget, he said he's going to borrow $730 billion. Kenyan shillings. And by the way, he has to also borrow 850 billion extra because SGR inalipwa next year. SGR haikumalizwa. It's due next year. So he has to borrow more than that, okay? Already has received 718 billion. Ambayo amesha borrow. So what am I trying to say? He's trying to borrow to cover the debt of the previous administration and for him to have money ili anaweza kulipa hao waninio wafanyakazi na vitu vingi na hizo mambo yote. And on top of that, he'll also collect his taxes. All right? But the problem is this. He debt anatuweka, and I don't know if you heard his speech yesterday or the day before. He was telling the IMF officials that if he wants a loan, that's a 50-year loan. The first 20 years, it will be grace period. We'll probably be paying only interest. Then the 30 years inaisha, ndio tutalipa towards the principal. What basically he's saying, as long as he's in power, which I think he'll be in power for 10 years, then probably Gachagua, they'll be paying the interest. Now watakuwa naiba. Most likely, just like the previous administration, okay? Watakuwa naiba. And guess who will pay for this? Our taxes will go higher. And I will not be surprised if the next financial bill will be more. Will they raise taxes on everything more than even this one, the one it's about to kick off on the 30th. Is it 30th or 1st July? Okay? Sasa maisha inataka kuwa ngumu na hiyo VAT ya 16% na mambo mengine. I don't know. So as a neutral, somebody who is independent, I would like to ask Jeffrey, because Azimio is hopeless. Azimio is hopeless. Oh, they might as well. I saw Martha Karua talk about doing nini. Martha Karua was corrupt. He was given money, 50,000 pounds by BAT in 2006 there. So he has no moral authority to tell anyone about corruption. Okay? But what I'm saying is this. Jeffrey, kama wewe mtu wa Kenya Kwanza, what do you think? Borrowing another new loan for 50 years loan term? He hasn't borrowed it yet, but he was telling the IMF that that's what he wants to borrow. He was just saying that he wants favorable terms, just like the Europeans get it. Do you think this is really helpful for Kenyans? Or should he be fighting? Because what essentially what Jimmy Wanjigi and Okia Mtata are saying is, why can't we audit this public debt and find out what we actually owe, which may be nothing? Because odious debt means that these debts were taken by people who they were not attained legally. So kama Uhuru alichukua hiyo SGR akaitumia vibaya, he's liable to pay for it, not us taxpayers. That's the whole point. So I would be curious as somebody in Mburu, what do you think about that? Sisi ati naona umekanyagwa leo, but I'm sorry. Unmute.
Kawaida ukingangana kwa unmute alafu unaguza left. Anyway.
Ninasikika.
Umetoroka huyo.
Kenya Rebel.
We can't see you, Mboro.
You can see me? Oh, yeah.
Endelea.
You can see me now?
Yeah, we can see you. Go
ahead. Kenya Rebel, unasema leo nimekanyangwa sana lakini mimi sikanyangiki. I am here to give my views. And my views are not determined by what other people say. It is what I believe in. It is what I think. Now,
that's why I like your participation.
Yes. Pertaining what you have just spoken and the question I had asked, which Charo and Wangari Stella did not answer my question because it was just a simple question. We have a debt of 9 trillion. What is the better option? To pay or to borrow, or to pay by our taxes, or to borrow money from the international community to pay? For me, I believe the strategy of William Ruto is, let us, if we are to borrow, we borrow for development, but not to borrow to pay these taxes or to pay our internal, our salaries and other basic needs of the country. However, having said that, Stella has said that the government of William Ruto is exaggerating, and this regime is somehow draconian or is exaggerating the debt. Stella, I want to ask you a question, together with the other panelists who have the same view. Who left this debt? Because the debt are not determined by the forensic audit of Jimmy Wanjigi or whoever. It is what is in the record in the treasury that was left by the previous regime as the debt that Kenya owes other countries. That is what is supposed to be paid. And that does not mean that the investigation of Jimmy Wanjigi should not be followed up to ascertain whether what he is saying is correct. But if there is a mistake as to the debt that Kenya owns other country, it's a mistake of the previous regime. As far as we know, the budget of William Ruto is the one that has just is going on through discussions, has not even been passed or whatever. So this is what I'm saying.
Unasahau ni kwamba the other regime
belongs
to Ruto and Uhuru. This is what you are forgetting now.
Please, let me just finish, Charo. So, Stella, I just wanted to inform you, this debt we are talking about is not a Uhuru Gachagua debt or Kenya Kwanza debt. It's the debt that Uhuru left in the records as the debt that Kenya owns other country. And that is why Jimmy Wanjigi is saying he has done his investigation and he has seen that the previous regime actually borrowed money outside what was approved by the parliament and other institutions that's supposed to monitor how money is being borrowed. So those are the questions and the investigations we agree should continue so that we can ascertain how these things happened. And it is not a mistake of the current regime. And having said that, somebody talked about Kurana Kuraru. That project, when did it fail? Did it fail during the William Ruto regime? As a project that collapsed a long time ago. So
it was found in the Uhuru Ruto regime. Everything,
yes,
we don't
Uhuru
have to forget
regime.
and run away.
But remember,
Ruto was in the last regime.
Charo, remember, in between there, we had the Handshake regime. We had the Uhuru Ruto regime, and also we had the Handshake regime.
Who was the DP? Who was the DP?
Garu, please, can I ask you something?
In a position to differentiate.
No, who was the DP?
Charo, it's okay. You're gonna get a time.
You cannot allow him to say that.
No, but the question is,
you people listen to what I'm saying.
The question is, who was the DP by that regime?
You people, mbona huwa mnashika moto wakati nikisema kitu? Mbona mnashika moto haraka hivyo?
You don't ask me, you don't answer my question. Unijibu swali langu. Who was the deputy president of the country?
William Ruto. William Ruto was the deputy president who was sidelined by the Handshake brother called Raila Odinga.
Then he could have resigned. He could have resigned. We could take him serious. He could have resigned.
Ngoja kidogo. Charo. Stella. Charo, kidogo. Stella. Stella and Charo. Yes. I wanted to let me defend Nani Jeffrey kidogo. I know you're saying Nani Ruto was in Kenyatta regime. I want you to go and read the constitution and see the role of the DP, deputy president. Okay, his role is not to make policy. His role is not to decide what who signs the whatever. Okay, he just helps the president. In fact, you might even argue he's an errand boy for the president. So you cannot say that Ruto is just as responsible for this debt. The final bat.
Kenya rebel. In the same breath, if you are unable to deliver your mandate, to deliver your functions, the one that people appointed or elected you for, is it not also in honor of these people, so that you're not linked to any messes?
Good point.
Is it not, just one moment, is it also not in honor, and it is still in the law, to honorably resign? Why did he resign? Because we still blame him whether or not he participated, whether or not he was active or inactive. The fact that he chose to sit in such issues In
Can
law,
I answer you,
it's still a
Jakes?
crime. In law, it's still a crime. You know, in law, if I saw this participating in a crime, I was there, and in one way or another, I didn't do anything about it, I'm liable. That's law.
Oh, no,
Jakes, can I?
this is why Jeffrey kidogo tu. First of all, it hasn't been established that it's a crime as per se. That's number one. It's not a crime. We haven't established that. Goja.
So
Goja.
is the handshake a crime?
James. James. Goja kidogo. We all
It's
know.
Jakes, not James.
James. Unafanya blood pressure. Goja. Bado niko poa. Niko kunywa maji. Nasema hivi. We all know. Let's not pretend. Especially the second term of Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay. We all know that he was sidelined. Matiang'i was given the responsibility that constitutionally needs. Ngoja nimalize.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay?
I agree.
Now you're arguing this. At DP should have resigned. Why should he No. Why should he resign if he was elected by the people? Okay?
No, you have cited the Constitution. I've argued using the Constitution. You have said that his role is well enshrined. His role is well enshrined that he is an assistant to the president. Now that the president does not need his assistance, now that his role, as you have rightfully said, were delegated to someone else. Hence, he was a ghost worker.
Okay, here's the difference. Here's the difference.
A salary. Why not resign?
Jakes, here's the difference. The president directs the deputy president. Okay? The president directs the. But Ruto cannot tell Uhuru at Uhuru. You need to. You cannot. I have to resign because by constitution, Uhuru is the one who has the final power to direct his deputy to undertake some certain functions. Okay? Now Uhuru is the one who broke the law and said, you know what? Wewe sitakupatia kazi, sitakupatia hizi my responsibility that I have to give you by the constitution. I'm going to give it to Matiang'i. Okay? So he was violating the constitution. So let me finish. Charo.
DP. Why did he do this in Mwerere Dam if he had no powers?
We'll get there. So what I'm essentially saying, when it comes to these loans, I'm not here to protect Uhuru. Ruto. I'm saying this: the final box of who was signing off these checks was Uhuru Kenyatta. Just like we discussed yesterday when we were talking about Orengo and his deputy. You cannot blame the deputy for the mess that stops with the governor, the executive. That's what I'm arguing. So you can't say Ruto at this Ninio is because Ruto Ninio, and we all know this. He didn't have the power constitutionally, and number two, he was sidelined by his boss, who is the executive Kenyatta. So we cannot pin this on him. That's all I'm saying. Now, Kimorere is a different one. We can say, okay, Kimorere kama liba pesa, let's look at it independently. But what Jimmy Wanjigi is saying, and na huyo Okiya Mtata wanasema hivi, zile deni tumekuwa nazo tangu hata huko siku za Kenyatta 1, Moi, Kibaki, tuziangalie tuone kama ni deni za they legit. Because this deni, according to them, they are saying we've paid our debts. Actually, tunaipa surplus. Lakini hasa wanakula hizi pesa. That's the argument there. So I don't buy this argument ukisema ati, oh, Ruto, you are in that part of regime, so you're also responsible. No, constitutionally, he didn't have any power per se to sign on these checks. Corruption is another case.
Nakuuliza swali moja tu. Ukiwa kwenye timu ya wachezaji wa mpira ni 11. Wale wanakaa kwa bench wakati kombe linaenda kuchukuliwa. Wanapawa gold medal nao ama hawapawi? Kama umekuwa kwa timu, umekaa kwa bench, halafu mmeshinda, timu imeshinda, lakini uko katika timu na uniform, lakini mmeshinda na huku ucheza kwa sababu kwa bench, unaenda unapawa gold medal.
Wacha nikujibu. Wote wanapewa gold medal, lakini anasema wote wanapata gold medal, lakini nasema hivi kaka, hiyo team ikilose sasa, hiyo timu yako useme mmeshinda, umechapwa bao 3 mtungi lakini wewe ngoja kidogo Mburu, coach alisema we kaa huko ninio. We kocha ninio. Goalkeeper alisema, coach alisema ati wewe ukae kwa huko ninio, huko kwa bench, Alafu the captain wa hii team ambao anaambia wachezaji wengine pale wajipange vizuri. Huyu captain alienda akauza kakanyaga mtu hapo kwa penalty box ndio akashindwa. Sasa utasema ati yule mtu alikaa kwa bench ndiye aliuza ama ni huyu captain ambao aliminio?
Lakini wote watakuwa wameshindwa.
Kenyatta, hebu tusikie Melkisedek. Ngoja tusikie huyu jamaa.
Na ameshindwa. He was one of the team players and walishindwa mabao, walifunga 3-0 all of them.
The team was not together. He was sidelined.
Can we listen to that? Maybe you have something to say.
He was at the bench.
Sideline, he could have resigned. That's an honorable thing to do. Usibebe nini za mwenzako.
Jex, wacha niseme kitu. Lakini kabla niseme kitu ningetaka kupatia.
One moment Mboro. Let me be fair. Mboro unataka kusema kitu, but bado unataka nipe Melchizedek.
Nataka umpatie kwanza. Unajua umenyamaza kabisa, nikashida unatakaje?
Nawasikiza, I am listening. Melchizedek.
Habari zenu.
Salama sana.
Najua mnapigania kitu ambayo inaonekana hivi kwa wazi kwamba vitu ambazo tunasema zingine ni uongo na zingine ni ukweli. Tukiangalia maneno ambayo inafanyika Kenya, even hata nyinyi ambayo mnaongea, kuna vitu zingine ambazo hamujui. They are hidden. Na government ndio anajua kile kitu ambayo inatendeka. Let me go straight to the point. Tunaongea maneno ya sijui regime, new regime, old regime. The fact is, when we are looking what happened to the last regime, Ruto was the vice president. And the fact is, he has 147 roles that he was playing there. The deputy president. Yes,
the deputy president.
He was the deputy president, sorry for that. And he has the 147 roles that he was playing there as vice president. Those who are following. I'm not a computer to name all of them. Sorry to say that. The fact is, when we are talking about the handshake, we are very wrong because these people, they want what is called peace because Kenya was going to exchange. Even you will know very well. If not handshake, we could have still fighting. Does not mean that Raila was in the government.
Raila was a con man. Wait, stop. Wait, I don't let you go. He's a con man. No, stop it.
My friend, even if he's a con man, is my own view. So forget about is a con man or my view.
I'm correcting you.
Okay.
Give your view and have an informed view. Don't come here with Raila Odinga. Kenya was not going to war. Uhuru was losing. He lost the election. The people wanted to take him out. Very much. So he made a deal with Raila Odinga. Okay? So base your view based on facts. Okay, go ahead, but don't lie.
Why can't you give me time to talk? Because all people are talking. We are fighting for nothing. Mr.
I'm sorry. I want to apologize. I'm sorry. I want to apologize. I say that because Raila made a lot of youth die. They died in vain, and he went in that with the very person who killed us. People like me who are fighting for him in 2017. That's why I'm so touching that subject. A lot of youth died because of him, and he went and shook hands with the very person who was gunning us down, and he has never atoned for that, like Baby Pendo. So don't come here and tell people that at least you, Raila, that you are going to war. We are not going to war.
Can I go ahead and talk?
Go ahead.
Mburu has said all people are learned. Why can't we behave like people who are learned?
Come on.
Yeah. So when we are talking here, let us talk like those who are learned, not like those who doesn't went to school.
We are learned, but
Go ahead.
Raila
Go
is
to
a
your point,
comment.
sir. Go to your
Thank
point.
you. Thank you. Mr. Mburu is saying something which is very important, and I was to say this. Mr. Mburu, sometimes we used to fight, and you know me. When I see something which is very bad or very good, I have to accept. That's me. We are here to help our country, not to argue, neither to say things that are not working. The tax that is brought right now, even you people are sanyana wa Kenya. Haijapitishwa, but inaenda kupitishwa whether you like it or no. Kwa sababu kila kitu ambacho inaendelea inaonyesha dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. And we have to find a solution. What are the things that we are supposed to do so that we can make a change than debating or saying something that we will say tomorrow, the next day, after tomorrow, and we don't have a solution. Regarding the tax, I'm paying tax, you are paying tax. Whether you are in America and whether you are in where, you will pay tax. Whether you like it or not, because you are sending back money at home. But how can we? Because if you are a good leader that want to help people, you should come up with a good idea and tell people. You cannot force people to do something. Even in your house, you cannot force your husband or your wife to do something. You have to sit with them down and tell them, this is what I want to do. How do you see it? And that's why we have the house and we have everything. That's the government that we are talking about. The government we have right now inatufinya, tusemeni ukweli. Hakuna kitu ingine tunasema hapa. Hata kama mnapigana na mimi, but the fact is, inaumiza wa Kenya. We want to find a solution. Let us not talk about the last regime. It's already passed. Whether we talk it tomorrow, today, you support Raila, you support Ruto, I don't care. But the fact is, how can we help Kenya to be the way we want it? That's the most important thing that we are supposed to talk here. So debating is good. We can, so everybody inatoa views zake ambayo kila mtu anasema mpaka watu wengine ni wakonma na haina shida. Mimi sio mtu wa Raila, mimi sio mtu wa Ruto. But the fact is, when something is happening, we are Kenyans. We are all Kenyans. Mr. Mburu unalipa rent. Ambayo unajua at the end of the month utalipa rent yako. Na kama hujalipa, landlord atakuja kuambia baba, funga virago na uende. Sindio? So when we are here, something that we have already talked, let us be focused, let us be organized and say something that we can help. I think that one, it will be very good than fighting. Thank you.
Okay. Just one moment before I forget to play this. Let me play this, and I'll have Ashley come in.
7. Let the investigating authorities complete the investigations. Who are you to tell us? How did you know? You are the thief who is trying to show us that, oh, the other thief ran away. You are the ugly face of impunity. Non-political frauds whose word means nothing, neither have the legitimacy nor integrity to lecture anyone on matters corruption or integrity. I dare say. Yes, I have an interest in the construction of the dams. A major interest. Well, when a thief has stolen and amefukuzwa, mwizi huyo. Sasa ile mwizi anakimbia na anaona mtu mwingine ambaye muoga, akiona kama mwizi anakuja anaanza kukimbia. Mwizi anasema mwizi huyo. The question that I am being asked is actually like a hyena asking a herdsman, what is your interest in your herd? And why do you know the number of the livestock you are keeping? Last election, you said your competitor stole the Eurobond. Now you are accusing the person you perceive to be your future competitor as stealing money from dams. And if you are asked, sasa mkubwa, hii evidence utapeleka Karura ama pale EACC, unasema hapana, mimi nilipigiwa, najua nyinyi ni wezi kwa sababu nilipigiwa simu na Baba Mtakatifu. That was called by the Pope. Really? Wewe ulipigiwa simu na Pope? Kweli? Kenya.
Okay. Ashley, how are you? I had to play that one. Ashley, hi.
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
We are well. Good to see you. Asante sana, at least leo umekaa. Jana ulipop kama popcorn.
Yeah, leo nimejaribu kukuambia uniulizie maswali, sikuwa nataka kuingia.
Oye, pole. Hawa watu sijui kama umewafeel, hawana patience. Hata mimi mwenyewe siulizi maswali, napeana tu.
No. It's because some of us were outside. We just wanted you to ask the panelists the questions. So I'll ask my questions, really. I don't have anything to contribute. It's just questions. And I'll start with the most recent one, the one we were talking, arguing about. Actually, that's why I got in, about the debt, the audience debt. So when I listened to Wanjigi, he said, Ruto has an opportunity. I know some people are saying, they were arguing he was in the previous government, he didn't say something. And I am of that argument that he was sidelined. But even like, have you ever gone to a job where they ask you, if you saw someone stealing, what would you do? Keep quiet, report to the boss, or tell them to stop? So what's your answer? Do you think if he saw things going wrong, that he did justice to the people who elected him to be quiet? I will let each of you answer themselves. But what Wanjigi said is that now he has an opportunity. He might say the other government was Uhuru's. And these debts actually have been from 1963. Someone gave an example of, Mtata gave an example of a debt that was taken and something was supposed to be built and has never been built, and that place is empty now. But we are paying debt. So it's not Uhuru's debt only, it's all the debts from 1963. Some money is out of the country, taken to offshore accounts, and never even lands in Kenya. And what we mean is, we don't have an obligation to pay those debts. And I know Wanjigi struggled to answer the lady who was asking him the questions, that we owe that debt. No, we do not. There is debt that is collectible and debt that is not collectible. If it is not owed, if it was acquired illegally, then it is not owed and it is not collectible. That person should pursue the person that they gave the debt to pay. We have nothing to do with it. We don't know how they are going to get their money. We just tell them, we can't pay because of this and this and this. And our parliament is quiet on this. And I am going to ask, why are they quiet? Because, okay, Ruto may not have had a responsibility in the previous government. I think he did. Because if you look at Mtata, he's in the Senate. He has taken his legs to court and reported. That is what Ruto should have done. If he talked to Uhuru and Uhuru refused to listen, he should have been diligent enough to his people and gone to court and say this and this is happening in this government that I do not agree with, that is illegal. And at least that would have been him doing his due diligence. The fact that he was chosen to be president while he sat there and watched illegality, then we expect him to do the right thing. He's going to do what he watched others do, hoping that even them, they will not report him, and hoping that when he leaves, he will also carry money like Uhuru. So don't expect to see him prosecute those people he said ransack the treasury on their way out. Guess what? When they are leaving, they will do the same. So it is up to us as citizens to put a stop to this. Now, Ruto has an opportunity not to pay debt that he does not, is not ours. So he can stop the payment for the time being and do an audit so that he makes sure that the money that he has collected from Kenyans is paying debt that is legally acquired. That is what he has. He has not signed the finance bill. Once he signs the finance bill, he will be responsible for taking up debt. And we will have to also judge him for paying debt that is illegal if he does that. He has already been told if he cannot plead ignorance. He knows now that some of this debt is questionable. People are saying it's questionable. He has auditors. He can audit. If he chooses not to audit, then he has chosen to take up debt that we do not owe and pay it. And that will be on him. Now, I'm going to go back to Nancy was talking about how it is only the people with paychecks who are removing the housing levy or tax so they can help the poor. And I wanted to ask her, and anybody else who is supporting this housing tax, how is a person earning 10,000 rich? How is a person earning between 10 to 15,000 supporting? And remember, this is a person who may have dependents at home, a person who also be hit with the 16% fuel, high prices from the fuel surcharge. How is this person was not even considered to be exempted from this housing levy? And second, why are we discriminating against formal employment and informal employment? Is in tax supposed to be paid by everybody that is working and getting an income? I hope this housing tax will be defeated in court, because it is unfair to discriminate against those with paychecks and those without. So are you telling those people with paychecks that you're going to penalize them because they have paychecks? Because having a paycheck does not mean that you earn more than the person without a paycheck. Actually, people with paychecks earn less. It is just that their payment is stable. Do you call it stable? It is guaranteed than a person without a paycheck. There are people without paychecks. Most small businesses, actually, people are advised to become small business owners, because it is so hard to be rich or wealthy to become like Ruto himself was a chicken seller. Was he employed to sell chicken? And he says that's where he's made his money. So what fairness is there for someone like him, assuming he was selling chicken and making that much money, not having to pay anything, yet a person paying 10,000 is subjected to the tax? It's discriminatory. I know where I live that you cannot discriminate a person with a paycheck and a person without. And I hope that the courts in Kenya that have this petition from Omtata will also agree that if there is a tax to be paid, it should be paid by every working Kenyan, whether they work in the formal sector or an informal sector. Last and not least, I was going to say that let us think about the people back home. Let us not just think about ourselves. Or maybe you are eating in the government because you know somebody, because you are a beneficiary, and you come here and protect that government. Now, people are saying, let's go to let the finance bill come so we can go, so that people can go out and join Raila in the streets. But this same Raila is the one who was forcing BBI down our throats. So what is the difference between Raila, who was forcing BBI down our throats, and Ruto, who is forcing finance bill down our throats? I don't see the difference. We are in trouble. And until we come to a place where we get a person who cares about our interests and the democracy that we preach, someone who will come and talk to us, and if the majority of the people don't want whatever they are suggesting, they respect that, because they are not there. They are not very smart. They are not geniuses that they have gone there because they are so smart they can tell us what they are going to do for us. They are there to represent us because we can't all go there, so we can have order. That is where they're there. So they should go back like Wamushomba to the people that they represent, not to their party leader, because their party leader doesn't pay them. They should go to the people they represent. And if the people they represent, the majority of them don't want the bill, or want the bill, that is what they should take to parliament, because they are not there to represent Ruto, they are not there to represent Raila, they are not there to toe on party lines, they are there to represent their constituents, and the money that pays them is not Ruto's money, it is not Raila's money, it is our taxpayers. So we should reject those people who go there and start towing in party lines, because they are doing a disservice to the people that they are supposed to be serving. That is my submission.
Yes. Can I say something, Jakes?
Boru, I wanted to. I'm about to leave, so let me make a quick submission. Boru, if you let me, please. I didn't support this financial bill. I started my submission by saying that I don't have hopes for this president. He's no different from the other, but we have to be fair to him, okay? Regarding the last regime. Anyway, to address Ashley's little point, the nice point about the people who are not on the formal sector, how they'll be taxed. I think Ruto already issued 2 billion Kenyan shillings that he has people who are running around investigating the mamambogas if they are paying bills or not, paying taxes or not. So I think that's covered. But this whole finance bill, I don't agree with it. The other thing I want to say is that Azimio cannot complain about this finance bill, because when it was time to vote for it, 92 MPs, they were conveniently absent from that voting process. So don't come complain about whatever while you're supposed to do your job as a representative. Another point that I wanted to make is I don't like that. My trigger is when people come here and say that on 2017, Kenya was in peace because these two dunderheads decided to shake hands. These colonial puppets, okay? Don't come here to tell me that. Kenya was peaceful. People came out and spoke and say they wanted Ruto out. And the mandamano was actually effective because it's emanated from the people, okay? It wasn't led by Raila Odinga. It was the people who were saying, lazima tutakuapisha. And we did that at Uhuru Park. And we said the next step was to remove Uhuru, okay? But Uhuru, having his money, called that con man, gave him some money, and now we are where we are now, okay? They started leading, and they led this country to death. Now, to be fair to Uhuru, last point. Again, I said Ruto had no power in Uhuru's government, especially the second term. We know that. Let's not get away from this. You can look at the role of a deputy president. His signature is not on those loans. It's Uhuru's Kenyatta. He can only sign when after Uhuru signs, says, okay, whatever. Now you say that he didn't say anything about those days. We remember the Kieleweke brigade with everybody else. They were running around the country talking about how the country is going bad. Are we forgetting now? Amnesia. Yes, they were talking crap, but I'm even forgetting. What's his name? Ruto alikuwa kunyenyekea. He was trying to still be compliant to his boss, but we all know the Oscar Sudis were talking. So that's all I wanted to make. My last sentence is this: Kenya is doomed. Okiya Omtata, we should focus on Okiya Omtata and this guy, whatever, Wanjigi. I think they have a good proposal that actually can help. People have to rally around these people so we can see how many debt renew and fight corruption. We need to recall these MPs. Unfortunately, the law of Section 104, Article 104 of the Constitution, recalling MPs, you cannot, or senators, you cannot take them out within the first 18 months, and you cannot take them out within the last 12 months, okay? So it gives you only 1 year room to recall them. So we need to change laws like that so we can recall these MPs, members of parliament, senators who are letting us down over and over. Anyway, thank you very much, Jake and everyone else. I'm going to sleep. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Before you go, Kenya Rebel, I have a question for you.
Yes. One moment, Mboro. Before the question, can I leave you, Mboro, in charge for 5 minutes? And be fair.
Make sure it's 5 minutes, because I am so much afraid when you leave me in charge.
Be fair. Don't take the opportunity to be a commentator, be a moderator. So make sure you are fair to Stella, Ashley, Kenya Rebel, and Melchizedek. I know they'll report to me when I'm back in 5 minutes.
that will be fine.
Yeah.
Kenya Rebel, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You said that Uhuru Kenyatta, after Raila Odinga was sworn in, the aim was to kick the president out of the office, but Uhuru, because he has money, he called Raila Odinga and gave him money. That is why he calmed down and decided to work with him. Where did you get that information from? Is that statement factual, or you just said for the sake of it? Are you able to substantiate
that? No, I'll be honest with you. But the point I was making, okay, let me answer. Let me finish answering. The larger point I was trying to make is this: that the only reason, the most likely reason why Raila went and shook hands with Kenyatta, knowing very well that he won the elections. Let's not beat around this bush. The evidence is overwhelming. That I can substantiate. It's through some form of consideration, which can only be money. Okay, that's my view, and I don't have whatever. So you can call me out of that. And I'm telling you this as a person. Yes, I don't have the hard evidence. I cannot go to court and win that case. But somebody's thing is going on. But anyway, the point I was trying to make is this: Raila sold his soul, his supporters, and he joined Uhuru, the very person who killed.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I just wanted you to clarify, and it's good you have said you don't have the fact about that. And to that, we can say we all don't know what transpired in the discussion between them.
I do know. And that's why I said I do know. I have facts.
Tell us more about that, Ashley. Ashley want to help you.
All right.
Yeah. So around the same time in 2017. No. You say because you're the one who brought that up.
I'm about to. I have to go.
Okay.
But I'll listen to your point quickly. Go ahead,
So
Ashley. I'll listen to you, then I'll log off.
In 2017, around that time that they shook hands, the legitimacy of Uhuru was in shackles. He was perishing. Remember, around that time is when Gilu was fighting the Kikuyu. She had started to tell the people, if you see those charcoal sellers and there were Kikuyu in Ukambani, you burn their lorries. They had burned two. Around the same time, the head of the CEO of Kenyatta Hospital, who was a Kalenjin, had been removed. The Kalenjins had started to want to team up with NASA so that they can remove the CS, somebody from government. So it wasn't Uhuru, but Uhuru was in a place where he was being isolated and his tribe was being isolated, and he felt desperate. And he went to Raila. At that time, had Raila refused, he would have gained the upper hand. He lost by the decision he made to stick with Uhuru. That was the best time to overcome Raila, Uhuru, because he was alone. The Kalenjins were against him, and these are pictures, we have videos we can bring. Gilu was against him, so the Kalenjins had wanted to join NASA to team up with them. There is a CS they wanted to remove. I think it's a new one that Uhuru had.
Okay.
The next week is when they shook hands with Uhuru, and that changed everything.
Yes, we hear you, and I agree with you that maybe the president felt threatened. The only problem I had is that aspect of saying Raila was bribed to team up with the president, because we don't have any evidence towards that. Then we can only be fair if we can be in a position to say what we know, and what we don't know, we don't talk about it. That's how I see it. Because that is just speculation when we say, like Kenya Rebel had said, that the president gave money or money exchange hands. We can only predict, but we are not sure. So whatever else you said might be factual, because we saw some of those things. So that's the only problem I had. And I wanted just to make a brief submission, unless, Stella, did you want to say something about that thing of Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta teaming up?
My views are different.
Yes.
What I believe is the time when we had gone for 2017, I believe that was the last, whatever Uhuru's term. What I
Yes.
believe is that Uhuru was compromised. And I think what happened, he never wanted it to be like to return as a 207 issue. But I understand like there was some compromise what was done with the IBC guys, where they went and checked the resort and they saw that there was a tampering of these resorts. So what they did, they wanted to cover up. The only time what they were told, like, it's the only way to go is you either make peace or we go back to the drawing board. Remember, by that time when the country is going for an election, there is no president, there is no deputy. The only people who are taking charge is the military. So now what I believe is like, Raila was pressuring whoever, what's his name, Uhuru, because he wanted to have incognito mkate nusu. I believe that. So when Raila and Uhuru met at, is it Harambee House, if I'm not mistaken? Ask yourself, why did Raila not carry his aid and why did Uhuru carry his aid? But there were only the two of them. And surprisingly, there were only 4 journalists who were there. So that means it shows that Uhuru and Ruto, they had a fight before they met, before Uhuru, he gave up and said, let me have peace once and for all, because they didn't want to have the 2007 thing happening again. Because IBC saw that there was a compromise on the election issue. And that's what I believe, that Uhuru had to come down and he had to tell Raila, I think we should put our guard down. We make this country, we work together so that we can move on. So now, when Uhuru took now Raila under his wings, that's where Ruto had an issue with Uhuru. That's why there was bad blood. But I believe Uhuru compromised. The election was compromised. So I think the what was his name? This guy, Chebukati. He had told Uhuru, because I remember by that time when he was trying to communicate with Raila, his party, Akina Watengula, Akina Mudavadi, and what's his name? Chebukati had to come down to tell Ruto, Raila, that the election has been compromised, but he didn't want to give the more information. So what he told him, you need to come down and you have to sit down and decide. That's why Ruto was having a bad blood with Uhuru. Even I remember even that time, the 24th hour when they were giving the results. I believe we went the second time, you remember? There was the first election,
yes,
which was compromised. Then we went to court. Then the court said that we have to do the 2 elections for the 2 presidents. But still, Raila was defeated. But remember why he was defeated is because he won the first. I can't say that he won, but the first election was compromised. So I think whoever was trying to avoid Uhuru, he was trying to avoid the 207 scenery to come back. But I can't say that there was money being exchanged or what. This was about a power struggle or a power division. Because if the handshake was given with the 2 of them, they know what they had discussed. So guys were like, if Raila was given money, it could be another story, because money doesn't stay, money disappears. But if it was some power, maybe he was like a shareholder. You get those incognito shareholders, they are hidden in a company. So I think whatever Raila wanted is just a recognition, or maybe he wanted to have at least some power. So I think that's why it Ruto didn't like about it.
So yeah, that is your theory, and it's good. But I remember, just as you have said, we had 2 elections, and the first one, it was determined by the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court found that that process was not transparent and it was not well verifiable. So that means they could not tell exactly, or there were some gray areas that they were not able to determine exactly whether President Uhuru is the one who won, or the opposition, or the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And that is why they said, to that extent, because this process was not verifiable, can you, the IEBC, go back and conduct another election? And Raila Odinga was given a chance to go do his campaign again, Uhuru Kenyatta and his team to go do his campaign again and do another fresh election. And that was done, but Raila Odinga decided not to participate in the second one. So Uhuru went ahead and he was in the ballot together with Raila Odinga, but Raila Odinga had already told his people, I am not participating. To that extent, the results were counted and he was defeated. So the legitimacy of being declared the winner, legally, Uhuru Kenyatta was already the president of Kenya. And that is why even the international community started now to congratulate him, because Raila was given a chance to prove, you have said you have been rigged out, okay, go again. This time we're gonna be more keen. The IEBC must show that the process is transparent and verifiable. Now we want to determine whether actually you are the president or Uhuru Kenyatta. But he lost the chance. So Uhuru Kenyatta was already declared the winner. There was no contestation about that. The only thing he lacked is what we can call now the goodwill of other wananchi who supported Raila Odinga, and they are quite a good number. So, and he wanted also to feel that he's the president of the whole country, and that is why Uhuru Kenyatta felt that I should call Raila Odinga, we talk, I involve him in the government, and then we should be in a position to move on as the government. But I have a feeling that maybe, because whatever we are doing here is just hypothesis, for me, I feel that Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga sat down and they said, you see, you had almost 6 million. There are 6 million people behind you. I have 6 million people behind me. If we team up, we can do whatever we want in this country because we have the majority. We have the majority of the people behind us. So even if we sideline Ruto, it doesn't matter. Because after they spoke, that is when now we started seeing the sideline. We started seeing the mistreatment of the deputy president and all that. And in politics of Kenya, you have to try to suppress one and lift the other to sustain the power. That has been the reputation that we had set for ourselves. And also, Stella, you remember the reason why we enshrined in the constitution the aspect of the deputy president. It is because previously in the old constitution, we never had the deputy president. We used to have what we call the vice president, and the vice president, the president had the power to sack the vice president anytime. That is why Moi would go in a meeting or in a conference or in a rally somewhere and declare from today, I have sacked my vice president, and that was it on the media. So the aspect of Uhuru not being able to sack the deputy president, if he had the power, he would have sacked Ruto and take Raila Odinga. But now the constitution was barring him from doing that. That is how I see it. They didn't want Ruto in the government, but they never had the power because they are barred by the constitution to do that. And that is where maybe the bad blood came in.
But I believe yes. What happened, what I know that Raila, okay, as we know him,
yes,
this guy has been a power-hungry person because it's not a coincidence from his father going down, and he's the one the father is the one who was the first guys who they were the first
vice president
bringing up the first veterans who brought up the multipartism.
Yes.
Then Raila came and spoiled the father's party. True. Then from there, it split in two. Then it went and split in 3, and it split in 4. Then the time when we were going for the election where Moi took, was it 2012? Was it 2012? Raila wanted to merged with Moi in one party called, was it Tinga something?
That was 202.
So Raila wanted to merge with Moi on KANU and the Tinga thing.
Yes.
Remember, by that time, Uhuru was with Kibaki and Akina, whoever, what's his name? Kamodo, there was
Saitoti, Mother Karua.
They created the PNU. So now, the thing is, what I tell people, Raila is like, I think he's a bad luck person, what I can say. But what I know about this person, even the time of Kibaki regime, this person wanted a power struggle. Remember the time when they went, they did Mkatenusu. They messed up I mean, that is when they started having we started having the 207 tribal clashes and what. Then the Ocampo came. Remember Ruto by that time, he's the one who was driving, was it ODM? I can't remember. Then he was thrown under the bus, then he was taken to the Ocampo 2, was it the Ocampo 6? They came back, they created TNA, him and Uhuru. Then Uhuru took over because Uhuru, Ruto is a very good strategist, let's be honest. Uhuru was there because of the money. So now, the time they won the TNA, before it became generating to UDA, remember, still Raila was still fighting Uhuru. So there is a kind of how do I put it? There is a relationship of an X to bringing an X to bringing an X. This is what I'm saying. Raila, by 2017, his election was compromised. We can't fight, but I think it was compromised. Because if he's the same person who had already said that we need to have our election material going digital, you remember? There was this issue of bringing the Kim's kit and what. But now the problem with Raila, he had so many advisors, he confused them. So now Raila comes in, says that the Kim's kit were compromised. It is not a coincidence. So when it came to 2017, I remember that time, this guy wanted to put the country in another situation where we could not even have removed ourselves from 207. So that's where I think Uhuru panicked. Not even panicked. I think Uhuru was advised. Remember, Uhuru's advisors are not Kenyans like us. He has Wazungu all over. They have businesses and what. Then he was told, for the sake of peace of Kenya, just have a handshake. That's where Raila felt that he can eat from the government. Because let's be honest, if Raila did not get anything on the handshake, he could be poor. So now ask yourself, but it's true. It's all about the whatever. I need to get sustainability in this government. That's why he was being given some funny delegation thing. Then you remember the story of the subsidy of bringing oil, then he's cooking the gas and what. Now, the thing is what I know, Raila, okay, the way Nani Kenya Rebo was saying, this guy is a conman, but he's playing with it so safely. So now, I know Uhuru was he was scared. But 2017, I think the elections were compromised. That is what I can say.
Stella, okay, to some extent, I agree with your analysis. But I also think about the pressure that Uhuru was going through. And the reason why he's a curbed is because of personality. Personality is all about how somebody was raised up. We have to agree that when we try to compare Uhuru and Ruto, Uhuru is not as hardened as Ruto. So I think you could not handle the pressure from Raila Odinga like Ruto can do. because he was the president, just like Ruto is a president. It's this one I told people, it's very hard for anybody to push Ruto to do what he don't want to do because of pressure and all that. So I also feel that Uhuru knows somebody who has the capacity, the inner capacity, to handle strife, to handle handship. And that is why he said, okay, the softer way for me to have peace of mind is to bring this guy so that I may have peace and be able to sleep. Because believe me not,
that is true. That is true.
Uhuru was not sleeping. Uhuru
was not sleeping because he knew this guy would have started some certain maandamano which could even lead to bloodshed. Leave the one of 207, you get.
Yes.
One thing, the thing is, let me tell you, there's a big difference on how you're brought in a silver spoon and how you're brought in a thatched hut.
Exactly. There we are in agreement.
So you see, someone like Uhuru, I think even the mother was like, look here, because you grew with it, because these guys are boys, they grew together. Their fathers were in powers. The dad was in Kadu, the Nani Kenyatta was there in government, they were fighting and what. These people, they've grown together. So I think the mother came out and told Uhuru, you need to do this. Or maybe his advisors, you sit down with this guy so that at least you have peace and the country can run smoothly. Because if you don't do, he'll start doing his maandamano, his everything, you know, like those things. Look at someone like Ruto. Ruto was also in the delegation of, was it YK22? Was it this thing for Moi? What it was called?
YK92.
YK92. He was him, Jirongo, and the other guys. Ruto was one of the youngest guy who was driving this thing during the Moi era. I remember there was a guy called Joshua Kulei. Joshua Kulei made Ruto to be hardened. Ruto used to slap people at State House. Then remember what happened? Then Ruto, when he started growing wings because Moi was funding his YK22. And I don't know because I think
92.
I think I was still a young teenager. But this guy you could have seen used to have those in Itangwaje, alikuwa na ile like not pride, how do I put it? Alikuwa na kiburi. And even this kiburi akona mpaka wa leo. And even I was telling someone, if you see this guy is not listening. When guys were going for the financial bill for these guys for the memorandum of public participation, 179, that was almost 82%, they were against. Then he threatens Kimani Kuria in the Naivasha committee. If you know you're coming back to Nairobi, I need to know what are you going to do with the financial bill, especially on the fund, on the housing fund, on the VAT, and for the turnover tax.
Kemani Ngojiri or Kemani
Kuria. Kemani Kuria, the guy was holding the committee for the public participation and is an MP at Molo called Turi.
Okay.
The light guy. Because when the public participation was happening here in Nairobi, remember, each and every civil service and everybody, civil society, there were companies, there were hotels, name anything which supports the economy. Everybody was against it. But when they finished this thing, he had to drive all the way to Naivasha. Naivasha, they went there. He did his corrections. Then he said, let me cancel this, let me cancel this. Then he gets a call, he was told, when you're coming back to Nairobi, you come back with an answer, which I need to hear. Don't you think that Ruto was being a dictator on him? He threatened him. If Ruto can threaten Panyako, and Panyako leaves the UDA, but he's still an MP, then this guy comes with almost 500 response. Out of it is negative. Then tell me, how would it take it 24 hours? He has all the answers to give it to the first reading. So, this is what I tell people. Ruto is a dictator. And I think this finance bill, he's twisting people's arm. And this is the problem with the UDA and the Azimio issue. It's like the way they embarrassed us. I think was in the third reading. What happened? The guys who are against the 3 bills, there was the housing fund, there was the turnover, and there was the VAT. That thing was fought till midnight. The question is, and me as a Kenyan, I would tell you, why did they do the voting where they were raising hand, aye or nay? If it was done a secret one, like the other ones which were being done, we could not be on this mess. We could not be on this mess. So the thing is, and I need to tell people, if this thing does not see the light of day, I'm telling you, we'll be in problems. And whoever we are going to blame end of the day, it is Ruto. Because if guys will now go against Ruto, then we say, let's decide we go to Baba. We are doomed. We are doomed.
So, Stella, who is the better option? Who is the better option between Raila Odinga? Because those are the only options we have. Because we only choose from the people who have presented themselves to be counted.
No, it's not about who is the thing is, who are the guys who are meant to listen to us, because we are the ones, the sovereign people who employed those people to be in that office. The only way I can say it is Ruto should listen to advisors and his conscience. He knows. He knows. This guy has a land in Sugoi. You want to tell me that when he's going to pay salaries to those people, he's going to deduct 1.5 of their gross salary to pay a housing fund? Which housing fund? Which we've not even seen the RIGO framework. They've not even given us a proposal. We've not seen the PPPs coming in saying that they are going to do this. We are not seeing where they are going to. Yes, this is the thing. Because you see, a PPP should be there. Because let me tell you, the government cannot build those houses alone. Let me be honest with you. If Bomayatu, phase 1 of Ngara, had problems getting finished because the Chinese was not even finished to be paid. Suppliers who are supplying sinks, doors, whatever, they have not been paid. So now they're in Starehe. It's still standing, and that project is not moving. So there's something wrong. Either it is one of our registrators, or there's something wrong, or as Kenyans, we go by huyu ni mtu wetu, wacha tumchague. The thing is what I'm saying, let's see what they are going to do in the first 5 years. If they are going to improve in giving our healthcare, our NSSF, or we get our children getting school, they're getting better education, it is okay. We are going to remove tax. But this thing of hearsay and cock and bull stories that they are going to bring health, like right now, our health is risked. The way they say it has devolved, there are doctors who have not been paid. That's what I'm telling you. It is so bad that the government is so broke, it can't pay salaries. So you ask yourself, where is that money going? If you see the expose of Moses Kuria and Linturi, 8 billion in taxes in a pote inaenda wapi? And you're saying that the government bado ati tuko na debt. If people can waste like 8 million a day for luxury, so example that in 30 days, how much is it? We are able to pay our debt in 4 to 5 months. So it is a narrative which this government is giving us. It is a way of getting money so that watu wakule, wafanye kama Jedongo alisema. It is our time to eat. If they cannot pay simple people of the guys who are producing powers, IPPs, right now, if you cannot buy a token for 500 shillings because it's going to give you 18 tokens. So that means you'll be at risk. If you put a fridge, you put a shower, you put birika and a TV, by 3 days, your stima imepotea. So the least what you can use, it's between 1,500, and that is not for a month. So ask yourself, Why these IPPs are having problems? They are not getting money since November last year till to date. Who is messing up this thing? Ruto knows these people who are eating this money. You can't say that you don't know. We can't say that he doesn't know. He knows. Because who is the exchequer end of the day? He'll be questioned. Where did this money go? Now, I can ask you a simple question. We are losing 8.5 million every day. Where that money goes, no one answers. Mtu atasema, it is for the office of the president, or the office of the first lady, or the office of what? Where does that money go? If people like Moses Kuria can bring oil, edible oil, there's an organization called KNTC. A jerrycan of a liter of a 3 liter, it is 2,000. 2,000. And if you go to the supermarket, it's between 800 to 2. So who is eating that money? Then the taxpayer tells you that we've lost 8 billion for that. So how many of that 8 billion of taxpayers' money have been lost because KRA are unable to collect? Hiyo ni fertilizer, ndio hiyo sukari. The next thing, what are we going to have? Ni petroli. Guys will start kuficha petroli. Let me tell you, it comes by 1st November. I mean 1st July. People will be queuing at petrol station because people are hoarding mafuta. Ndio waseme hakuna mafuta, tungoje hii mafuta yenye inakuja hapa ikuja na 193. So whose fault is it? It is the scam where Ruto has put his people. And he knows. Na tuwezi sema ati hakuli hiyo pesa, anakula.
But now, Sarah, because we normally say that we should always be fair. We have had so many scandals being broadcasted by the media. To what extent do you believe the media, whatever they say? Do you believe everything they say is factual? Because 100%. I feel like you are basing on the issue of whatever has been exposed on the media. Yet the investigative authorities have not told us exactly what has happened. Do you believe everything that the media says? Yet we know very well that the media in Kenya has taken sides, and they even have the ability to cook things and throw it out there. No. Because we know the owners. We know how much the media in Kenya is compromised. No.
Let me tell you one thing about the media. The media is threatened everywhere in the world. And this is what this is a topic which we had sometime, I think was it on Wednesday? Where we were talking how the media these days, it's threatened by politicians. If you see someone like whoever went to do the expose of the oil, the edible oil, these are people didn't go and say that, oh, let's go and investigate. Someone in that organization, maybe in KNTC or KRA or anyone, they will be like, Ebu kujeni niwaambie kitu. I have some juicy stories, and there's X and Y and Z. And every time when the media, they get such documents, they try and protect themselves from the court. They try and put evidence, because these days our courts, even they can able to take evidence showing that there's this matter, but they are putting on hold. Just in case when they are taken to court, obviously the media guilt and because you see this, like these days, most of the politicians, they say that media is so kind of unfair to them. They can sue them for slur, or some defamation matter. So they would need evidence. If Kuria was a clever person, he could have run to court and tell the court, NTV exposed me because of this oil scandal. I need you. Are you aware that Kuria has already taken that case to court right now? Yes, I get it. But how come he did not get the order the same day to serve a nation media from the newspaper to the air media?
So it doesn't matter. No. It doesn't matter when you take the matter to court, and that is why, for me, I have a big problem with some media stations in Kenya, because the media is supposed to be fair. The media is not supposed to take political sides. And to some extent, just like Moses Kuria, I ask myself, are our media's political parties or part of the political parties or a neutral kind of organization that is supposed to inform Kenyans on the truth or on the ground? Because many things they were saying against the deputy president were not factual. And to that extent, that is why the president is saying, okay, you feel bad when the cabinet secretary calls you rogue kind of media toxic that is not, that has taken political sides. Why do you feel bad? But also when you report things that are not factual to the people of Kenya, you don't want us to feel bad? How do you think? Like now the deputy president was feeling when the media was always criticizing and talking ill against him. Yet he doesn't own some of these medias. He has no power. He has no control. And even now, even after he has become the president, they have found it very hard to acknowledge that this is the president that we have, and we have to have fair coverage. So to that extent, I'm not saying there are no scandals, there is no corruption, but I find the media of Kenya wanting, because we don't know when they are speaking the truth. We don't know when they are lying. That is the problem I have. And I have a big problem on that.
No, let me tell you something. The media cannot lie to the nation. And remember, and I wanted to tell you, the media has to come out with that, because it is the fourth estate. As wananchi kawaida, we need to know where the rogue is coming from. Moses Kuria, if he knew that he was innocent about the issue of the scandal of oil, he could have come out clean with his guy of the public relations. They say that there's this expose, it was happening, what. I mean, there's something called political ethics and professionalism. But calling what to Malaya, that is a guilty heart. That is a guilty heart. If the media would go and expose NHIF, I believe even them, they have the evidence. And a media cannot go and do that expose if they've not done their research. Maybe that research, they did it for maybe 2 or 4 years or 3 years.
Is it the media? Just a question and the point of...
No, this is what I'm trying to tell you.
Is it the media? Is it the media that exposed?
Listen to me.
Yes.
The media will not come and just blur things. They did their research. And I'm telling you, if the expose for the oil scandal, and they have documents, and TRA also showed the documents, how this 8 billion tax evaded. These people were not just talking. They had their research. And maybe they have this thing to back up. If they go to court and they decide to go the legal channel, I'm telling you, whoever can also be impeached, because he'll be asked, where did this money go? See, obviously there's that cabinet, the way they are called at the Senate, to explain themselves. He tried to explain himself. Even the issue of the rice scandal with this woman called Wamboi, how he was evading taxes, almost 100 million. So explain to me, did the media just wake up and just do that story? They did their research. Look at the research for NHIF. The NHIF saga, this thing, they went to hospital, they've gone to document, they've gone to patient, and they had a story to tell the wananchi. If we did not have this expose, I'm telling you, we'll be at the dark. We don't want to be like China or Pakistan. We have a right to get there. We need to consume what the media will give us. If the media, you don't trust them, we can trust the media. In fact, even the media, they have even rogue stories than these ones which are taken in the TV, because they are edited. Maybe there's something which you saw in the NTV, and maybe the media, exposed, but it was not exposed by NTV. So don't say that the media is rogue. It is there. The way they need to tell us how the rot is happening in the government. And we need to consume it so that the next time, when we know why this thing is inflating, or we know how our leaders, they behave, we know when we are going for the election in 2027, it will be like, mwacha ni mark huyu siezi mumakia, ndio hata kuangalia masilahi yangu. So don't say the media is rogue. The media is there to serve us as the sovereign people. We know if we don't get this information, I'm telling you, we'll be at the dark, like our neighboring country, like Uganda.
And I can tell you for sure, in Kenya, though you are saying we should consume what the media is giving us, in most cases, the media in Kenya gives the people poison. And when people are giving you poison, you should be very careful not to consume it.
So I
have come to realize.
Wait, Mboro. Are you trying to tell me that we didn't have the right to know how the monies are getting lost and how we are getting scammed?
Listen to what I'm saying.
Me as Wangashi or Wangari or Nani Kiptiago or what, I need to know what is happening.
And that is why.
No, if you compromise citizen, I will get someone like John Allen Namu, or I get the media, they will come. Social media is there.
Stella.
Unless we go the China way, or we go the Pakistani way, or we go the Malaysia way. Media cannot, they only speak when they are spoken to. But here there's a freedom of media.
Listen, okay, Nyagaka, you have something you want to say?
Yeah, the media in Kenya is a joke. I mean, it's the biggest joke there ever was. When you give a whole media house like Citizen gives a writer all the everything that he wants, the print, on TV. So it's a nation. So it's a standard who is owned by Moi brothers, Moi sons. So what's there to say to hide about the media? I mean, it is acceptable. It is acceptable that we need to consume something better. But look at what they just wrote about the Daily Nation the other day. Crooked oil. I mean, even the title itself tells you that it has already formed its mind. The media's job is to know. The media's job. Hold on a minute. The media's job is to give us information, and then we make up our own mind. But that Daily Nation is the crooked. I mean, that is it. They already made up your mind for you. That's what you call a media? Media houses anywhere in the world give the information and let the people make their own mind. But the media houses in Kenya are so compromised through Kenyatta and his Handshake brother and to where it is today. So it's a joke.
And that's what I'm saying. These people have the ability to cook a case very well that looks like the truth, and it is aired out to the people to consume.
Wait, listen to me. So you're trying to tell me I should be a slave? I should not be getting information from the media?
Nobody is telling you that.
No. The
only thing we are telling Kenyans is that because you have your views, Tara, you have the way you perceive things. I have my views as well as Nyagaka. So you have given your view. We respect it. But according to my analysis, the media in Kenya cannot pass the integrity test of a credible media because they're so much compromised. They speak on behalf of the politicians. They have become part of the political class.
Stella, if you want to say that you cannot compare the media, I mean, you either consume the media from Pakistan or Russia or whatever, so be it. Because this media in Kenya is the same way. It is compromised. It is not like giving us information so that we can make our own mind. It is making our own mind for us. And that's not the media.
So are you trying to tell me the media Are you trying to tell me This is what I'm trying to I'm trying to get it. So you're trying to tell me what the media is giving me, I'm being brainwashed.
To a greater extent. To a greater extent. That is what is happening in Kenya. Exactly, you have said it. That is true. You are right.
If the media was compromised, let's say the UDA or the Azimio, they could have taken them to court, and the media house is closed. Why is the media?
You see,
are those people being?
How are you gonna take these people to court when they are crying already?
You see, Stella, when false information is aired out there, and people decide just to talk anything, that is what we call the freedom of expression. Let them say it. But also, in the same manner and in the same context, you can say anything about Geoffrey, and by Geoffrey deciding not to go to court does not say or mean whatever you said is right.
But that's his guilty conscience.
Now, listen.
That the media has stained your name.
And this is what we are saying.
And professionalism, go in front of the same media, then, or you go to your social media, you say that the media stained my name and I'm going to take legal action.
So do we have always to keep on responding, you know?
But keeping quiet, that's a guilty conscience.
Do you know, even silence is a weapon. Because if you keep on, you see, our leaders, for instance, okay, Stella, okay, let me finish what I'm saying. Our leaders right now have a job to do. Their job is not to wake up every day thinking on how they are going to respond to the media, which is always on their neck. So sometimes it's good, and it is good to let the people, like the president said, we have allowed them to say whatever they want to say. But also when we respond to them, they should not feel agitated, because just as they hurt other people when they air false information or half-truth, the same way they feel bad when we talk ill against them, they should not feel bad when I say they have become toxic, because we are saying on the point of their conduct. And it is not all of them, by the way. It is some of the media, some of the media houses.
But
most of them. No. Which is very unfortunate that today we rely more on the social media than the mainstream medias.
No,
Why?
mainstream media is traditional. Mainstream media is traditional. These days, social media is taking up.
So
because right now we've gone hybrid.
So what I believe,
you don't run to your house to go and check TV. You have information to your phone. You have information in your.
This is what I'm telling you, Stella. This is my point. Whatever you hear on the media, it is okay to listen, but go also.
I used to criticizing us, and no, for a long time. Our friends in the media.
That's my hero right there.
Who are used to criticizing us, and nobody used to question them. Now things have changed, because no situation is permanent. Along the way, they have criticized the political class for so many years. And we took the criticism in stride. And we agreed that they hold us to account. They criticize us. But things have changed also. Now we are also saying somebody needs to hold the media to account for the things that they write. So welcome to the world of Moses Kuria. Welcome. Because no situation is permanent. And I'm so happy the way the media has reacted to criticism. It's good you are feeling the way we feel. You have been hitting us left, right, and center. Nobody has ever held you to account. Now, Moses Kuria ameuliza nyinyi maswali tatu tu. You are all over, you are crying. You have seen nothing. We want to ask leaders in this country to join Moses Kuria to hold the press to account. They must be accountable for what they write and what they say. And if they write lies, they must be countered with facts. There is nobody who is immune to accountability. Everybody must be accountable for your actions. And the same way, The courts have been persuaded to gag Moses Kuria from holding the press to account. I want the same courts, when leaders go to court and ask them to restrain the media from criticizing leaders, the same courts must give same orders so that we are fair. We must have equity and fairness. What is good for Nation newspaper must be good for Moses Kuria. This is a new world. So watu ya media, karibuni kwa hii Kenya mpya. Tutazoeana pole pole. Mnatugonga hapa kidogo, tunagonga nyinyi saa 8. Sasa nyinyi Kuria amegonga nyinyi kidogo, sasa na nyinyi mtugonge kesho, na sisi tugonge nyinyi kesho kutwa, siku zinaenda. And we get to learn to stay with each other. But you must now be accustomed to that new way of doing things. You have been having a field day for too long. You must take responsibility for what you write. You must be accountable for what you say. And that is the new Kenya. And
back to studio. I want to ask you one question. So you want to tell me the media should be spoken when the media will be attended and spoken to, what to be told, what to write? No, it doesn't not happen like this. It happens if there is a wrongful
listen.
No, if there is a wrongful act which has been done or anything, a certain ministry have been, the media has the right to inform the citizen this is what is going through. That is not being rogue. That is giving
Stella,
information.
Stella, we are in agreement with you. The media has all the rights to
no
air.
Problem. I get you.
So and we are saying the media has the right to air what is happening in every institution, in every ministry. But we are saying when it comes to the code of conduct or ethics, the media of Kenya fails the integrity test because in most cases, for instance, during the campaign time, they kept giving us what we can call false data of who is leading and a lot of false information. They kept on fighting the deputy president, saying fake things day and night.
Okay. It is okay. Listen to me. Now, this is the issue here. And media house, if you people become rogue to them, that don't come to our campaign because we believe that you're the campaign, you're supporting that person. Fine. It is okay. They will go. They will get someone else to do it. No. Let's be fair.
So,
okay. I remember,
for instance,
Citizen, isn't it? Because Citizen was Azimio.
So and that is the unfortunate bit of it.
But now that is campaign. No. Campaign,
that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
It's no campaign. Everybody is looking for a coin. Are we going to be on one page?
Now,
if Azimio, listen. If Azimio was given airtime by Citizen 4 hours for their campaign, and UDA was given for 2 hours for campaign, you are not going to blame the media. Blame the people who became to the media.
Stella, there is what we call the ethical code of conduct. And it is there, even in the media houses, they have ethical code of conduct. And we are saying, and I'm saying, that when it comes to the ethical code of conduct, the media of Kenya fails terribly because they take sides, like you are saying. Citizen was under normal circumstance, internationally, it's not supposed to be like that.
Moro, listen to me. You have spoken about the campaign season. Campaign season, everybody is looking for a coin.
Even now, they are still campaigning. I don't know for what. That's the problem.
Listen to me. Boro, let me finish. The media, you've said during the campaign, are taking side. It is okay. Everybody is looking for a coin to support their side of the mini divide. But
Yes,
what
a
I'm
minute.
trying to argue with you,
Go ahead, Stella.
so what I'm saying, Jake, what I'm trying to argue with Mboro, he's saying that the media is being biased. Now, he's saying about the campaign, I told him campaign ni sawa tu, to everybody anatafuta kashilingi, si ndio, Jake? Kwa sababu media house kama hii itaenda support UDA, ni sawa tu. Ikieka 2 hours ya Azimio, everybody is looking for a coin, si ndio?
Okay.
But now when we are arguing with Mboro, is where he's saying that the media is giving exaggerated information, especially in scandals.
The media should not take sides. The media should be neutral.
I'm not taking sides. What I'm saying, the expose which has been done by Moses Kuria, or it has been done by the NHIF saga, the NSSF saga, the media is not taking sides. The thing is, as the Mwananchi, we are getting information from the media, and it is not rogue. It's something which is true. What Daniel Mboro is saying,
Stella, you're right. Stella, you are right. Kwa sababu one of the Bill of Rights that you have the right to information. But also Mboro and Nyagaka are equally right, because you have a right to credible information as well. Now,
but they can put off their remote if they don't want to listen to many.
They equally have a choice. It's a democracy.
But you cannot say that media is rogue. It is you, the consumer.
The media is rogue, is biased, and it shows.
But then again, Stella. Before I bring in Justin, good to see you. Justin Muturi Matez, karibu sana kwa show. I'll be giving you in the next 1 minute.
Right.
After Stella finally exhausts her point. And Mboro, you're doing a good job, ingawa umetoroka tu bila hata kutuambia.
Stella ananipeleka mbio.
Maka imebidi utafute hewa, sawa.
Yeah, Stella is supposed to, there is something I've realized about Stella.
No. Mboro, kidogo tu.
Yes.
Kidogo tu. Allow me to do this. Allow me to continue thanking the many following and liking the show and commenting. Stella, Mboro and Nyagaka. Now that Justin ameingia, tuwe tu wakarimu, ni mgeni, or rather amekaa, si mgeni sana, amekaa bila kuwa. Tuwe tu wangwana. Mgeni akija, at least una acknowledge kuna mgeni, ama vipi Stella? Tumpe kiti, tumpe dakika kama 2 hivi, atupashe misuli moto. Now that unaona vile Mboro amesweat, tumempeleka mbio sana. Sawa.
Welcome,
Justin, karibu sana. Niambie, what is your take on all we are discussing? We have really discussed a lot. Even as we near wrapping on in an around 40 minutes, we will be wrapping up. What's your take, Justin?
Oh, well, habari zenyu viongozi.
Tuko salama.
Natumai muko salama. Yangu ni machache kwa sababu nimepata mkiongea, nimepata Stella, Mboro wamekimbizana, lakini as we always say that kuongea ni kitu muhimu sana, ama ni jambo mzuri sana. Well and good. Nianze tu hapa, nimepata wakiwa kwa media. Na kwa maoni yangu personal opinion, one thing, whenever we are talking about anything, we should never forget that we are subject to information. Ama we should subject ourselves. Ama we should position ourselves in a certain position that at the end of it all ni tutakuwa tumepata masomo, tutakuwa tumepata information, na kama hata si mimi nilikuwa right, mwenzangu ndo alikuwa right, nitajulia hilo jambo ambalo walikuwa nalisukuma hapo. So nimepata argument kubwa sana ya media, sijui ilikuwa imeanza wapi, lakini ningependa kucomment on the current affair, ama the current whatever that is going on, or on the state of the country. So far tumekuwa na issue ya media ambayo viongozi wetu wamekuwa involved sana. One thing that I'm very sure is most of the time media ikiripoti jambo, mara mingi ikiripoti jambo ni kitu ambayo sana sana wanakuanga wametoa either kwa records za serikali ama kwa records ambazo ziko katika baka raia. Kwa hivyo wakati tunasema media ni biased, we should ask ourselves which are those instances ama where did the media reported wrongly, because we also need to hold them accountable, isn't it? So whenever media tuna accuse media, tusiwa accuse blindly, tuende tuseme walifanya hii, they misled people on such a particular ama on a specific issue, rather than kuanza kwa kukani kama tunapiga hewa, kupiga hewa, unaona. Right now mimi nimeghadhabishwa ama nimeshtushwa na viongozi ambao ni wa hii nchi, akina William Ruto, akina Gachagua, wakisema media ni biased, and they are the biggest beneficiaries of media. By the way, wao kueneza hiyo movement yao ya Hustle a Nation ilitegemea pakubwa hiyo media ambayo wanapiga leo. It is very unfortunate that whenever a media reports something that is not in favoring the leadership, they are in opposition. That is the conclusion, ama that is the stand of the current regime. Lakini wakiripoti mambo mzuri hatutasikia wakiambiwa wako pande yetu ama wako pande hii. So hiyo ni kitu sisi kama watu ambao tuko kwa era ambayo information ndio the most valuable thing, tunashangaa sana kwa sababu hatufai kuona watu wanaongea opposite ama mtu anaongea bila kuprove whatever he's saying. So personally I don't like the way media inaingiliwa, and I need mwenye anasema media inaongea ama kumekuwa na rogue reporting, they come out and try to prove their issue. Waseme hii iliambiwa, hii ilikuwa scandal ya oil, this is not the correct position. I was even shocked kuona Ruto mwenyewe head of state, and I was shocked because CS anapati yangu almost 14. Wale watu wamedeployiwa 14 advisors, wale wako pale wa kumadvise. Presidency inapatiwa so many advisors, and don't forget that watu kama DCDOs, they also give advice whether directly or indirectly to the head of state. I remember there was a time alikuwa na hojiwa wa State House, the last time alikuwa ameita journalist ama nini, watu wa media pale State House, alikuwa anaenda anasema uongo, document inachukuliwa inaambiwa hii ni document ya treasury na hebu tuambie ama ndio hii. So when you see a leader who is confused that he doesn't even understand that information inatolewa kwake, it worries me. Mimi sisemi media sio wrong, lakini you people need to prove, because media wameprove akina Moses Kuria ni wakora, ni wezi, Ruto ni mkora mwingine. He has spent more money on luxury, on wastage. It is there. Si kitu tunatafuta. If you need to prove, members of parliament, let me finish. Members of parliament, wakati wa Uhuru walikuwa napatiwa 110 million za car grant. Sasa they have been given 250 million. What is this that has changed? Tulikuwa wastage yetu ilikuwa around 130. It is there, 130 billion. Sasa iko 270. When the media reports that, why are you attacking the media? So those are the things zenye tunafaa to create balance.
Propaganda that you're spreading. There is no nothing that says what you are saying.
Well, because it becomes
when the whole media house sits in that gives one candidate everything, and then you don't see anything wrong with that. When this guy writes an editorial, crooked oil, whatever, that is making my mind for me. The media house should be there.
No. Let me interject. Let me finish because I was the one who was talking. Let me tell you, Pen, Whatever I'm telling you is not propaganda. It is in record. Go get the information from the treasury. Go see how these crooks have spent all that money. So whenever you are saying it is propaganda, you need to come with a different information from the same source, from CBK, from the treasury, and show us here that this is the information from treasury. Otherwise, when you just say it is mere propaganda without showing proof or even proving, I cannot take it seriously anyway. Otherwise, mi sitaki kuongea sana, lakini hiyo part ya media tu ndio nimesema kwanza ni jaribu respond to harmonize, to create balance. Sisemi tusiingilie media. Of course, we also have a responsibility of ensuring that pia media wako on the right track. But again, so far mi sijaona makosa ya media. When tumekuwa exposed, tumeambiwa sisi tuko namna hii. Not unless now we come up with another proof ya kusema hiyo scandal ilikuwa umenikuot, umeona wale watu wako involved, ama mimi siko, that is okay. But when you start attacking people na kuhali insult, and again I see your boss protecting you, sasa hiyo inashangaza sana, na mi najua itawahit hard. I remember the time that walituma Mungiki ama vijana pale Northlands, walifikiria it will end there. So right now, wame realize that the boys are on the other side. Now they are panicking. You have been seeing them. Wacha nikwambie, it is a small world. Vitu zitafanyika the other way round. Wata regret kwa nini walikuwa wana attack media. Juu itafika mahali mpaka wao watashangaa. Wacha kwanza nitulize kidogo, nisikilize kidogo, and then tutaongea baadaye. Anyway, asante sana James.
Lakini kabla upote na
swali sipotei. Kama wana maswali waulize, niko hapa.
Niko na swali kwako.
I need to support Moturi on that. I don't know why people are saying that our media is rogue. So you're trying to tell me kama tungekuwa tumeambiwa story ya Shakahola, how could we have consumed the media? The media is the one wanatupatia
Stella
na hizi scandals zingine. No, Mpena anajaribu kudivert, anatupeleka nyuma siku ya election. I've said election ilipita, we move on. So we are
Stella
in the current nini right now. What
Stella allow Jeffrey to ask the question. We really want to deal with these people.
Sawa, tumalizane basi.
Sawa. Sasa Justin, kitu cha kwanza, maana hapa tulisema mimi Kenya huwa napendelea kuongea ukweli, na tulisema
ukweli ni muhimu.
Huwa tunajaribu sana kutafuta ukweli. Umesema ya kwamba hawa watu waliotuma Mungiki kule kwa shabara ya Uhuru, what evidence or how can you substantiate that at wale walienda huko kwa shabara ni Mungiki?
Your question tunaiona venye haya. Swali nitakujibu tu directly bila hata kupita kwingi. One, we were there, we were at Northlands. Na sisi tuliona kila kitu, tuliona vile hao watu walifika na yale makundi ambayo yalikuwa memobiliziwa na akina Ishongwa, akina Moses Kuria. We know even where they took some of the boys from Kiandutu, from some parts of Nyeri. So we know even those people because we have been with them. Kwa hivyo kama unauliza swali ukifikiria sitajibu, nitajibu.
Bado hukujibu hiyo swali kwa sababu
nimekuambia personally
haujajibu. But Stella, I really respect your views. Ni vizuri tu mtu mmoja akiongea unamwachilia anaongea anamaliza ili debate ikuwe sawa. So Bwana Justin, umesema ya kwamba media ya Kenya inafanya kazi nzuri. Lakini ambacho mimi ninasema they have the right to criticize the government or whoever they criticize. And in the same context, other people who feel aggrieved by the media, they have a right to criticize them and to call them out when they go overboard. And that is what we call democracy. Isisemekane ya kwamba Jakes ako na haki ya kuongea mambo ya Geoffrey, lakini Geoffrey hana haki ya kuongea mambo ya Jakes. And that's what we are saying. They have been criticizing the government from the time of campaign, and even now they are still behaving as if we are in the campaign season.
Yes.
Now, for instance, let me give you an example. There was a time every media or most of the medias in Kenya, they were shouting about the corruption of Uhuru Kenyatta, Eurobond. And the president, Uhuru Kenyatta, had no say. He was so much squeezed. But immediately when Raila Odinga joined Uhuru, Eurobond stopped being a corruption. They never spoke about it again. That is what I say. Such kind of things tells us these people, they give us the information that they want us to consume, but not the facts. And even before, let me finish this.
Yeah.
Even before this issue of Moses Kuria, I was here in Mutebe TV, and I said I am so uncomfortable with the media of Kenya and how they choose what to let the people know and what they don't want the people to know. And that is why I'm saying this. Even before the elections, people, because they realize the media is not fair, we decided we are not going to consume what they are giving us. They decided we are going to taint William Ruto as a thief. We are going to taint William Ruto as a liar. And they kept doing it, thinking, please let me finish, thinking that now the people...
Goro, as I told you, you like swimming near sharks.
It's okay. I don't fear that. I don't fear that. It's okay.
Before you finish, before you finish, there is a question for you. There is a question for you before you finish. There is a question for you. In fact, it's a point. Let me tell you. The media. Hello. Hello. I'm saying this. I'm saying this. Yeah. Nakwambia. Media iko na uhuru wa kuripoti mambo ambayo inaripoti, lakini haina uhuru wa kutupa matusi ama wa kutusi anybody. Moses Kuria, ile kitu tunashida na yeye ni matusi ambayo anatupa. Tushikane hapo. Any aggrieved person anaweza raise issue ama concern. Sasa wait. Nilikuwa nasema ndio uendelee. So what I'm saying is this. Matusi ndio hata tunasema haifai. Lakini kuraise any other issue even against Mtembei TV, unaweza sema hapana, hii si mzuri ama hii ni mzuri. Unaona? Lakini matusi itaenda ifike ile wakati ya Aturu Magariana Sagasiana that we can even attack ama we make it is like making it acceptable for even the government attack in a media house, because hatujui the extent of the extent of whatever Moses Kuria and his bosses wataendesha. Unashika? So not unless wewe uko unatetea matusi, ni lazima any other thing ku criticize, ku compliment, to support inakubalika. Unashika? So, and then I don't know why you people are imagining. You know, personally, before I started supporting Raila Odinga, kitambo nilikuwa na support Uhuru, President Uhuru. Na ule wakati mimi sikukuwa nimewahi ona ati media na support Raila. Mimi nilikuwa tu naona wana report. Yes, I had my Uhuru. Sijaiona mahali media imekuwa biased. They report what is supposed to be reported. Not unless now you need them to be reporting other things, and you want them to hide some of the things that you people are feeling that these things are more exposing us to an extent that tutatupa nini. Sasa ile kitu iko ile wakati nilikuwa na support Uhuru, sijai kuwa against media tina support Raila, but leo hii venye mnasema as if mnaongea as if ati media imeishi kusupport Raila. Let us stop that. Those are imagination. Let Ruto be accountable. By the way, wacha nimalizie na hii. Bora wacha nimalizie. Wewe. Bora wacha nimalizie. kuna kitu tulisema, ya nitaongea sana. Kuna kitu tulisema, zile matusi ama matope akina Uhuru akina Moses Kuria, akina Rigathi watakuwa wanaongea, tutakuwa tuna respond directly to William Ruto. He's the leader of this government.
You have the freedom.
These people, hawa watu watakuwa, hata kama kuna freedom, hawa watu wametumwa na bosi yao. Ruto ni kujificha na jificha nyuma yao. Tutakuwa tunamwambia huo upuzi wa kuataki media kuwa umetumia Moses Kuria kama venye unaweza funga umbwa na kamba alafu iwachilie yataki mtu, hiyo tutamumulika. Tutakuwa tunamulika yeye. Hiyo hata hiyo tutakubali. Yes.
Sasa sio debate
tunafanya. Kibweka tutakuwa tunaangalia mwenyewe.
Justin, you have gone overboard.
Wewe acha kucheka. Huyo anacheka ni nani?
Sasa sikiza, umeongea, tumekusikiza.
Ongea facts.
Stella, wacha nimalize.
Ongea facts.
Wacha nimalize sasa. Unajua niko na shida na nyinyi. Shida yenye niko nayo na nyinyi watu wa Azimio. Mambo yenu
tumekubali uongee facts.
Sikiza.
Sasa umeshindwa na debate, umeanza kusema Azimio. Hatuja kuita
sasa Justin.
One moment. Kila mtu. Guys, mko wachache. We are now only 5. We can control ourselves. Okay, nime jaribu when we were many. Now we are few. We can allow.
You see, Jakes.
Borrow one moment. So that I am able to follow and even listen. And also the way we still have so many people watching. I don't know if you can
let me talk before they talk, James.
Just for a moment, Nyagaka, we have a lot of people watching. A lot. Close to 100+ people are watching, both on YouTube, Facebook, and many other platforms. So thank you guys ambao mna watch. So let's give them a good show. So let's try to have one person. When we shout, we make them feel, So let's have some order. Now, borrow a moment. Yes. Allow me to thank Gitash ambaye pia ana comment. Namuona Margaret Toili ame-comment hapo, anasema hivi: as a CEO national gender champion, there is power in numbers. Women are 54%. Let there be inclusion for cohesion and sustainability, for peace and tranquility. There is a mistake. Alex Media Kondani, namuona Remus Egon, namuona nani mwingine hapa. Naona wengi mna comment. Asante sana kwa comment zenyu. Keep them coming. Let them be heard as well. Asante sana na bale pia mna like video. Thank you so much. Thank you for keeping tabs, following and keeping us here. Where tuko wengi. So let me have one person at a time. And now I'll control your time as well, so that one person and also.
That's very important. Jakes, this is what I was saying.
Now 2 minutes for you, Mboro, and your time.
That's fine. Now. That's fine. I'm okay. This is what I was saying. That it is important. Okay. As much as when you hear what I'm saying is touching on you or is rubbing you the wrong way, it's good to be patient enough to let me finish, because in the process, I might say something important that maybe it might not help you, but it might help another person. So, and when we are here, we are not campaigning. There is no elections tomorrow. The only thing we are doing, I raise my views, you listen to me, and others listen to me. You raise your views, we listen to you. I don't have to win. And that is why whatever you say about Ruto, I don't care. He is our president, all of us. So you should not care much when I touch on your leaders or the media or whatever. We are just in a debate. And there is nothing wrong about talking. So this is what I was saying. We respect.
You already now have 1 minute.
It's okay. It's okay, Jakes. We respect the freedom of the media to inform the people. But as a people, as the citizens of Kenya, we also deserve to be given facts. We also deserve to be given the right information. But the moment the people or some people form the opinion that the media is not fair, and because as much as Justin and Stella would like to say it's not true, this is information in the public domain, to the extent that even Raila-Odinga himself said that whatever that happens, because he knows the media has taken side. So this is what I'm saying. You don't refuse what is in gray and white. It is public. The media has not been fair. And this is what we are saying, Jakes. For me, I don't support.
The time is up. I'll be coming to you.
No, let me finish what I'm saying.
Just one moment. In 6 minutes, I'll be coming to you.
You see, other people are talking, and
You agreed for 2 minutes. Let's go to the next person. Justin, 2 minutes for you as well. Unmute yourself, Justin.
This is what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing. I'm not even taking 2 minutes because I also want to share my 2 minutes with Boro. Boro, come back. I just want to use my 20 seconds. He's gone already. I just wanted to ask the question because he's just touching things that it doesn't give a concrete anything. So I was about to ask him, can you tell us how the media has been misleading these people? Touch on a specific thing. Tell us this is where the media misled people, rather than telling us the media has been campaigning for who and who. And of course, na sisi hatujaona ama pengine anaongea juu ya media mbali. So personally, let me say, it is very dangerous. One, power hautaishi kwa power milele. Na zile vitu ambazo unazifanya leo zinafaa kuchungwa kesho zisijirudie. Na hapo ndio unaambiwa wangu uchague mambo mema, kwa sababu ukifanya mambo mabaya yajirudie kesho, pengine wewe yatakushika. Na tumeona hivyo. Tuliona mpaka wakati akina Matiang'i walitoka kwa viti, walianza kukimbizwa. We never thought of that. Na ni watu wanajipata. So what we are saying is we need to respect each and every person, not only the media. Kutukanana, hiyo sio kuea opinion, hiyo sio critics. Hizo ni mambo zingine ambazo hatufai kuzikategorize kwa zile mambo zinafaa. So personally, as a person who defends the constitution na ambaye pia anataka viti ambazo zimekaliwa, na haswa mpaka hao akina Moses Kuria wazipe heshima, kwa sababu leo wao ndio wamekalia, kesho ni sisi tutazikalia. Kwa hivyo hiyo ofisi asipoipea heshima, pia mimi nikikalia hiyo ofisi kesho itakaa ni kama ofisi ambayo haihitajiki. So personally mimi sitaki kuongea sana, not unless kuna swali ambayo mtu angependa kuniuliza.
Wacha kwanza nimalizane na the 2 minutes for everyone. Stella, 2 minutes.
Okay, to add on Muturi, this is the thing, and I don't know why Mboro has disappeared.
Mboro is in. Mboro wako.
Okay, no problem.
Mboro wako.
Now, what Mboro na mwenzake Pen wao wanaangalia siku ya election. Sisi hatutaki kumanena. We are talking what is now as we are speaking now. The thing is what I want to tell Nani, Mboro and Pen. Even these politicians, they would need the media to drive their mission, what they are doing, the good or the bad. So if they find themselves in the bad side of the media, they become slur, then they start defaming the media, they get the last back of it. The thing is, the media is not rogue. It is the person who is being interviewed with the media is being rogue. Another thing, the media has to be respected. It goes 2 ways. Respect me, I respect you. Then another thing, don't say that this media house is supporting Raila, this media house, it is gray. It does not know each party. It doesn't know male or female. The thing is, we as Wanjiko, we need to consume what the media is going to give. It is our choice to know whether it has gone rogue or it is giving us the information, what we need to know. This is the thing that if this thing kama ya nani, inaitangwaje, the way we have daylight, whatever in the morning, where you have politicians, they come bringing their views. We have stakeholders bringing their views. We have right of media. If Jimmy when people will talk saying that we do not owe any money and we are having wanton waste in the public domain, I mean in the public sector, especially on like we are losing 2 billion or 8 billion taxpayers' money. I have the right. You cannot say that the media is on the Azimio side or it is on the KK side. Me, as I wake up in the morning, when I'm waking up, going to work, and I open up, I want to see Trevor Obija asking a question.
Okay.
What is happening to NHIF? What is happening to them? What is happening with KRA? Where is a lot of wanton waste with here? So if one moderator says the wanton waste comes like this and what you cannot say is an Azimio or a KK thing. This is a citizen Kenyan person who need to consume that information.
Time is up. Time is up. I'm coming to you in 6 minutes. Nyagaka, your 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jakes. Na kuniweka nikaya mwisho kumaliza is very wonderful. Because
use your 2 minutes well, because I'm about to go back to Mboro.
Yeah. Yako wewe unazungumza ndani unakata yako sasa. Ndio mimi nasema what this guy is talking about is very true. Mburu. This we learn from what this lady is talking about. Now is the time to be seen as a hustler. Now is the time to be seen for who you really are. Mburu. The gentleman is criticizing us. All they are doing is pointing the weaknesses in us. But what about their own weaknesses? Mburu. You just accept whatever they say, just accept it. Especially the lady is really wonderful because all the criticism she gave us is we got to be in touch with the common person. You cannot say bottom up, nini. Sasa ni kuonyesha hiyo bottom up ina mean nini. So thank you very much. I hope my 2 minutes are up. Lakini hiyo mnatufundisha mingi sana. Mnatufundisha mingi. Naendelea kuzungumza juu yetu.
Thank you for really donating time to the chair. The chair now has the right to ask questions. My first question to you, Mboro, I have like 10 minutes, no, 20 minutes thereabout to wind up the show. My first question to you, 2 minutes. Now that the president said when they were speaking against him, nobody defended him. And I think I posted a quote there that when they first came to the socialists, nobody spoke for me. When they first, I think I'll display it as I read it. First, they came for the socialist, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came out for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came out for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Now, this is what the president had to say. The president said that just like the media have a right to question and to bring out the ills of the government and the ills that affect our society, the same way Moses Kuria has a right to also even as well call out. Even himself went out and said, if he cannot defend both sides, who will defend him when it will be his turn? Do you think that it was fair? And this question goes out to all of you, but I begin with Mboro. It was fair for the president to come out seemingly defending the media, but outwardly in full support of Moses Kuria.
Yes, Jakes. In defense of the president, for me, I believe it is very fair. And the good thing about our president, he does not hide what is in his heart. He spoke these things even the first day when he was announced the president. The first media briefing that he had, he told them, and they were laughing. The journalists were there. The problem that we have in Kenya and where we are is because the journalists have decided to suspend their professionalism and go political. If they never entered in this trap, of following the politicians, we would not be where we are. When you decide, for instance, I'm a HR, when I refuse to act within the parameters of my profession, what will happen? That is why we have strikes at the workplaces. This is why you see the riots. This is why even after they tainted the then deputy president, the way they tainted him, we Kenyans have become wiser. And we said all the information they are saying is hogwash. And that is why we voted. Regardless of whatever they said, we said, we know they are not telling us the truth. So, and I have said it time and again, it is the high time that the media start airing what we call investigative journalism. Let them at least, even before talking anything, do your investigation so that tomorrow we can say for sure what they say was factual. But what happens in Kenya? I just go pay some money to a journalist and the story tomorrow, just by reading the headline, it will tell you it is biased. That is what I'm talking about. As much as they want to say whatever they want to say, they should care about professionalism. They should care about the ethics of their own conduct. Because at the end of the day, we shall not have people, we lose trust. Actually, myself, I have lost trust totally with the media of Kenya. Because there is nothing.
2 minutes are up. I'll be coming to you in 6 minutes. Stella, same question.
The quote from the president, I believe he was trying to throw Moses Kuria under the bus. So I think he was trying to put himself out of that mess. I believe everybody has to look after himself. Najua. Every man has to look after himself. For the media, and this is what I'm going to repeat, and I'm going to repeat. The media knows whatever they are doing. They don't get the very media from anyone. They get they have a professionalism. In case there is the information which was given, which is not right, or maybe it was given a hogwash, there is always a guilt where it is going to put the journalist on a disciplinary process, asking why they had to put that information out. And I know media are regulated. So we cannot say that the media of Kenya, it is biased because of political affiliation or supporting this or this. The thing is, me as Wanjiko, the fourth estate should give me the information, what I need to hear. And I believe they have done the investigation. Not if this investigation is not done in a 24-hour basis. They take even months or years or even weeks, whatever they have collected. What we need to do, the media has to be respected. If you feel that you don't feel like getting this media from NTV or Citizen or KTN, it is your choice. Hakuna mtu amekuweka mdomo hivi. Choose whatever you feel like you want to get. If KTN is biased to this political party, that is your problem. If it is, but media, they do not need to take side. My final thing, and I want to say, the media has it is an employee to the state. So they have every right to report what goes with the president and what happens to this government. Another thing.
Just one moment before the other thing. 1 moment. Your time is up. I had given you 30 more seconds. Hold that thought. I'll be coming to it. Justin, same question.
Yes. Yeah.
Same question.
I just wanted to take my 10 seconds to ask Boru something. Then I'll use the remaining time after he answers.
No.
Boru,
I
because
hope he's the one coming next. He's the one coming next.
Yeah. Oh, I asked
Give
and
your submission, and then when you're through, ask
yes. I'll start by asking so that I can give my submission. Boru, you keep saying that the media has been biased. You haven't mentioned even two cases whereby you noticed that the media reported the wrong thing, but on the other hand, the right thing was this. You just keep rotating and going round and round. So you give at least 2 accounts or 2 cases whereby the way you are claiming that the media has become rogue and it is reporting inaccurately, because we cannot keep listening to people who are not touching issues, or they are not coming with proofs of the issues that they are raising. So it is so wrong that we might end up having a debate that we discuss the wrong issues, we may discuss propaganda that is not here or there. So I need 2 cases, at least 2. I won't ask for many. Now my issue on the issue of William Ruto defending Moses Kuria, it was expected. We are now used to this president. In fact, it is very sad that anytime I have to ask what the president was doing, nowadays we ask, what has he lied to Kenyans today? Because we are now used to his lies. Ati leo anasema leo, in fact hiyo mnakosea hiyo ofisi heshima sana, kwa sababu ni vibaya ati badala ya kuuliza president amesema aje, tunauliza president amedanganyana aje. Don't you see there is something wrong with that? And mimi ukiniambia ni proof, nitaproof. Amedanganyana, atapatiana gasi ya 300, alafu dakika ya mwisho anaanza kusema wacha mtungi. Unaona hiyo kitu ingine, he's even ashamed to mention that ati si gas ni mtungi, you know. Sasa amekuwa kidanganyana, akiweka Biblia chini, bei ya unga itakuja chini. That is your president. In fact, that is not my president. I don't think he can be. So my issue is on that of Moses Kuria. It was expected. The president is just, they are bad of a feather. So wao wanakaa tu hivyo. Mimi sijali. So to finish up kabisa kwa hiyo point umeposta hapa, ati there was no one to speak for me. That is what is coming for them. Their time is coming when Kenyans will be angry and no media will stand with them.
Okay.
Boro amepotea. We are used to them. They can't face reality. They can't understand
it. Ile anasema yote hiyo ndio tunakura. Hiyo ndio chakula yetu. Now you are talking. Whatever it is that you think that is making us go to hell, we are going to heaven. Unaona? Kwa sababu ile sheria ya nyumba ile ya how to finance the whole year ni sheria tumeandika. If you can be, you know, kabisa uende huko nyumbani ulize vile inaendelea, ni sisi ndio iko kwa driving school na nyinyi mnakaa nyuma. Unaona? Lakini ukiendelea namna hiyo TDJ ya kupatia wakati, hiyo ni mzuri. Sikia mzuri kuzungumza maneno ambayo unazungumza, kwa sababu yote mnakaa nyuma yetu. Sisi ndio tuna
before even Nyagaka comes back and Buru. Now I want you guys to comment on this.
Why do they keep living? Why do they keep living once they know that their turn is over?
They have not left. Unajua squeeze network kuna venye inaangusha mtu lakini wanarudi.
Sasa Nyagaka amepotea, and I wanted to tell him all the power belongs to the people of this republic. It is in the constitution, yeah?
One of this person at the very end, it is Nyagaka. I think I can load. Everyone is there. Everyone is very much there. I want to play this final clip for the day, for the show. I have like 10 minutes now. Listen in and tell me what as a media, how you'd have reported this, and as a media, how you'd have made the government.
Nyagaka, all the sovereign power belongs to the people of the republic. Stop telling us that we are going to sit behind. The power is now coming to our hands because the president has proved incompetent.
Justin, you are doing very well. Let's continue.
No, you see, he got lost. He got lost the time I wanted to respond to him.
Okay, now.
No. The competence is in you, because who is running the government of
Kenya to State House? The time that Baba will hold that State House gate.
On the
I know you will have
project to sort out the unemployment crisis in the country. Speaking during the graduation ceremony at the JKU at campus in Juja, Kiambu County, the deputy president told graduates that they are stepping out of class to no jobs and called on them to join hands with the government to create jobs. Stephen Leto report. President Rigathi Gachagua says the Kenya Kwanza administration is banking on the affordable housing project to sort out the unemployment crisis in the country. Speaking during the graduation ceremony at the JKU at campus in Juja, Kiambu County, the deputy president told graduates that they are stepping out of class to no jobs and called on them to join hands with the government to create jobs. Stephen Leto reports.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua was confronted by the reality of the unemployment crisis in the country as he officiated the graduation of thousands of learners at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology.
Oh, mnasema mambo ya job. Hapo iko kibarua.
The deputy president admitted that the current administration is facing an uphill task on the unemployment situation in the country that he says the Kenya Kwanza government has plans to solve.
I've told you, we want to be, I'm an honest man. I'm an honest man. I don't want to sit here and lie to you that we have jobs for you.
President William Ruto last week told the country that the country was on the verge of losing its workforce to drugs and substance abuse over lack of opportunities, revealing that the government receives more than 1 million graduates every year into the job market. The deputy president, while officiating the graduation ceremony at JKUAT, said the government is looking at affordable housing scheme to bridge the unemployment gap.
Our members of the National Assembly very aggressively for 2 nights passed the finance bill to create a housing fund to construct 200,000 houses every year.
The government says it intends to construct 200,000 houses every year, enough to give the jobless a job.
Among those 200,000 houses, from this university, there will be architects, there will be quantity surveyors, there will be building engineers, there will be clerk of works, there will be electricians, there will be plumbers, and you will have an opportunity to earn a living.
For the graduates walked out of the learning institution in Juja, the hope of a better tomorrow is likely to be their navigation star in the sea of unemployment. Stephen Leto.
Now, you see, you guys were talking. You didn't even allow me finish what I was asking. But now I'll ask, now that you are settled. Justin, I begin with you in this one. The deputy president, these were his words, hakuna job. As a media person, how would you have reported that? Justin, I'm a freeze. Stella, how would you have reported that?
Word to word, whatever the deputy, the thing is, tusipige kitendawili. The way the way the deputy president spoke, let it be consumed by the person who is listening. So if you try and tongue twist what the president said, me as the journalist or the media entity will be in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, to me, I've had
word to word.
So
okay,
it's so hurting. I
love that.
For me, I think I'm emotional. Can you imagine? Have you seen all those children wearing their regalia for their graduation? Then you hear such bad news. This thing is going to drive them in a way like they will lose hope. Gachagua will even be better saying that you could have. The government. It's trying to get in a way of maybe adding more institutions so that these people get jobs. Can I give you a bad scenario? There are so many headquarters are in Nairobi, which it cannot accommodate every graduate. They could have taken maybe survey of Kenya, maybe in Turkana, Garissa, wapi. You know, the government has the money. If the people are wasting 8 billion in taxpayers' money, they could have implemented that. But what I'm saying, if I was a media person and I was working in that media house, I will give it to word the way this guy has said. Ningera niweke Kiingereza kingine nitakuwa kwa shida kwa sababu nitapelekwa kwa nini kwa guild na nitanyang'anywa license yangu. I cannot even do my journalistic work.
Okay, Justin, how would you have reported what I've played as a media? Let's try to be fair. How would you have reported?
Should answer my 2 questions. Boro should answer the questions that I asked before he went missing.
Justin, he will answer you because I'll give him time. Answer me.
All right.
Because I'm finishing actually. I'm wrapping up the show. So I have
Yeah. What is your question?
My question is, from the clip I've played, if you are the media, how would you have reported? That the government says hakuna job. How would you have reported after the DP has spoken? How would you have reported the news to Kenyans?
Outrightly. In fact, the media has not. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can hear me, yeah? Now, the media have reported the issue as it was emptied by the highest priest of incompetence. And I can tell you, there is nothing that has been changed. It has just been reported directly the way it came from the horse's mouth. And I miss Uhuru Kenyatta, who used to say my government is committed in ensuring that young people get opportunities in my government. Now see how desperate these people are. See how incompetent these people are. They are not even trying. They know that the money they are going to collect in the name of constructing houses, they are going to eat it. You have seen the records are showing that they are spending more in luxury. They are spending more in touring. You see, they are spending, like, in fact, wacha tuongea hata kitu ingine ya maana sana. Nimalizie hiyo dakika yangu mbili. Mimi nilishtuka sana na hiyo topic tutaiongea next week. Na hii program ya Justin ya Sakaja, the feeding program, I can tell you the program haifai wakati huu. I don't know why people hawajai, viongozi hawajai jua the intention of devolution. The intention of devolution ilikuwa kumaliza kazi.
What did you say?
Ebu nimalize the program. Wait, it is my opinion. Let me just finish.
Yeah,
the
intention so that I hear you.
Yeah, the intention of devolution ilikuwa kukuja kumaliza kazi. Na ninasema hivi niweke mfano mzima. Wewe kama governor deal na infrastructure, jenga hospitali kila ward, hazitairudiwa tena. Tumemaliza pati ya hospitali. Jenga stadiums mahali zinafaa, tumemaliza. Once you finish with infrastructures like Dubai, you will have all that money. Even if you want to buy cars for every person, you will have them. But at this juncture, we know that when ni kuharibu unaharibu pesa. Badala ya hizo pesa, ujenge classes, hiyo iishe. Ujenge hospitali, hiyo iishe. Ujenge stadium, hiyo iishe. So that at long last, tukuwe na uzuri wa hizo vitu zikijengwa. Most of this infrastructure zikijengwa hazirudi wangwi. Tulijenga Thika Road, haitairudiwa. You can only maintain it. Tulijenga Kasarani, huwezi enda kujenga Kasarani ingine hapo. So the intention of county government was to finish up doing all those things in terms of infrastructure, so that sahi, and in fact kama policy ingekuwa inakubali that every ward, every ward tukuwe na level 4 hospital fully equipped, na inaambiwa hiyo ni ya ghorofa 4 with a maternity wing. Every constituency level 5 hospital, every county referral hospital. Tumalize hiyo, tukuwe tunaongea mambo ya equipping na itafika mahali ifike mwisho. The way Dubai saa hii iko, ama US ama UK, ati hakuna mahali ya kuja eko lami. That time hata ukisikia utachukua hiyo pesa ulishe watu, haina shida. The same way, let me finish ndo upate. The same way unapatanga state hii na kopeanga state ile ingine pesa, kwa sababu already pesa zimeshafanya nini. Nitafanya vizuri kuliko Ruto. Hebu tulia. Haya, nakwambia The same. Sasa point yangu ilikuwa Rigathi, he knows very well they can't do nothing, they can't do anything. That's the reason as well wanaambia msitusumbue, tusisikie watu wanatuomba kazi. Zile kazi ziko ni za kupatia makabila kadhaa, au akishiba nyinyi mnaweza jisota na mambo ya wheelbarrow na mjengo na hapo. So he responded. In fact media haikuchange, media haikuchange venye huyu mtu alisema.
Okay, pause. Now I want to engage you for a minute, and I'll ask you a very lengthy question. But it will begin with a yes or no answer. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Do you support the financial bill?
I don't support it.
You don't support it. Very good. Because
on the other hand, I can support it to punish hustlers.
It's okay. It's okay. From whatever angle you
understand.
It or oppose it. Very good. Very good. Be sure by the time I'm through with this question, you'll be drowning. You don't support you don't support the financial bill, right?
From an honest angle, I don't support it.
Very good. I love that answer. Number two, question number two. You don't love the feeding program. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Based on what I've explained, it's not that I don't support it.
I'm coming to what you have explained.
It is untimely.
I'm coming to what you have explained. You have said the thing we should focus on is things that last, just like we have the thicker superhighway, we have stadiums, we have things
not
that
things
last.
that last. Fast things fast. Okay. That is what I meant.
Fast things fast.
Fast things fast.
Exactly.
With the hospitals.
Exactly. Hospitals, roads. Those are the things you mentioned.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay. Very good. Very good. In the housing issue, in the financial bill, those are things that last. No house will be built to last a day. Houses will come therein. Hospitals are featured. Let me finish. I listened, and you told us to listen, and we did. Now, now that you have told us that we need to do things that last. You are, from one mouth, you are opposing the financial bill, and of course, because loudly you say you don't want the houses, things that last. But in the same mouth, you want hospitals, you want roads, things that last. Houses will not perish in a day. Two, houses are long lasting. Some of these designs that are proposed have hospitals in them, have fields in them where people will be playing. They are already there. This is not a new project. It's already there. You can go to the ground and see. Now, my question to you. The same guys as me are saying the cost of living is high, right? People have no food. When the parent has no food, the children as well lack food. You ask us to have short-term and long-term plan. And one of the short-term, you're saying we should cater for people eating. If you feed a child whose parent is still struggling in a school program, feeding program, which happens in not just Kenya, in many other countries, why is it wrong? Why is the finance bill wrong in also settling the story of houses? Yet in your breath, you're saying we should consider things that last. Are you not a master of double speak?
Well, I think I can easily answer your question. The issue of houses,
logically,
in fact, it has been contested.
Take me logically.
Yeah. Now I'm responding. I won't even take up a minute to respond to that. So let me tell you, Jake, one, you need to note that in Kenya, we have been taking care of the issue of houses privately. Right now, whatever the government is presenting for us to consume, there is no logic in it. That contributing 3%, you'll own a house That is not true. That one, you cannot get a house out of those things, out of those small things that you are making as contribution. So that one, goja, wacha kidogo, wacha, what do you mean na respond? Na respond. Don't. So ile kitu nasema niko against, because niko against the issue of houses, because it is not a well thought thing. Tena, one, we have been taking care of our own houses. People have their own houses. In fact, you could have taxed the ones who don't have houses. People own houses. What other house do you want them to need to own apart from the one which they have? The other thing, ile pesa watu wanaambiwa watoe, surely. Ebu imagine, we were even calculating it with 100 years. And we get to wonder, how will you get a house after 100 years? So it is not a well thought program. The issue of school feeding, not every parent is struggling. Yes, I agree that we have some parents who are struggling. Hizo vitu ziache kuwa priority. They are good, but they are not priority. In fact, we can do this economy, this country good, if we can create more industries, empower those parents so that they can be able to provide for their children, rather than rushing just to get those small tenders. And in fact, look at the budget of that program that Sakaja is doing. You realize that it is another white elephant, and it is not in the interest of the supporting those people. Just go and look at the budget, my friend. So we are not double speaking. We know how to look at a particular issue, and we can tell you that this one is going to work. There was an issue with this government that even if I'm supporting Raila, I saw it's gonna work. The issue of table banking. I remember there was an issue. Okay, I haven't gone through it because I don't even develop interest about anything about it. But at least hata kama unamchapa unampata ya haki. Kuna issue ya putting more money into those groups and all those things. That's a good thing. It is a good initiative. If it is well supported, if it is well, it can work. In fact, tunakuanga very honest na whatever is been done. Kama kitu ni mzuri. Lakini si hizi vitu wanakuja na tuwekelea hapa.
Sawa.
Yes.
Sawa. It's because I don't want to engage so much because of time. But the jury is out there. I don't know if the viewers have felt you have answered my question. The jury is out there. Actually, I have no right to rebuttal you. I have no right. The only thing I can do.
No, you can well ask where you would never. You didn't understand.
My next question would have been: do you know of any house? Because you said that the government works, or rather, previously it was working privately to build these houses. And you are sure that it will take 100 years to own a home and all that. But my question would have been very easy. Do you know of schemes that have happened in the country that began way back during, I think, Moi, houses that were built then, the famous estates that you know, most of them are government initiated construction. Did it take 100 years for those people who own them at the moment to own them? Now, I don't know. The jury is out there. Allow me to go
100 years. 100 years. 100 years, James, is equivalent to the money. Let me tell you. Let me just give me half a minute. Half a minute, please. Let me tell you something. I know of the Nyayo estate and all those houses. Angalia zile pesa ambazo zilipampiwa kule ili wachache wapate hizo nyumba. That is what we are fighting. That hizo pesa zilikuwa mingi, the schemes za NSSF, walienda pesa mingi ambazo zingepatia watu wengi nyumba, zikabidi ipatie wachache. And that is what we are against. Everyone is being taxed so that he can have a house. Then tutengeneze nyumba 5,000 za kupatia wachache.
Yes.
The project itakuwa imekufa na itakuwa imefanya kazi. Let us tax people because we know we can balance services with what we are collecting from them.
Mburu, now your 2 minutes, your final 2 minutes. Nyagaka, I'll be coming to you. Mburu, so your final 2 minutes that you equally give your closing remarks. Now,
remember my 2 questions. Boro, start with my 2 questions.
As you remember the 2 questions.
Give Christ clear evidence.
You see, Jakes. You allow Justin to talk for so long, then you tell me my 2 minutes. I have a problem with that.
Utaulizwa maswali.
I'll do you a good one. I'll give you 4.
However, thank you for that.
Give your final remarks and
he asked a question of specification. I will just touch on 2 areas. Okay. For instance, you saw how the media, the mainstream medias, were covering about the president travel and the money he has spent as compared to the 8 months of Uhuru Kenyatta. But, and this is what I have a problem with, giving Kenyans have the truth or have information. Because when you are doing analysis or you decide to do analysis or comparison, you do comparison holistically. Tell us Uhuru Kenyatta on those trips, he went to this and this place to do what? And how did the nation gain out of his travel as compared to the trips of William Ruto? Yet, yes, he has traveled so many times, he has gone to different places. What is the benefit of the nation? And they kept talking about it, but they are not telling Kenyans why and where he was going. That is one area. The other thing, you see, justice is still agitated, even before I said it.
Finish up, Mbora.
The other area, you saw how the media in Kenya reported about the refurbishing of the deputy president's office, as if this office or the house of the deputy president belongs to the deputy president, not knowing or telling Kenyans this is the second highest office or house of the nation, the face of the Republic of Kenya, where if the president is not there, the dignitaries, international dignitaries, where they're supposed to go. So the way they talk about these things is as if the office of the deputy president being refurbished is a big deal at the expense of the nation. Okay. And also, quoting
Thank you for not answering my questions.
Please keep quiet because I allowed you to talk.
Let me finish because I'll not be coming back to any of you.
Go ahead. The other thing is quoting things out of context. For instance, you saw when the deputy president talked about shares in the government. They wanted it to look like 2 tribes are the ones the deputy president. I have had justice talk about it right now that the government of Kenya Kwanza is targeting to benefit 2 tribes, which is to me is a very unfortunate statement. And the media ran away with that, misquoted, distorted the information, and made the people believe that what the deputy president said was in bad faith. Whereas we know very well, anywhere in the world, the moment you become the president, you form your own government. And the first thing you consider are the people who believe in your agenda. Those are the people who form the executive. That is the culture across the world. Having said that, I don't want to talk much about that. There are so many other things we have talked about. The information of Jimmy Wajigi and the other activists and what they are telling Kenyans to do. And some of us asked, why are the parliamentarians quiet about this, the senators about this? And for me, I have the feeling what Jimmy Wajigi is telling us to do and why even us sometimes we don't know where to start or what to say is because when you start the investigation and tell us this, we are talking about things that happened from 1963. You are confusing the whole nation. Where do we start that kind of investigation? Where do you want the Senate, the Parliament to start? So if he started his investigation from the government, maybe of Uhuru Kenyatta, because for instance, Jakes, let us be realistic. You cannot tell us that we shall not pay SGR loan because maybe the airport was built by Kibaki and the loan of Kibaki was overpaid. What are you telling us? These loans are borrowed from different entities, from different governments. So the reason why the institutions are keeping quiet is because sometimes, and I talked about it here, I was here in the media and I said, we need to have a structure on how we can start checking corruption from 1963 from now. Not only about the loans, but also on land corruption. There are so many things. But you cannot tell us now we should not say we have the debt, whereas the records that were left by the Jubilee government shows very well Kenya ought to pay 9 trillion. So that's what we are saying. We have to be actual, and we have to tell people what is doable. So we cannot say that we don't have the debt. The other thing, Jakes, we talked about, somebody said that William Ruto was supposed to resign as the deputy president because he was not given the duties or the roles to perform. And I want to tell Kenyans to know that the Jubilee government was formed largely by Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. William Ruto had contributed his money, his time, and his votes to that government. And they had 50-50 shares. If William Ruto was supposed to resign, the president equally was supposed to resign. So if we ask why he did not resign, I am asking myself, because Uhuru Kenyatta underperformed, why did he not resign?
Mboro, as
Yes,
I've said, you have a habit of swimming in the sharks. And
it is okay.
Just one moment, because I don't want to go on more than the time that I've stipulated. I will allow that to slide, but I will begin with it tomorrow. Because there's something you have said that is not factual and it's not in the law.
Let me conclude.
Nothing factual has been said by Mboro.
That is my view.
Number 2, Mboro, I've given you 5 minutes, not 4. I gave you 4, then added 1 minute. Allow me.
And despite all that time, he never answered any of my question.
You never asked any question, because if you didn't hear the answer that I gave, then you are not a good listener.
You failed to point 2 cases where the media reported something, and you realized that was never true. The deputy president said that it is a shareholders' country. It is the deputy.
Stella, your 3 minutes of wrapping up, giving your final submission and your thoughts in everything we have discussed. Unmute.
I'm saying my 3 minutes. Number 1, Mboro should understand the financial bill is not favorable, and almost 92% of Kenyans went against the finance bill. I believe he has a mind of believing on dictatorship. Another thing about Mboro, I think he's someone who's taking side on tribal grounds. The thing is, he's forgetting the narrative of Kenyans here. We are Kenyans wanjiko. Wakati wa election ishapita, angoje mpaka 2027. Then another thing, kuongea juu ya media, but he has to understand, mimi na mtu wowote, we need media to give us information. We are not the part of, he is not supposed to say that media, it's biased. Hakuna media enyiko biased. And he has to understand that he has to go through the media guild, angalie what are the functions of media in the role of government.
Umenidonetia 2 minutes, but thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll be very generous to Justin. I add you the 2 minutes from Stella, and I add you 3 minutes. Now you have 5 minutes.
I have 5 minutes to paraphrase. So thank you very much. I first wish to thank you, Jakes, for well moderating the show, and also thank Mutembei TV. Tumekuwa na heated debate, though in the nature of any debate, tunafaa kuwa tunashare hiyo ile information ambayo inatoka kwa debate inafaa kutusaidia sisi wote. I wish it is Mboro who is coming back here. I will be very grateful if it is Mboro or it is not.
I already have questions with Mboro, so I don't want
sure. Because mimi nilikuwa nimemuuliza swali rahisi. Kuna mahali media iliulizwa capital city ya Kenya badala ya kusema ni Nairobi ikasema ni Mombasa, and that is what I wanted him to prove to me, because that is the only way you can prove that media was biased. Ati iliulizwa capital city yake ya America ni gani, ikasema ni New York, whereas when we check we know that ni Washington. Akienda kusema ati media, unajua information is never ignored. So whenever now you are telling us that media imekuwa biased, you need to bring those notes so that we can compare. Useme media hapa ilifanya hivi, lakini anapita mbali, anasema sijui who was misinterpreted, and we know Gachagua has a loose mouth. Yeye ndiye anasema ni a shareholder. We cannot be taking responsibility, or the media cannot be taking responsibility of all the bad things these leaders are doing. Sahi tunaweza sema aje nani alikuwa Kuria, the way aliitana hizo maneno aliitana, tutaanza kusema ati he was misquoted. No, let us not hide there. In fact, we need to realize that reality is going to hit them even more harder. That is number one.
Alikuwa misquoted because this is what he said. I'm posting just now.
Nani Kuria? You want to say Kuria was misquoted?
Yes, this is what he said. He didn't say what you know. He said this one.
Hey, I'll be glad to know what I
He was misquoted. He meant that these guys, they lie. So aleka plural of liars.
Now, Nani Jakes, let us be honest with ourselves and agree that these people have got loose mouth. So to finish up, because I know the time is not on our side, what we are doing is that we are not wishing this country to fall.
Got a guy talking stuff.
I was giving my few minutes.
With somebody like this, that is talking negative about what the ODM, the government is doing today.
Now, my 3 minutes will be lost if you keep talking. What I was saying, I know he will also get his 3 minutes. Is not that we are wishing this country to fail. We are not wishing our leaders to fail, but we cannot keep quiet whenever they do mistakes. We are here, we are looking at them, we are looking at the way they are doing things, and we have the constitution that is well guiding us. For sure, we need to see leaders working the way they are supposed to work. They are supposed to adhere to the strict guidelines that are outlined in our constitution. Sahi kusema ati tunyamaze, sahi kusema tuendelee kunyamaza na tuangalia hao watu wakifanya tu mambo ya kiajabu ajabu, nchi haitaenda vizuri. Lakini on the other hand, I don't remember what was the name of the person who is below me here. Alikuwa amesema ati sisi tutende Nyagaka something Bwana Nyagaka alikuwa amesema sisi ati tutakaa nyuma wao wakiendelea kuendesha nchi. Akapotea. Hakujua ile kitu nilimwambia. Nguvu yote ya kikatiba iko kwa mikono ya raia. Na hiyo iko kwa katiba. So ikifika mahali kama president atajidanganya atafanya vile yeye atataka, sio vile katiba imemwambia, my friend, then ukuwe tayari sasa kuendeshwa na sisi. Na utaendeshwa na nguvu ya raia.
Your 4 minutes. It's a balance, I think. I had given Boro 5. I gave Stella 3. She used 1. I gave Justin 5. He has used 6. Now let me give you 4. Yes,
Okay,
I'm sure you won't even finish.
I'm gonna tell this guy Justin Mburu. Ile tunataka ni hiyo mama ambayo mnatembea naye. The lady talks. You hata Jake ukimuuliza swali, the lady, she answered just like a local lady. I come from Kisii. You think she's from Kisii? I mean, that's exactly what she will tell you. I mean, it's yani ile kitu kizuri. Lakini wewe Justin,
ile kuprovado yako ile unasema ati mnakucha hivi mnafanya hii, hamjafanya lolote, hamjaingia popote. I mean, who are you? You are just providing along the way to nowhere. Ati wele maandamano ya kwenda kutoa Ruto must go. How does it go? Maze, think twice. Have logic wakati unasema ati mnaenda kutoa huyu anafanyia kitu mbaya nini. Have the logic behind it. What has he done? He has said that he will build the housing using this and that when he was running for president. And that's exactly what he's done. He has said that he will put the funds for Hustler. He has come of 500, nini. That's exactly what he has done. So, na nyinyi mutafanya nini? I mean, I can, like you, I can listen to you talk all day. All the stuff that you talk about is depressing stuff about UDA. It's depressing stuff about UDA. But what have you done so that we can follow you? Nothing. You know, if you spend your whole day thinking about somebody and somebody's family, what have you done with yours? Hiyo ndio unatufanyia uchancha, hiyo ndio tunacheka, hiyo ndio tu, you know, we see you as jokers, as a fan, you know, because all you have is negative stuff about UDA. Ingine na smell mbaya. Mnasema vile wamewaibia, vile Ruto iko maganga. We can say yes, it's true. So what? Na mtadu? Hiyo tu Jackson ndio nilikuwa nasema, lakini let us stay positive. Kenya ni nchi mzuri sana na ina watu wazuri kama huyu mama. Na iko watu wengi wazuri sana. And they can see what is going on. And the tax, the way we implemented even the taxing, even if the policies have not been put together, we said there was something wrong with it, like maybe 20%. Like in the mingi, ninasaidia watu. Let's go there. But hii jingine, it's a different world, Maze. Thank you very much.
Sasa kuna jamaa hapa, najua ni uchokozi tu. Sijui hata nimweke ama ni mchune.
Ulete.
Huyu kijana wako. Huyu kijana wako ni mchokozi. Unamuona huyu kijana wako huyu?
Nani huyu?
Huyu ni Alex. Kijana wako mchokozi.
Oh yeah, huyu. Tamchekesha siku moja mpaka acheke mpaka lala.
Alex, yani sijui tukuitanie, sijui tuku Aya, Starlex, aya, acha nikupe dakika mbili, at least niwe tu muungwana kwa sababu you know I love you as a brother, but anyway.
So Jax,
ile viboko nitakuja kukutafutia hapa nje. Yani unasikia tu tunafunga show, but you just had to. But anyway, karibu sana, vipi?
Nzuri, nasalimia kila mtu. Nimekuwa nyuma nikisikiza show tangu ilianza.
Niliona.
No, unajua mzee Penny alisoma na babangu, ni yango yangu. Sasa saa nyingine yeye ndio mchokozi anakuja ali debate na baba yangu, akadebate na Moi, imekuja kudebate na sisi. Kama kuna mchokozi ni yeye. Lakini tunashukuru kwa sababu kama kuna wazee ambao wako hapa wakati wote ni yeye. So kitu kwa nasema nini? Hii kitu ya kupeti kuwa watu hawawezi enda maandamano, msidanganyike. Lakini kuna njia inaweza ongeleshwa watu wasiende. Lakini kusema ati watu hawawezi, wacha nikwambie msijidanganye. Kwa sababu watu wamefinywa. Alafu kuna ukiangalia other places vile pesa imemwagwa, mtu unakaa chini unauliza hii pesa ya school lunch imetoka wapi? Lakini school fees ilikataa kurudishwa chini. Wakati ilitakana irudishwe chini. So wazazi wanajiuliza maswali. Watu wanapoenda kwa nyumba jioni, Penny usifikirie ni kama hapa wewe utapita kule McDonald, mwingine akule kwingine, still mkikuja kwa nyumba mkule. Acha nikwambie Penny, saa hii mnajiuliza kama makaa iko. Before hata mjiulize kama mboga iko, hata makaa imekuwa ngumu. So maisha imekuwa ngumu sana Penny. Kuweka ugali kwa meza si kitu rahisi. Na yenyewe waasla wanapenda Ruto, lakini amewaumiza. Na wamefika mahali wameanza kuongea. Na tunaposema hivyo, hatusemi kwa sababu tunachukia Ruto. Tunasema tafadhali unapofanya finance, unajua finance bill in a definition ijakuwa bado it's a bill that goes in parliament so as the proposal can be now legislated and discussed to become a budget which runs from now all the way to March 30th. So ukiangalia time inaenda kurun na hii bill ndio inaenda kudetermine, watasema pesa ambayo tunataka ni 3 trillion. Si ati wako na hiyo pesa. Hakuna pesa sasa hivi ile tunaongea. Sasa ndio wanaenda kuitafuta kutoka kwetu. Watasema liwe liwalo, hii pesa lazima tuipate. Na hapo sasa ndio utapata mtu anakuja kwa nyumba yako kukuuliza risiti ya hii kitu, ulinunua TV, ukulipa tax. Some petty things that you think are not going to happen are going to happen in that country so that people can understand. Oh, this is the finance bill. Sisi tulikuwa tunaambiwa Kenyans are overtaxed. Hatukuwa tunajua kuwa tutafuatwa mpaka kwa nyumba zetu. Unajua when we are talking finance bill, usifikirie tunaongea pesa ambayo iko. Hiyo pesa iko. Hiyo pesa ni wewe unaenda kuitoa Jex. Mtu atafikiria wewe ni mtembei akuja akwambie mimi siaiona tax yako. Na ndugu yangu, hii bili inasema ukishaikia KRA ikishakushika, hata kama wewe sio mtembei, lazima utoe 20% ndio utoke nje ndio mwanze kuongea. And those are the small things we are saying that people are not understanding how punitive this thing is, that you cannot speak about something unless utoe 20%. Na kama wamekuovertax, hawatakurudishia pesa yako, wanasema watakurudishia within 9 months and 1 year. Now already walikuovertax. So they can stay with your money, but you can't stay with their money. So usifikirie Wakenya hawataandamana. Kitu tunasema Ruto aende polepole, asiumize Wakenya wote. Mzee, tafadhali asiumize Wakenya ambao wameumia sana. Asante Bill. Asante Jex.
Wow, asante sana kwa kuwa mfupi wa maneno. Najua kesho utakuja mapema sana kwa sababu I have a date with you tomorrow. I know you know. Zaidi ya yote asante wewe ambao umejiunga nami. Nimefunga show na mwanadada shupavu. The strong lady ambaye amebaki, the last lady standing, Stella, but I had others. Nilikuwa na Nancy, nilikuwa na Ashley, na nilikuwa na Aswito, na Roda na wengine wengi, na wandugu kibao. List ya wandugu hata ndio I think ndefu, itajikunja kunja, but the last two gentlemen, akiwa wa mwisho alikuwa Starlex na Honorable Justine, pamoja na Nyagaka, Mboro, Captain, I had Pascal, I had Chalo. They were many. Hata wengine wanapotea, lakini hawajapotea sana kwa sababu walikuwa kwa show. You can always catch this and many videos kwa Mtembei TV. Kuna so many videos. This is just one that we always air from 10 p.m. all the way to this late. It's already 7 hours and a half. And we still have a lot of guys watching. Watu wengi sana wana watch. Asante sana wewe ambaye una watch, wewe ambaye una comment. Thank you very much. We don't take it for granted. God bless you. God do you good. To my panelists, si mimi na celebrate tu sana. Thank you, Stella. Thank you, Justine. Asanteni. You guys made this possible. It was not about me. It was not about you. It was about us. Asante sana. I wish to see you in the evening. Msikose. Mnajua mtaenda kujiwekelea. Naona Justine macho imekwama. Haya, sawa. Pumzika kiasi. Stella, asante sana. Zaidi ya yote tukutane jioni. Jioni tuko na show. In fact, tunaweza kuwa na show 2 leo. So, tegea. Mtembei tulikwambia hii mtapenda na ya jioni pia lazima utapenda. So, tune in today. Leo tunachambua vitu kali. Be sure. Leo wanaazimio. Leo tutawala. Inaitwa Justin unasema kuramba. Leo azimio mtaramba.
Itawalamba.
Leo azimio. So ya leo, I already know the topic. I already know because I know what will happen during the day. Sasa leo azimio. Leo kitawaramba. So tuonane jioni.
Tutapambana na wanauda.
Haya, sawa. Ujikaze uingie mapema kwa sababu show inajaa mbio.
Show ya Mount Kenya ni saa ngapi?
Show ya Mount Kenya tunaifanya kesho Sunday.
Kesho saa ngapi?
Kuanzia saa 3. Kuna show moja fiti sana. Usikose. Tutakuwa na mgeni natumai. Wacha nisimwage zaidi ya jinsi ninavyofaa. Wacha tukutane kesho. Hiyo ni Sunday. But leo jioni ni azimio. Azimio leo kitawaramba.
Tutakuwa.
Sawa. Tuonane jioni. Zaidi ya yote, thank you guys. Thank you Stella. Thank you everybody that made time. I always leave you with something. Na leo ninawaacha na national anthem. Kama kawa. Lazima niwaache na kakitu. And this is how we sign out. God bless you. God do you well.
God bless you too, Jakes.
Na tujenge taifa letu.